Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the riddles inside the Goblet of Fire. Chapter 1, The Riddle House.
Oh,
yeah.
Did you inject a new word there?
I did. As per tradition with a new book, we have changed the word from mysteries now to riddles.
Oh, it could not be more perfect
Yes.
for this particular book.
For this book and this opening chapter, quite frankly.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, quite frankly. Even that's a good pun.
Even that's a good pun.
Well done. Well done indeed. Jay, I couldn't be more excited. Goblet of Fire is my favorite book.
Yeah.
And I feel like there's a real kind of like a baton pass. Like, you know, a lot of times when I'm like going through and re-listening to the books over and over and over, I will like pick up with Goblet and just go through the end, because I feel like books 1 through 3 are like huge for the groundwork. It's like setting the stage. You're getting to know all the characters. You're getting to know how everything works.
Right.
The mechanics
what are the potential powers?
Right. But like,
Yeah.
you know, I think in book 1, is it not the case that like Harry doesn't cast a single spell on page
Right, yes.
the whole time? So it's like you're about to see things heat up.
Heat up big time. You're about to learn like the big unforgivable curses. We're going to learn about the Death Eaters for the first time. We're going to see like the Dark Mark for the first time.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean the Quidditch World Cup, the Triwizard Tournament, the Goblet of Fire itself, Bobaton, Durmstrang,
Yeah.
dragons, mer people.
Right.
I mean,
we have exited the valley and are now on the large, wide open lake. Like
Yes.
the wizarding world is here in force now in book 4. Like it is crazy to me that like I think about this sometimes when I'm reading Goblet, is that prior to this book, you have been introduced to like how many Death Eaters? Snape, McNair, Wormtail, like that's it, I think. I want to say.
Yes.
To this point.
Yeah.
And like by the time, and Lucius Malfoy, but by the time you get to the graveyard in this book, you will have been introduced to like 20.
So
and like
many
before
more.
you get there,
Yeah.
like only when he's going around the circle, like only like one new name pops up.
Sure.
Like all of them will be listed systematically throughout the story, and it is like really well done. And like going into this book, you never even heard of Death Eaters, and by the end you're like, I know who the Death Eaters are.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've
you're
been there the
right.
whole time.
It's definitely like a real like Azkaban Guards thing, where it's like it's funny that they're not introduced until the 4th installment, the Death Eaters, that is, by
Yeah.
name, and yet as the story unfolds, they become so vitally important.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost the same thing like with eventually the Deathly Hallows. Like it's so strange to think that they're not like a prime subject of the conversation throughout the whole saga.
Oh, I know,
You
right?
know, it's
Yeah.
like, how does that end up happening?
Or in like Horcruxes.
Or Horcruxes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. They don't come up for so long, and then they are all the story is about in some ways. So yeah, but before we dive on in, I do want to make one quick announcement.
All right, lay it on
that I think for the first time ever, we have Through the Griffin Door merch available for purchase outside of anything on Patreon, outside of anything you might get on tour specifically, outside of the book pages. This is just merch that anyone can buy at all, and it is coming in the form of a coffee mug.
Yes, I am so obsessed with these mugs. We have worked with this particular pottery company on numerous occasions throughout the years with SuperCarlinBrothers. We've made our kind of signature animal mugs with a lion, snake, eagle, and badger. But this year we decided to just go all in on Through the Griffin Door. Every single mug is individually handmade, one by one. It is a black color. It will hold up to 18 ounces of fluid, and it has the Gryffindor like emblem knocker right there in the middle, surrounded by sort of this like fun there's one word from each book. So we have like stone, chamber, prisoner, goblet, order, Prince, and Hallows. Yes. Surrounding it. They're absolutely gorgeous. There are only 300 total.
Yes.
Like hard stop.
Right.
And they take months and months and months to make. So,
yes. So
when they're gone, they are gone.
When they're gone, they're gone. If you want one, they are available right now on CarlinBrothersMercantile.com. If you want to see what they look like as well, if you're watching the YouTube, I'm holding it up and we have some B-roll I'm sure we can show. They are very sturdy, very solid, and I love them so much. We chose a brand new shape of mug this year as well, which just I feel like it's just like it's strong. It's strong.
It's got a beefiness to it.
It's got a beefiness to it. You know, it's like feels good to hold in your hand. So there you go. That is our first official piece of Through the Griffin Door merch available to everybody.
So exciting.
So exciting. There you go. Go check it out at CarlinBrothersMercantile.com. And if you want to see what it looks like on the YouTube channel, just subscribe while you're there.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Yeah, we're still trying to hit that 100,000. Yeah,
we're gonna get there, slow but steady. But it's gonna happen one of these days. But in any case, let's dive on in to Goblet of Fire, Chapter 1, The Riddle House, where we've got some pretty cool chapter art to be getting on with here.
We most certainly do. Yes, we get our first introduction to Nagini, who, I mean, it has to be said, is sort of kind of convulsing in a rather unique way as far as snakes typically move.
Yeah, if you look at the picture of Nagini, like the way snakes actually move is with their entire stomach on the ground, but she's got very much like a waveform going to her. She's like only touching the ground on like the bottom of every hump of the snake.
Yes. Yeah. So kind of interesting configuration, but either which way, we're getting a depiction of Nagini there. Then we of course have the tall chair back facing the fireplace that Voldemort is going to be sitting upon.
Yes.
So it's like he's like right there.
He's right there. You feel like very close, especially when you already know what the chapter is going to be about. It's like right on the other side of that chair. Woo! And even the chair itself, I mean, maybe it's just like the angle it's sitting at. It just looks crooked.
It does.
It looks inaccurate in some way, and like that adds a little bit of an evil vibe to it. Even the fireplace, like the mantle is crooked, around it. Like everything about it just speaks to like this is a very evil room.
Yeah. And I mean, it's like you could easily just be like, okay, they clearly are just giving us a depiction of this imagery from a specific like angle. And while obviously that is in fact true, I think it's no mistake.
No mistake.
I think that they are definitely going for like who resides in this chair is not a straightforward person.
Not a straightforward person. No.
Exactly.
Yeah. They're not good at all. But
yeah. The other detail I was going to say is that the chapter name itself, the Riddle House, is kind of like a very clever title because, of course, it refers to the surname Riddle, that is the original owners of the home. But then there's also sort of this like associated mystery of whatever happened to the Riddle people because nobody really knows how or why they were killed.
Yes.
So there is this huge like question mark over it. There is a riddle attached to the Riddle House.
The Riddle House, indeed, there is. And we're going to get to start hearing about that riddle almost right away. We get the villagers of Little Hangleton still called it the Riddle House, even though it had been many years since the Riddle family had lived there. So right away, it says many years. They mean like, I wrote down 50, but it's actually not 50. It's like 52 years, I think, or something.
Yes. Because we will be in 1994 officially as of like when the present is happening in this particular chapter, and we know that the first Horcrux would have been made in 1942 before the Chamber of Secrets was opened.
Yeah, because the ring is actually the first one.
The ring is actually the first one.
Right, and he gets that when he kills his parents.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or when he kills his grandparents, I guess.
Right. Yeah. The death of his father and grandparents is what he uses to make his first Horcrux with.
Yes.
Yep. So yeah, it says 50 in the book here, but it is actually technically 52. If we want to keep track. Which,
indeed.
That's what we're here to do.
I know. Well, it could just be confusing because it's like I think they're using 50 as like a nice round number. Oh yeah, 50 years ago.
Right. Yes. Yeah. It might stand out a little bit if it was like 52 years prior.
Exactly. Yeah. I'd be like, okay, that seems important. But so let's see. It's set on a hill overlooking the village. Some of its windows boarded, which just kind of sounds like the Shrieking Shack as well. but this is going to be like sort of the opposite. Like, whereas you had Lupin, who was in this house and he was like perceived as a monster, but was a really nice guy. Now you're going to have Voldemort in the house, who is a monster and is a monster.
Yes, exactly. Yep. And I think it's kind of funny because it's really the last place we saw Peter as well was inside of the Shrieking Shack.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, the house is literally described as damp, derelict, and unoccupied.
Yep.
Which, I mean, you could literally take that text, copy and paste it into a accurate description of the Shrieking Shack.
You can, but what you could not was once a fine-looking manor and easily the largest and grandest building for miles around, because the Shrieking Shack was basically built as a rundown shack.
Yes,
from the
indeed,
beginning.
yeah. Although it had that fenced-in front yard.
It did have that fenced in front yard. They like built it to look old, kind of a weird thing. But obviously, when the Riddles lived at the manor, it was very well upkept. They had at least a gardener and a cook and a maid on staff. They seemed like extremely uppity people. And not very well liked. But even now it's described as creepy. It honestly sounds like in its heyday, it reminds me a lot of like Malfoy Manor.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, and I think that the parallels there are not like by mistake.
Nope.
You know, I think that we've definitely almost got like whatever the, you know, if the Malfoys have the pure blood mania, it almost seems like these would be people who were very into the idea of being who they were,
like very elitist.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that they would know of the wizarding world, so they couldn't be like, we're pro muggles. But either way, if they could have thought that way, they would have.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at least eventually Tom Riddle will, I don't know if he ever figures out that Merope is a witch, but like the enchantment is eventually lifted off of him and he's like, nope, nothing to do with you.
Right. Yeah. I'm out.
Which obviously that has already happened by the time he's murdered. So like maybe he's aware of magic, or maybe he's just like, something weird happened to me.
I don't know what was going on.
I don't know. She drugged
spell.
me.
Right.
Which is true, but not in the kind of like traditional drugging sense, like magically drugged.
Exactly. Yeah. Love potion.
Worse in some ways. Let's see, but no one really knows what the truth. It says nobody was quite sure what the truth was anymore, which is a funny sentence because they actually never knew the truth about what happened. It's not like, oh yeah, truth has been lost to time. It's like from the moment the rumors start getting spread, it's incorrect.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. They really never have it dialed in. And Frank is kind of uniquely the only one who even has the closest version of it, but it seems like he doesn't really want to talk to anybody.
He doesn't really want to talk to anybody, and the people he actually tells the police that he saw like a teenage dark-haired boy wandering around the house that day, and they're like, who cares?
That doesn't match the description of anyone we know, so it mustn't be.
I know. It's like, dude, why wouldn't you take that into account? You know?
Right. It seems like that should be at least somewhat relevant.
He said he saw someone unusual there, and the same night everyone died. So what are you doing? Yeah, but anyway, let's see. So basically what happens is they one day all three Riddles are found dead in the house, and one of the maids come running down the hill and says, lying there with their eyes wide open, cold as ice, still in the den of things. So they're basically like frozen with the fear on their face. I guess like whenever they died, they were in such terror that it just like they got frozen that way. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess that's an interesting interpretation because it's like the cold as ice. I guess like if they're lying there in their dinner things, then it must be the case that this is the next morning. So they would have been there all night. So like, is the cold as ice just sort of like they've been dead for a while? Or do you think that they are like physically cold to the touch?
Both. I think it's the next morning, right? Or is that right though? Because like the maid had run screaming down the hill into the village and roused as many people as she could, I guess. But so many people are like at the bar right away, you know?
Yeah, it just says that the village pub did a roaring trade that night, which I guess could be later.
Like later that same night. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine, I guess. Doesn't really matter, I suppose. Although the fact that it says they're still in their dinner things, keep that in mind for one page later.
Okay.
That'll play at least a little bit of a role. Let's see. In terms of like how the rumor mongering and the rumor mill works in the town. which is powerfully.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Let's see here. So the police were summoned. The whole of Little Hangleton had seized with shock, curiosity, and ill-disguised excitement. Nobody wasted their breath pretending to feel very sad about the Riddles, for they had been most unpopular. Elderly Mr. and Mrs. Riddle had been rich, snobbish, and rude, and their grown-up son Tom had been, if anything, worse.
It almost sounds like a verbatim telling of the Dursleys. Like,
True.
It is like they are maybe not rich, but like they are snobbish and rude, and their son is worse.
Yes,
like,
indeed.
I mean, it is like they are just like some money away from being the Riddles, you know.
That's true. Yes,
Which,
I guess you can kind of rope in the Dursleys, the Malfoys, and the Riddles.
Yes.
Into the same sort of like vein.
They are all very much in the same vein. I mean, like when you meet Malfoy, he's almost just like the magically upgraded version of Dudley anyway. It's
exactly.
Like, you know, he's very much like that. And it just makes you feel like, man, Voldemort never stood a chance at all. Like, imagine a world where he found, like, the enchantment is lifted and he, you know, takes the baby or something. And it's like, would it have mattered? Would it have mattered?
Like, do you think like Tom Riddle, who goes on to be Voldemort, would have been any better if he had been raised by his actual father?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, probably not.
Doesn't seem like great.
I suspect that he would have rejected his non-wizarding upbringing still. He probably would have just been much more angered with them sooner. Because I think for the most part, in the beginning, he's under the belief that it must have been his father who was magical, because he thinks that his mother never could have died if she was.
Right.
And so, yeah. So it feels like as soon as he would have, like, he was always going to post his allegiance to his magic side.
Absolutely, he was going to do that. And based on the description and how similar they seem to the Dursleys, you can see a world where, like, maybe they could care about him for a while until they discovered he was magical. And I have to imagine that similar to the Dursleys, they'd be like, whoa, freak.
Well, so I mean, that's a big question too. Like, I know a lot of people have been vying for us to do like a "What if Dudley was a wizard" type of narrative. So, would that lean in your mind towards a scenario where the Dursleys would not be terribly pleased to discover that Dudley was a wizard?
No, I don't think so. I think it would be different because at the very least, Petunia at one point wanted to go to Hogwarts.
Also true.
Right.
Yeah. So then Dudley gets to live her dream.
Right. Then Dudley gets to live her dream. So I think she could rally in that regard. It might even make her feel closer to her sister and feel worse about like Lily's death.
Oh, okay.
You know, I can see that. Voldemort doesn't have that line in the water for him.
That's
if it's
true.
just him and his grandparents and his dad,
right,
who don't sound very nice at all. Not that we have much to go on here, but let's see. So anyway, the stories start flying immediately. People don't really care that the Riddles are dead. They just want to know who did it. They're all gathering at the Hanged Man, which is a great name for the pub because it's I always thought it was a good name, and like it's like Little Hangleton. So it is definitely not just like Hanged Man, like someone like, you know, was hanged there,
right,
or something, and they're talking about death, which is relevant to, you know, the story that's unfolding. But it makes sense as a name in a pub, a name for a pub in a town where the word hang is in the title. And then also the Hanged Man is a tarot card.
Yes, it is indeed. Which it was just kind of like a fun little Easter egg, maybe more than anything, because more famously, I would argue, is the lightning struck tower, which is where Dumbledore is when he dies, is also a tarot card.
Yes.
So that's like another piece of that sort of like just like crossover, sort of making its way into the narrative.
It is. And I think for tarot cards, I think like when you flip them, you get like one side or the other, and I think and like both sides represent like a different card, right? If you flip it upside down.
I think the Hanged Man in particular, it's when you flip it, it basically can be interpreted based on the orientation that the flip happens. So the Hanged Man can be sort of like your more morbid traditional version of somebody hanging from a tree, but then the other would be like flipped upside down, which would be like they would be hanging like almost like up, if that makes sense.
Okay.
And so I think the orientation affects what the interpretation of the card itself is.
Okay. Well, I think what I was reading earlier was that like the inverse of the hangman was the magician. Which is then also very clever.
Yes, that is very clever. That is very clever. Yep, that fits very nicely. Okay. Look at us getting into some tarot card.
Oh, there we go. I know. Oh, dude, we should do like a tarot card reading or something.
Oh,
like
we
just
should.
go get it. Like that'd be like a fun like Patreon thing or something.
My wife would be so on board for that. She has a set. She has a set.
She has a set.
She does.
I don't
yeah.
even realize that.
Okay.
I mean, that just sounds like a fun like little side thing or anything. Let's see here. But so anyway, the cook arrives dramatically in their midst and announces that a man called Frank Bryce had just been arrested. And this is such a funny, like, 5 minutes for the people of the Hanged Man, because the very first thing is Frank, never. But by never, what they mean is like not at least until like 5 minutes from now.
Yes. The confirmation bias that rages through the Hanged Man. Yeah, it basically goes from people being like, what? No way at all. And then immediately people are, I think it says, let's see here. Always thought he was odd, she told the eagerly listening villagers after her fourth sherry. Unfriendly like. I'm sure I've offered him a couple once. I've offered it 100 times. Never wanted to mix, he didn't. And then somebody immediately kind of like chimes in to like attempt to like defend Frank a little bit, and it basically says like, he had a hard war, Frank. He likes the quiet life. That's no reason to. And then the cook basically is like, who else had a key to the back door then?
I know, right?
But the thing that I think is kind of interesting about the fact that Frank did spend time in the war is that based on the timing that we would have been dealing with here, this would have been World War II that Frank would have been fighting in, and it's certainly it's no mystery that Voldemort is at least somewhat inspired by the real life Adolf Hitler.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's kind of interesting because it means that like not on page or not even like in universe, but kind of in like a metaphorical sense, like Frank would have been standing in opposition to Voldemort,
right?
Like in his nature, in his morals, and that type of thing.
Yeah, I mean, he has some like very Gryffindor-ness about him, as we'll see sort of later on in the chapter as well. This is like, what's interesting here is like it is like the power of one woman's story. It is like that the classic line of like, you always believe the first lie.
Yes.
It's like how misinformation is spread on like Facebook and stuff.
Oh, sure. Yes.
It's like people post a headline, you repost that headline, you read it, and you're like, what? No way. And then you sort of settle on that. And then it's like you have to undo that initial reading, which is so much harder than reading it the first time.
Yes.
Even when it's inaccurate.
Well, it's because you have to challenge your beliefs, and that's a very difficult thing to do. But when you've only been provided the first piece of information, it's kind of like you've already, despite how short term those beliefs have lasted, you will immediately grow accustomed to you. They immediately feel familiar.
Right. Like even if you quickly learn you're wrong, you have to like admit that you wrongly believed something to yourself, which can like sometimes be immediately hard, even if it's something over very trivial.
Yes.
Like even if otherwise it means you're right, it'd be like, no, I'd rather believe I didn't make a bad judgment.
Right.
To continue making a bad judgment.
This is going to be a small anecdote, and I'll get right back to the story. But just a couple weekends ago, we were coming back from a trip, and I missed a football game on TV that I wanted to watch. And so I asked Alice to look up who had won the outcome of a game. And I had been speaking to you that morning, and you had told me a different opponent you thought they were playing against.
Oh yeah, I think I said the Commanders were playing the Titans.
Yes. And so we were pulling back into town. I asked Alice while I was driving to look up the score of the game for me, and I was like, "Can you look up the score of the Titans game?" Thinking that would be the Commanders game. So she looked up and saw that the Titans had won, and I was like, "Oh man, okay, that means the Commanders lost."
Right.
And then later that evening, I was reading something else, and I was like, "Wait, this is saying the Commanders won today," and I was like, "No, that's not right."
Yeah.
And it was like. It was like I had this like wrong piece of information, and I was like, well, now I'm excited that my team won, but now I have to like backpedal because what happened?
Right, yeah, because I I had mistaken that they were playing the Titans when they were in fact playing the Giants, because our little brother is going to the Titans game, and that's what I was thinking about because I talked to him earlier. But that's not really neither here nor there.
No, it really isn't. But just a massive piece of misinformation that what we're trying to do is relate to the patrons of the Hanged Man. That's the point.
That's
of the story.
what we're trying to get to here.
Yes.
But so you can see. Remember when we said. I guess it's two different people here, but the maid ran down and said, lying there with their eyes wide open, cold as ice, still in their dinner things, meaning that obviously they were like killed during dinner, right?
Right. Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
But then what the cook is coming down and saying later on is, who else had the key to the back door? All Frank had to do was creep up to the big house while we was all sleeping. And it's like, while you were all sleeping? What do you mean?
Right, yeah.
They were clearly awake. They weren't sleeping in their dinner things.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, no, you're exactly right.
Already contradicting themselves.
Yes. Oh my gosh, it's amazing how quickly it happens.
Yes.
Yes, that was such a good point, though.
Thank you.
Such a good point.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let's see here. Then we get another line from the barman who says, "I always thought he had a nasty look about him. Right enough."
Yeah, right. and just like that, the tides have turned.
They have.
Like where 5 minutes ago, people were like, Frank would never. He had a hard war, and they're like, oh, I always knew he was a bad seed, that Frank Bryce.
Right.
Yep.
But yeah, then we jump over to Frank, who is in the neighboring town of Great Hangleton, in the dark and dingy police station, where he's stubbornly repeating that he was innocent, and that he, of course, as you mentioned earlier, had seen the only person he had seen near the house on the day of the Riddle's death had been a teenage boy, a stranger, dark-haired, and pale.
Yep. Which the police are quite sure that he'd invented him, which is kind of surprising. It says nobody else in the village had seen such a boy, and it was like, well, but
ironically, Frank is correct.
Ironically, Frank is the correct one, and basically what's happening, it's like this is all kind of, it also sort of foreshadows the next book, because what's happening to Frank here is this is just town gossip, and it turns the entire town against him very quickly, even though they previously had pretty positive opinion of him.
Right.
And it is the exact same trick that the ministry will use against Harry the following year. Like, up until this point, everyone's loved Harry. He's done good things. He's the boy who lived. Hooray. But as of next year, the ministry is going to be like, whoa, boy, that Harry Potter, he has some tall tales to tell, doesn't he?
The boy who lied.
The boy who lied. And all of a sudden, most of the wizarding world is going to be like, yeah. So this is just like a mini version of the propaganda that will be used against Harry in the very next year.
Yes,
Yep.
indeed. But then Frank kind of gets off because there is the unusual police report where a team of doctors had examined the bodies and concluded that none of the Riddles had been poisoned, stabbed, shot, strangled, suffocated, or, as far as they could tell, harmed at all. Yeah. In fact, the report continued in a tone of unmistakable bewilderment, something that when I was a kid, I always just thought was absolutely hilarious. That it includes that clarification.
I know. I actually just wrote like a little LOL next to that line. That's funny.
Yes. That the Riddles all appeared to be in perfect health, apart from the fact that they were all dead.
Which is also just a funny line.
Yes.
Despite the death. Then I love the doctor's note. Determined to find something wrong, said that each of the Riddles had a look of terror upon their face. But who'd ever heard of 3 people being frightened to death? But ironically, I think in the very last book, they were talking about the Grimm sort of having that effect on people.
Yes, a little bit. Like once you saw the Grimm, it was almost as if you were so anticipating something appearing before you that it almost would cause you to live in such a huge amount of fear that you would end up frightening yourself to death. But this is not a Grimm related situation, nor do the people involved know what the Grimm is.
No, they do not. And then we get a little nugget here. It says the Riddles were buried in the little Hangleton churchyard, which is a really nice tiny little line here because it establishes the location of the climax of the book way down the line here. But it's like, oh yeah, there is a churchyard in Little Hangleton. Boom. Guess where we're going to be going later?
Yes.
And it's like, oh, where were they? Because that's literally where they're buried. They got to go get literally their bones later on.
Yep.
So that's where it's going to happen.
The bone of the father.
Bone of the father.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's one of the necessary ingredients for resurrecting Voldemort.
Pretty creepy.
Then we're going to have sort of like an interesting myriad of details in this chapter because one of the kind of odd things about it is that Frank is going to return at the Riddle house and never leave. And that seems like, given his circumstances, he's employed, no doubt, by the Riddles themselves. They are then killed. He is accused of their murder, and there needs to be this like kind of interesting through line that will like keep him there regardless for always.
Yeah.
Which I do think is kind of interesting. So Frank, to everyone's surprise and amid a cloud of suspicion, Frank Bryce returned to his cottage on the grounds of the Riddle house.
Yeah.
And it says that I think Dot at the Hangman is like, if he had any decency, he'd leave here, knowing as how we know he did it. But Frank did not leave. He stayed to tend the garden for the next family who lived in the Riddle house and the next, for neither family stayed long.
Yeah, it reminds me honestly a little bit of Sirius, and it's sort of like, oh, everyone's so sure he did it, but like he knows he's innocent.
True. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. So it's kind of like the proverbial Dementors can't get to him down there. Like
exactly.
He's not being haunted by that reality because he didn't do it.
Right.
The other thing I think is kind of interesting about this is the fact that none of the families stay for very long reminds me a lot of the curse on the Defense Against the Dark Arts position.
Exactly. I wrote down the exact same thing. Did Voldemort curse the house after he like killed his father and grandparents?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, and basically we know that he air quotes, wants the Defense Against the Dark Arts position, and when he is denied it, he then places the curse on it forever so that nobody can stay there for more than a year. So it feels like this is sort of like right in his wheelhouse of magic.
It does feel like it's something he could do. And it just said there was a nasty feeling about the place, and it starts to fall into disrepair. But it doesn't matter. Even without anyone there, Frank stays around. It says, the wealthy man who owned the Riddle house these days neither lived there nor put it to any use. They said in the village he kept it for tax reasons, which I think is funny because it says that no one knew what those were. It says nobody was very clear about what those might be, and I feel like that's always the case. You always hear that it's like, oh yeah, for taxes, and it's like, I don't understand how that works.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a whiteboard and some markers and a lot of time and explain it to me like I'm 5 years old.
Yeah. But so Ben, question.
Yeah.
Do you think the wealthy man who owns the Riddle house is Lucius Malfoy?
It's what I wrote down.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, the strangest thing about it is certainly the fact that the very next sentence is the wealthy owner continued to pay Frank to do the gardening. So it's like it seems super unlike Lucius to do such a thing.
Yeah.
But like at the same rate, it hasn't been unlike like Lucius was basically one of Voldemort's chief lieutenants. He was entrusted with the diary and potentially many other of Voldemort's old dark objects.
Right.
Per the raids on the Malfoy
Manor. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's certainly some argument to be made that this would be like an assignment that Voldemort would have put forth to Lucius.
You would think too that maybe Voldemort would like want to keep tabs on the house because it was the location of a murder. Like he wouldn't want like Dumbledore like rummaging around or like learning. He wouldn't want like anyone else maybe learning the history,
right,
or something,
right? Like discovering like what might be connected there,
right? Like keep it in house. Like you've got money, buy that house, change nothing. Don't let it look suspicious.
Don't look suspicious.
Don't look suspicious.
So what do you think, though? I mean,
it makes sense to me that Lucius Malfoy is the one who owns it because he doesn't like need anyone to live in it. He doesn't want to like go there.
Right.
Like then Voldemort because Voldemort also has that like magpie like behavior where it's like he doesn't like his Muggle family in any way, but it is like a big house that is like he did come from there.
Right.
Either way.
Right. Yeah.
He's special.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's almost like this big prominent place. It's like does it end up being like a trophy of his in a way that like whether or not it's supposed to be a symbol of his importance because it's big and showy and expensive, or more of a symbol of like his dominance having defeated them.
And it's like people. As much as he might want nothing to do with the Muggle half of his heritage, like he still remembers this house exists and he does use it as a safe house.
That is
true.
Which,
it's not like, and if otherwise anyone had inhabited it, not that that would have been a problem for him. I'm sure he just would have killed them anyway.
Sure.
But it would have been a lot harder to not have like more suspicion raised about it.
Right. Yep, of course. So anyway, yeah, the wealthy owner does continue to pay Frank, who is now nearing his 77th birthday.
Oh, that means I'm sure we could math out exactly how old he was when the first time it happened, right?
Yeah, 1994 minus 77.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm pulling out my calculator because my brain doesn't feel like doing mental math today.
That sounds good to me.
Let's see here. So
well, but that'd be like when he was born.
That's true. That would be when he was born. Yep. Okay, so 1994.
Like minus 52, I guess.
Okay, yeah. So that would make him 25 years old. To the dot.
Okay.
Would be approximately when this incident took place, which would pretty much make sense because that would have been you'd need to be 18 to go to war, be in war for some period of time, work at the Riddle household for some period of time prior to this happening because it's not like Frank was just hired. So yeah, I could totally see that.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, sounds good to me.
At the very least, it doesn't disprove anything that we've assumed so far.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. It does say though Frank was nearing his 77th birthday. Very deaf. I just highlighted that because it's hilarious. I don't even feel like that line should have been included because Frank is going to go on in this chapter to overhear a whispered conversation from down the hall and through a door with crystal clarity.
Yes, he does a remarkably good job here.
Really good ears for a deaf guy.
Right. Yeah. So it doesn't seem like that description ends up being true at all.
Not even at all.
But we'll continue.
Yep.
It does say his bad legs stiffer than ever, but could still be seen pottering around the flower beds in fine weather. I just think the pottering
of it all. Yes, indeed.
Well, there's no mistake there, right?
Yep. Even though the weeds were starting to creep up on him, try as he might to suppress them. I just highlighted that because I felt like it was really relatable. As, you know,
as a gardener.
As a gardener myself, it's like you can get out there, you can spend three hours pulling all those weeds, and you look out and you're like, yeah, I did it. And then like 1 week later, they're like, hey, guess what? We're back.
Right. No, it's true. Weeds are a difficult thing to overcome.
They are.
The thing that I think is kind of interesting is like it sounds like Frank is kept on. The house is in a serious state of disrepair. It's going to say that Frank had to contend with the boys from the village who made it the habit of throwing stones through the windows of the Riddle house. There were their bicycles over the lawns that Frank worked so hard to keep smooth. It's like there's a little bit of like a contradiction type thing going on right here. Like I'm imagining like a meticulously well-kept landscape juxtaposed up against like a terribly derelict mansion.
I think it's exactly what it is.
Yeah,
because it's like going to say later that it's like when he goes in the house to start investigating Voldemort, that like this is the first time he's set inside the house in like forever.
Yes, yeah,
so it's
years
like he's
and
definitely
years
not repairing the house itself.
No,
Yeah.
just strictly outside.
Strictly outside the house.
Yeah. So
what a weird project for him.
I know. It's like what keeps you going, Frank?
I know. I think he's just like I just like being by myself, and that's basically it.
The routine.
The routine of it all. It's good for him, I guess. But he believes like that the reason that the boys do this, that they're tormenting him, is because like their parents and grandparents, they thought him a murderer, which is just one of those things like the lie never ends.
Yep.
You know, it's like that was true then and that's true now, which honestly, I feel like there is, I mean, this is just getting into my own personal headcanon here, but it to me rings like there's a truth about Salazar Slytherin that we don't know.
Yes.
You know, like it's always sort of our belief that like Voldemort's entire belief system is based on like this whole pure blood thing, but like even that's a sham.
Right.
Like we don't know the full truth about Slytherin leaving the other three, but the lie has persisted.
That has always been one of the things when I think about the Founders series, is that I feel like you could get into so much about those characters and what they stood for, what they represented, what they were up against, their gifts and challenges and all the rest. But nothing is more crushing than the conclusion of the series, which is the information that Slytherin was this pure blood mania person, and it's like no, he wasn't. And yet it's like there's nothing. It's like you can't stop time. You can't stop the inevitable. It's like, we know what happens 1,000 years later. We know his legacy. And it's like, it's devastating to think that like Godric's best friend, you know, like they all went through all this together. They were the best of friends.
The best of friends.
And somehow, some way, his legacy will just be absolutely destroyed. In the aftermath of whatever transpires.
Right, and it will basically take until Harry defeats Voldemort for any sense of the lie to start coming undone.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So that is the that I feel that is the tragedy of Slytherin.
Yes.
I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
So moving back on to Frank here, though, it says that so when Frank awoke one night in August and saw something very odd at the old house, he merely assumed that the boys had gone one step further in their attempts to punish him. I highlighted the phrase "one night in August" because we know that Harry is going to be looking in on this entire scene, which means that we are missing Harry's birthday altogether.
Oh, we are. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah. So normally it seems like that's included.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember if Prisoner. I feel like he's got like the. When is it? Maybe it's in this one that that Dudley's on like the grapefruit diet.
Oh yeah,
and
yeah.
he's got like all the cakes
hidden
stashed
away. Yeah, increasingly stale cake. Yeah.
Yes, but I feel like otherwise we normally get a glimpse at Harry's birthday, because that's always sort of like a marker of like, okay, and the new year begins and Harry is a year older and let's go.
Yeah. Yes, I think you're right. But so what the boys have done this time, apparently, to punish Frank, is they had started a fire. And it says Frank had no telephone, which I just highlighted. Like, why? What do you mean? You don't have a telephone at all?
In 1994?
In 1994, you don't have a telephone, and you haven't been in. It's not like, oh, Frank doesn't have a telephone, but that's okay. If he really needs to make a call, he just goes up to the house and uses that one. It's like Frank just has no telephone at all. Just at all.
Right.
It's just wild. I can't. It's like that. That's like okay, if you say so. And in any case, he had deeply mistrusted the police. That makes a little bit more sense. I almost wish he had a telephone and just chose not to use it because he just mistrusted the police.
Which I think is something you could certainly then understand. It's just sort of like, it's like, I had a bad experience. So like, that's not really who I look to for aid in this particular situation.
Yep. But it's also just sort of a theme throughout all of Harry Potter that like the authorities are always like hard to trust.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Yes, indeed. There is one tiny little note here that I want to catch before we flip the page. But it just says, judging by the flickering quality of the light, they had started a fire. And this will come back in a minute, but he is going to be surprised that the fire is in the grate.
Right.
Yes. Which I think is funny because it means that in this, like, when he eventually gets there and realizes the fire is in the grate, it means that what he thought happened was they had started a fire somewhere else.
That they just like lit the house on fire.
Exactly. Yeah. It's like in that case, it's like, you definitely need to call someone.
I know. And like, instead of calling anyone, his is like, I'll just go on up inside the house that's burning.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's fine. Totally cool. But anyway, so he instead decides, he's like, I got to go yell at some kids. Gets fully dressed, removes a rusty old key from its hook by the door. So the cook was right. He did have a key right there. She was not mistaken on that front. Let's see. It says the front door of the Riddle house bore no sign of being forced. That's because it was opened by magic.
Right. Or Lucius leaves a key under the mat.
Yeah, or that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Frank limped around to the back of that. It's interesting that isn't assigned to Frank because, like, how do the boys get in? You know? If, like, the door is locked, how'd the boys get in?
I have no idea.
Exactly.
That's a good point.
Yeah, he does. This is of no concern to him.
Maybe they're magical boys.
They're magical boys, exactly. Yeah, let's see. He limped around to the back of the house until he reached the door, almost completely hidden by ivy, took out the old key, put it in the lock, and opened the door noiselessly, to which I'm just calling BS on. Noiselessly.
Noiselessly.
You have a rusty key and a door that's covered in ivy on a over 100-year-old house? Like, that is the creakiest door on God's planet, you know?
Yes, yeah. No, it's like, I mean, I have a house that is nearing 100 years old, and no doors open without noise.
This is a creaky door.
It's a creaky door.
It's like he doesn't take care of the house. He's not got like a can of WD-40, like spraying on. It's like, you know what? I'll spray the hinges, but keep the ivy.
How much would you have loved that if he was wearing like cargo pants and just had a can of WD-40 in his pocket?
I would love it. It wouldn't even put it past Frank. He reminds me of our like grandpa.
I agree.
I know.
100%.
He's just sort of like, well, I better go get my tools. I could just see him like living down in like the tool shed, being like, yeah, I got all my stuff. I don't
He's
need
just
anything
pottering
else.
around.
I got things to do all day, and I have like a little fix for everything. But no, that's not the case. He's got his rusty key and noiselessly enters the house. He let himself into the cabiner's kitchen. Frank had not entered it for many years, which it's like surprising to me. Like to me, like at some point, if this was me, I'd be like, I think I'm just gonna kind of like start living in the house. You know?
I mean, Frank, at least once you need to go spend the night in like the primary suite. Throw on your socks, slide around on the hardwood floors, have yourself a good old time, man.
Have yourself a good time. Because like the thing is, like the cook and the maid lived in the house. Like there are even if you didn't want to stay in the master bedroom, if you were content to be the help, there were rooms for the help in the house.
Living quarters.
It's almost weird that they had living quarters for some people in the house. They're like, no, Frank, the gardener stays out of the house. We're not barbarians, okay?
Right.
Come on. It's all just whatever. The Riddles are just cranky old people. Let's see. Then this is another interesting thing here. It says, blessing the dust that lay thick upon the stone because it muffled the sound of his feet. But like, this is interesting to me because wouldn't like Wormtail and Voldemort and Nagini have rustled the dust up some themselves?
You would certainly think so. Because, I mean, at bare minimum, it seems like he is about to go down a pathway that leads him directly to them.
Right.
So it stands to reason that someone else has already gone through here, unless it's just a house that has multiple configurations.
I mean,
maybe they came in through the mudroom, Jay.
Maybe, but the stairwell.
You
know?
Yeah.
I guess I don't know. He's missing some clues here. The door wasn't already forced, and yet somebody's in there. He's like, there's the floor is covered in dust, and yet people must have walked on it.
Right.
Yeah. There's that. But otherwise, he's basically being a total ninja, despite having a stiff leg and walking on what has to be the creakiest floorboards ever.
Right.
In this house. But nope, total ninja. Muffled by the dust on the floor. Sure, if you say so.
Right, and then several feet from the entrance of the door, he was able to see a narrow slice of the room beyond. So he's several feet away from it.
Yes.
The fire he now saw had been lit in the grate. This surprised him.
Right. Surprised him, meaning he thought the fire was not in a grate. He thought the house was on fire and decides to go inside of a burning house.
Why not?
Why not? Totally fine. Totally fine. There we go. Then he stopped moving and listening intently. And this is where you're like, remember, don't forget he's deaf, but he's going to be able to hear this whispered conversation from several feet away from a nearly closed door.
No problem.
Next to a crackling fire.
Yep.
No problem.
The voice sounded timid and fearful. There's a little more in the bottle, my lord, if you are still hungry.
That's going to be Wormtail talking.
Yeah, that's going to be Wormtail talking. Yeah. And I also have a big question here, Jay. What kind of bottle are we imagining? Is this like a brewski beer bottle? Is it like a baby bottle? Like, I mean, we are going to get word that like Wormtail will need to milk Nagini, and that he's being fed by bottle. And it's kind of like, I feel like even though I know milking Nagini means like extracting venom from her fangs,
right?
It's like, it's not lending you at least to a slightly comical situation where Wormtail is feeding Voldemort from a baby bottle.
A baby bottle. That's what I would like to imagine. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. And but Voldemort responds later, which are Voldemort's first words on page since Philosopher's Stone.
Wow, how about that?
Yeah.
You know, this reminds me a little bit of later on in the graveyard where his first words will be robe me, Wormtail. It's like we're really not having good entry points where the first thing that Voldemort says is like, cool.
Yeah. It's just like, later. I'll drink more later.
I'm full on my bottle for now.
Nonetheless, the voice, the way that Frank hears it, it says, it was strange that I pitched as cold as a sudden blast of icy wind. And it's like, this is not the only time we're going to hear this, is that like, it says something about that voice made sparse hairs on the back of Frank's neck stand up, which is interesting. This is like, is it like actually cold when he talks?
I know. Yeah, you're right. Like, or is it like the sound is so like cold in nature,
right?
That it's causing that to happen, because this idea of kind of having like the hair stand on your back of your neck could kind of come from either stimulus.
Yeah.
I also, just for funsies, I like the fact that it says sparse hairs.
Yeah.
It could have just said made the hair on the back of Frank's neck stand up, but instead we know that they're sparse.
They're sparse hairs.
Yeah,
I think that's the last time we're going to hear about like Frank's bodily hair. Got a lot of weird details about Frank here.
We're learning tons about this man.
Yeah. But so Frank turns his right ear towards the door, the better to hear, because remember, he's deaf and can't hear anything except everything.
Right.
Yeah.
But he also overhears Voldemort say, "Move me closer to the fire, Wormtail," which I just bring up because Voldemort is using Peter's Marauder nickname.
Yeah.
Which is just kind of an interesting choice.
I know, like I guess he renamed himself from Tom Riddle to Voldemort, so
Peter was like, it's like, "What's your name?" It's like, "Well, it was Tom, now it's Voldemort."
Yeah.
"How about you?" "Well, it was Peter, but now it's Wormtail."
Wormtail.
And Voldemort looks at him, he's like, "You know that's not a school, right?"
Right. He's like, "Well, my friends call me Wormtail," and he's like, "We're not friends.
We're not friends. I don't have friends.
I don't have friends. Not a chance. Not a chance at all." But he does call him that anyway. Also, just worth pointing out, as for the dust on the floor, it says Frank caught a glimpse of a small man, his back to the door, pushing the chair in place. He was wearing a long black cloak, which certainly would be dragging on the floor.
Yeah.
But just, whatever. But there's still dust. It's fine. Just, inconsistencies.
Yeah.
And now Voldemort starts asking Nike about Nagini. Where is Nagini? Which is the first mention of her, which is great. And I think this part is so funny to me. Wormtail's like, "I don't know. She set out to explore the house." And he says, "You will milk her before we retire, Wormtail." Which, first of all, gross. And he says, "I will need feeding in the night." Now, okay. So now what's actually happening here is that by milking, like Ben said, he means gathering venom from Nagini the snake. But no one in the world who says you need to milk something and feed me is thinking snake.
No.
Not at all.
Because reptiles famously don't produce milk.
They don't produce milk, no. So when you say milking, he says, "You will milk it." So this is just... Like, what does Frank think is happening here?
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, in Frank's mind, because Wormtail says she set out to explore the house, right? And that she needs milking for this man. So I'm like, does Frank think there's like a cow wandering around the house somewhere?
Just like, what?
Like, what? He's like, wait, what? How did I miss a cow downstairs?
Moo.
Moo. I know. I feel like what else is he supposed to think?
And I mean, not only is there a cow, but it's exploring the house.
It's exploring the house.
It's having a good old time.
It's just like, I'm going to go look around. Moo.
Moo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Moo, 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 moo.
Moo, moo, moo.
Yeah. Let's see here. He says that I will need feeding in the night, which just reminds me of raising a baby and the dream feed that you do.
The dream feed, yeah.
Which is basically like after you put your child to bed, you go and pick them up at some point in time.
I know.
Like, while they're still asleep,
I literally underlined that and said basically a baby.
Yeah, basically a baby. Yeah. The journey has tired me greatly. And then Wormtail is like, "My lord, may I ask how long we are going to stay here?" "A week," said the cold voice. "Perhaps longer."
Of course, by longer, he means like a year.
A year, yeah. Like kind of like a while.
Like a while.
To be completely H with you.
Yeah.
That's H for honest.
H for honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, not H for hot.
Right.
Yeah.
It would be foolish to act before the Quidditch World Cup is over. And at this point in time, you start to have another one of the kind of interesting Frank hearing things going on. It says Frank inserted a gnarled finger into his ear and rotated it, owing no doubt to a buildup of earwax. He heard the word Quidditch, which was not a word at all.
Yeah, I love that line.
Yeah.
Very funny, very funny. So here we have Frank, the deaf man with a lot of earwax.
And sparse neck hair.
And sparse neck hair. Still hearing great. Let's see. What is? Hold on, let me read what my next note is here.
Well, the next thing I have here is Wormtail responding, "The Quidditch World Cup, my lord." And it's like, they've been on this long journey together. They've been spending a lot of time together. It's been at least 2+ months since Peter has escaped and gone to Albania to find him. It's like, do you mean you guys went through the whole Bertha Jorkins incident? That whole thing. You traveled all the way here, and at no point in time you guys have covered this part of the plan?
Like, why we need to wait until the World Cup is over? Like, that hasn't come up at all? You're right. It's like, come on, guys. Like, Voldemort's really picky about what details he's sharing.
He is, yes.
But then he says, so that's his answer. And it's honestly probably just more for our benefit so that we, the reader, can get a little more clued in.
It's called exposition.
Exposition indeed.
Yes.
Yeah, right. But Voldemort gets to explain it to him in an extremely condescending way. He says, because, fool, every meddler from the Ministry of Magic will be on duty on the watch for signs of unusual activity, checking and double-checking identities, which I circled that because that is actually a huge hint. It means that someone's identity is in question. And if you were like a really avid reader when you first read this, that is like oh boy, someone's not who you think they are. And it's going to be like, it is so well placed in this book to like put that question mark over your head, because this book, unlike the Percy Weasley fake out in Chamber of Secrets, is going to give you umpteen million people to be suspect of.
Yes, it is indeed. Yeah. And I mean, it really is fascinating how many details are included in this first chapter of this book that like are prominent details for major plot points further on down the road, and you basically just let them like bleed right out of your ears.
You do. It is unbelievable how much you let them bleed out of your ears. And then, but to be fair, there's also at least one massive thing they keep talking about that doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
Yeah,
we'll talk
come back
about
to that. But also, not for nothing, he says they'll be checking and double checking identities, which they don't actually do any identity checks when we get to the World Cup. And the thing they're talking about doing is attacking Moody so that they can like steal his identity.
Right.
And I don't think Moody even goes to the Quidditch World Cup. So none of these concerns make any sense.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
They don't end up coming. But maybe they thought Moody was like a huge Quidditch fan or something.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Who's to say? I don't know.
He does have that super cool broom that's sort of like a lean back style versus like a ride forward style.
That's a movie only thing, Ben. I don't believe that for a second.
Jay, tell me how you feel about that broom.
I don't like that broom. I think that's like, I think Moody can ride a regular broom.
It reminds me of those motorcycles that have like the really, really comically tall handlebars.
Yeah.
Choppers? Like a chopper.
Yeah.
Reminds me of a chopper.
Yeah.
That's how he rolls. Let's see here. And so then this is where a little bit of Frank's experience in the military seems to be coming in, because he doesn't understand the words of Ministry of Magic, wizards, and muggles. Plainly, each of these expressions meant something secret, and Frank could think of only two sorts of people who would speak in code: spies and criminals.
Yeah. Oh man, I guess he's wrong though, obviously.
Yeah,
because he's not casting a wide enough net here to wizards.
Yeah. Come on, man.
Come on, dude.
You're leaving out a very important inclusion on that list.
It does, but I know he is. But then let's see. Wormtail is really concerned because he doesn't want to use Harry to do the plan. He just thinks it's too dangerous. They're going to get caught. He's going to be in trouble, which is, of course, Wormtail's main concern at all times. But so he's trying to talk Voldemort out of using Harry's blood for his revival. And he says it out loud. He says, "It could be done without Harry Potter, my lord." And I'm just going to highlight that because people always forget this line. They're like, no, it had to be Harry. And it's like, it did not have to be Harry.
Right, yes.
Yeah.
It only had to be Harry because Voldemort says it has to be Harry, because he's determined for it to be Harry.
Yeah.
But I do think literally on the very next page, Voldemort will confirm the phrase, "I could use another wizard," said the cold voice softly. That is true.
Yep.
And I don't know. I mean, it is kind of one of those things that I only would put such emphasis on it because I know how many comments we've gotten where people have brought this up. But it says it there.
Yeah. It says it there. Voldemort admits he could use a different wizard to come back.
Right.
And of course, it wouldn't really matter. Like, The thing is, Harry is protected from Voldemort pretty much no matter what. If Voldemort used another wizard's blood, then Lily's protection would just still be in place against Voldemort specifically.
True.
So if he tried to cast a spell, the same thing would happen. But if he uses Harry, all it really lets him do is physically touch him. If he, obviously he's still anchoring Harry to life now via the blood in himself.
Right.
So he can cast spells at him. He can touch him, but he's still anchoring him. So he's just already lost.
Yeah. Which, I mean, as per always, Voldemort is definitely like his own worst enemy. He like undoes everything all the time. He is
all the time.
He's in his own way.
Yeah. There's a nice line from Wormtail here who says, "My lord, I do not say this out of concern for the boy. The boy is nothing to me," which it's funny that he has to clarify this, but it's also not true because eventually that one moment of mercy from Harry will ring through to Peter and cause him that moments of hesitation, which then will cause him to be killed by Voldemort.
Yes, indeed. Yep. That is going back to Prisoner of Azkaban and the fact that Harry does not allow Sirius and Lupin to kill him after discovering that he was the one to betray the Potters.
Yeah. Then we get some, whereas the last book, Sirius was being incredibly vague for the sake of revealing that, Peter was alive and was Scabbers. Now we're going to be vague just to confuse the readers. Or it says, the thing could be done so much more quickly. And it's like, oh yeah, the thing. Your revival could be done so much more quickly. We could say that. But no, that'd be too easy for the readers to know what was coming, I suppose. And he says, I can disguise myself most effectively. That's talking about turning into a rat, which is interesting because even though Peter has this amazing ace in the hole ability, we will not see him use it again ever.
Yep.
The same way Lupin will never turn into a werewolf again.
Right.
Yep.
Sirius does turn into a dog, though.
Sirius turns into a dog. Try this one on for size. Fenrir Greyback, who you will hear as the most dangerous werewolf in all of werewolves, will never be a werewolf on page.
Never.
Why
we don't get a battle between Fenrir and Lupin at the Battle of Hogwarts in werewolf form is beyond me.
I can't believe
it would be epic.
I can't believe when the Snatchers collect Harry, Ron, and Hermione, he's not in werewolf form.
Like, do you think he would be like coherent enough?
I think they could Wolfsbane him some potion. Voldemort could be like, man, make Fenrir the Wolfsbane potion, Snape, and Snape would have to do it. And
so I guess that's true.
Yeah, he could do it.
It just would have been worth having it happen at any point in time.
It would just be so scary to have him like lucid as a werewolf.
Yes, it would.
Doing stuff. Like, I'd believe they could capture Harry, Ron, and Hermione that way,
Right. Well, because even under that premise, Lupin says that like his mind is his own when he's taking like the Wolfsbane potion, but he's still transformed. But the problem is that Fenrir, even in human form, has a pretty vicious way of acting.
Exactly. Like he says, he like positions himself when he's in werewolf form near who he wants to bite, just so he's like I've got a pretty good chance at getting them after I transform, just because I'm nearby.
Right.
But like, if he took the Wolfsbane potion, like Lupin takes it so that he can like curl up and be safe. But like Fenrir could take it so that he could be even more dangerous.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah. So that we miss Fenrir in werewolf form is beyond me. But it doesn't happen, nor does Lupin transform again, nor will Peter transform again.
That's a change that if they wanted to do in the HBO series, like 10 years from now when we finally get to the last installment.
Yeah.
If you want to have a battle between werewolves at the Battle of Hogwarts, I'd be all for it.
Absolutely. If you want to have Fenrir like destroying Lavender Brown and then Lupin tackles him off her, it's too late, and then, he dies too, go for it.
Go for it. Yeah.
Because he dies anyway.
Permission granted.
We got to have some, may as well get a cool battle out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever. Back to the book. And then Voldemort pretends to agree. I could use another wizard. That is true. And Wormtail's his sense of relief. He's just like, oh, my lord, it makes sense. Laying hands on Harry Potter will be so difficult. He's so well protected. Which I think is funny for Wormtail to say because you slept next to him for 3 years.
You were right there, man.
You were so well positioned to do something about Harry Potter and you just did nothing.
Right.
Yeah.
But this is where you learn almost right away that Voldemort is completely onto him. This is like the Legilimens ability at hard work. It said, could the suggestion of abandoning the plan be nothing more than an attempt to desert me? My lord, I have no wish to leave you at all, none at all. Do not lie to me, hissed the second voice. I can always tell, Wormtail. You are regretting that you ever returned to me. I revolt you. It's like, well, that's understandable, but yes. He has basically hit the nail clean on the head. And then Voldemort does go on to further say, your devotion is nothing more than cowardice. This is something that Sirius has basically pointed out in the last book in the Shrieking Shack, like word for word. Like, he's like, I mean, you never did anything that didn't like benefit you.
Oh yeah. And it's like interesting to note that it means like Voldemort is correct. Like, so he says like the boy is nothing to me or whatever. And it's like, I suppose even that maybe that is true, but he says could the suggestion of the plan be nothing more than an attempt to desert me? And like, that must be true. Like, Wormtail is trying to abandon Voldemort because Voldemort knows he's lying.
Yeah.
You know, so like, it's interesting that that's true. I love the language he uses with him, though, where he says, you're regretting you ever returned to me. I revolt you. I see you flinch when you look at me. Feel you shudder when you touch me. It's like, what are you guys dating now?
I know. Yeah. It's like, you could easily just like convert this into a sitcom between two new roommates.
Oh man, yeah, it's a weird situation. Like, what does Frank think he's overhearing?
I know. Yeah, it's like, what? Who are these people?
I know. What is going on in that room? But yeah, you're right. That like everything he says, like, is just like Sirius is completely correct in the Shrieking Shack.
Yep.
But he says, "How am I to survive without you? And I need feeding every few hours. Who is to milk Nagini?" Which is like how am I to survive without you? Like, he can't actually die at this point, so. You know, you'll survive pretty much no matter what.
Yeah. But it does sound like, I mean, the very next thing that Voldemort says is, let's see here. A few days alone will be enough to rob me of the little health I have regained under your clumsy care. Silence!
Yeah.
So it sounds like whatever this like sort of a baby-like state, the kind of like primitive form that they've been able to get Voldemort stashed into is sort of like it's requiring a fair bit of upkeep to maintain.
Sounds like having to be, fed snake venom every few hours, basically.
Right.
Yeah. Which I think is probably contributing to why when he is reborn, he looks like a snake.
I would agree with you. Yeah. That's like a big, it's a big question as to whether or not like Voldemort, when he was last reigning, like when he attacked the Potters, like, did he just look like a man?
Right. Did he like, that is the thing. Like when he attacked the Potters, like, did he have hair? Did he have a nose?
The hair thing is what
I know
trips me out the most.
I know. Maybe he had hair, maybe not. I feel like he had a nose.
Right. Yeah, I think he would have had a nose.
Yeah.
He would have had a nose.
Yeah.
I think the slits are more of like part of the transformation.
The slits are more part of the transformation. It seemed like he used to have like the red behind his eyes, and when he comes back, he just has red eyes. Yeah, so it's like all of that. But I think he looked more like a man when he attacked Harry, and when he comes back, he looks more like a snake. But anyway, so Voldemort goes on to explain to Wormtail that he has his reason for using the boy, which is to get underneath the sacrificial love, which I'm surprised he doesn't just tell Wormtail what the reasons are, because when the Death Eaters come back, he's going to explain it in detail to all of them as a crowd, but not to the guy who's helping him get there.
Right, yeah. I wonder if that's just like the lack of respect that Voldemort has for Wormtail, even at all. It's just like, I'm not going to give you the reason. I will tell my true followers.
Yeah, that does. You're right, actually. It is just a level of disrespect. But then you do get to see like the way in which Voldemort thinks right here. He says, I've waited, like Wormtail's saying, like, we could do it so much faster. We could probably have it in like 2 days you could be back. And he says, no. I've waited 13 years. A few more months will make no difference. And this is like how Voldemort thinks, because he interprets himself as immortal, and immortality is very patient.
It is, yeah. I think that's like one of the big things you can never underestimate about his approach to things. It's like he's not in a huge hurry because his intention is to live forever. So like, if 2,000 years from now he looks back on taking 15 years to accomplish his goal, it's like, well, whatever.
Yeah, whatever. Here I am.
Yeah. It was it was a lot of work in the beginning, but now I'm 2,000 years old.
Right, exactly. And I'm still going strong, and I still rule the world or something, whatever he's trying to do.
Right.
Yeah. Let's see. So it says, all that is needed is a little courage from you. Courage you will find unless you wish to feel the full extent of Lord Voldemort's wrath, which is a weird threat coming from a guy who said that if you left, I would lose all the strength I had.
It's a weird argument, that's for sure.
He's like, yeah, I have no strength. I mean, pretty strong. I could like really destroy you right now, but like almost no strength. You know?
I could bench press 225, no problem.
No problem. Yeah, you don't even want to see how angry I could get at you, Wormtail. I will destroy you. I'm pretty weak.
I'm pretty
don't leave.
weak.
Please don't leave. I'm very weak. I need feeding in the night. I'm a baby. I will kill you.
Where is my bottle?
Where is my bottle? Bring it to me now, or feel my wrath. But please don't leave.
But please don't leave.
Yeah.
Also, I hate you.
Also, I hate you. Yeah, that's kind of what this conversation feels like.
Right.
Yeah. Oh my god!
It reminds me of this one obscure quote from the movie School of Rock where the little boy goes, "You're tacky and I hate you."
Yeah.
Voldemort says that to Wormtail.
Voldemort says that to Wormtail. Almost for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's see. But Wormtail continues to like try and convince him, try and talk some sense into him. Says Bertha Jorkins' disappearance will not go unnoticed for long, and if we proceed, if I murder, now this is the thing that like there's all these things that are going to kind of drip out of your head, but Wormtail says, if I murder, who is he talking about? Right? Like they are going to continue to talk about a plot to murder somebody as part of the plan to get to Harry. There is no person.
Yeah, it says, "Come, Wormtail, one more death and our path to Harry Potter is clear."
Right.
And I don't know. So I highlighted this as well. I underlined it and I wrote a note next to it that was just like, is this Moody? Like, is the original objective like the plan is already in place to impersonate Moody, and someone inside of the plan just doesn't know yet that you can't polyjuice someone who is dead? And so it's like, because I mean, they keep Moody alive because they need to continue to polyjuice off of him,
right?
And so like that is the basic reason, but maybe at this point in time, like that's the only key plot for someone who is going to be a victim of their actions prior to Cedric, who they couldn't possibly predict.
No, I know, and like Barty Crouch Sr. will die at the hands of Barty Crouch Jr. Like someone else will die, but it's like that wasn't part of the plan.
It's also not instrumental in enacting the plan.
I know.
Either.
It's like it is. As I'm thinking about it, it's like it's possible they are still talking about Barty Crouch Sr. at this point, right? Because Bertha Jorkins knows that Barty Crouch Jr. is at the house.
Let's see. Yeah, because what we will eventually know is that Bertha Jorkins went to the Crouch household to deliver some papers, and upon entering the house, discovers that Barty Crouch Jr. is alive. Barty Crouch Sr. is the one who comes in and erases her memory
of that,
of that particular instance. And this is part of like why like Bertha is so like kind of, you know, squiggly, I guess, so to speak, despite the fact that Sirius is also going to say that even in high school or during her time at school, she was an idiot.
Yeah.
But
well, you know what? I was gonna say like maybe it's possible they meant we have to kill Barty Crouch Sr. so that we can free Barty Crouch Jr. And what happens is they don't have to do that because Barty Crouch Jr. just sort of breaks free of his own accord
during the
Quidditch World Cup. But that's not the case either, because what he says is like, what is it? Wormtail says, if we proceed, if I murder, and he says, come Wormtail, one more death on our Harry Potter is clear. I am not asking you to do it alone. By that time, my faithful servant will have rejoined us. So they're not doing it to free the faithful servant. They are anticipating him already being with them.
Yeah.
So I don't know who they're talking about here because they don't kill anybody else. The only other person they're targeting is Moody, and by all accounts, they overpower him and could easily kill him, but don't.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I come back to the idea that it seems like such a boring explanation is we didn't realize that we couldn't polyjuice him, but we read the textbook and we're like, oh, shoot.
Yeah, but in the meantime, it just becomes really this is really misleading to the reader.
Right.
Because it doesn't seem like this is part of the plan. And it's not explained away.
Right. And alternatively, it also can't be Harry because Harry is like only to be killed by Voldemort. So it's not like he is suggesting here, like, Peter, you're you're going to, along with my faithful servant, have to kill Harry.
Well, he says one more death and our path to Harry is clear.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's not Harry. I don't know who they're talking about. except possibly Moody, who obviously they decide not to kill, even though they really could have.
I am looking forward to the comments where somebody is like, guys, it's so and so, and it's gonna be like, oh,
no, that comment's not gonna happen.
No.
Nope.
Okay. All right. Well, it sounds good. Well, then let's see here. As we move forward, though, yeah, we get the line that says, by that time, my faithful servant will have rejoined us, and then Wormtail is like, I am a faithful servant.
Yeah.
Then,
As if he didn't just get accused of trying to desert him.
Right? Yeah, like 1 page ago.
Accurately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wormtail, I need somebody with brains.
Yeah.
Somebody whose loyalty has never wavered, and you unfortunately fulfill neither requirement.
Oh, I found you. Now, you gotta feel like there's a little Gryffindor in him standing up for himself right here. It's like, oh, I found you. I brought you Bertha Jorkins. Which is good. So the Bertha Jorkin things is good suspense for the whole book, because whilst Harry is going to witness this entire conversation and remember it with clarity, he'll remember everything except that Voldemort killed Bertha Jorkins.
Yeah.
That name will elude him.
Yes, it will. And so we, the readers, are going to get to, despite the fact that we are told right here what happens to Bertha Jorkins, we will have however many pages, like 750 pages of whatever happened to Bertha Jorkins.
I know. It's like it's like either you remember it and you're like so frustrated that like you know what happened to her. It keeps Voldemort present because he's going to have this chapter and then not show up again until the very end, really.
Right.
Like Harry will have like one dream, I think, at some point where he realizes like, but who held the wand? Or whatever. But like otherwise, we're not going to see a lot of Voldemort. But this like is a way to keep Voldemort in front of you because you know that Voldemort killed her. And so every time they bring up Bertha Jorkins, it's like, yeah, they're not caring. And you're like, oh, if they just cared a little bit more.
Right.
You know,
Yep. That would get you somewhere.
That would do it. But so yeah, it creates good tension throughout the book here. But he says, that's true. A stroke of brilliance I would have not thought possible from you, Wormtail. Though, if truth be told, you were not aware how useful she would be. And he says, I thought she might be useful. And he says, liar. And it's like, but then why would he bring her to you?
I know.
Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, it's like he goes out to like a pub and he comes back and he's like, my lord, guess what I found? It's like, and who is she?
Who is she?
Like, well, I don't know, but maybe useful. And then it's like, okay, we do a whole bunch of magic and everything, and we discover that she is in fact useful. But like, Peter, you couldn't have known that.
Yeah, I don't think he could have known how useful she'd be, but I don't think it's like, why would he bring her to him if he didn't think she could be useful at all?
I know. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So now Voldemort, I think, is just being mean because he's like his own logic doesn't make sense here, as it rarely does. But then I love how he says, the information was invaluable. Without it, I could never have formed our plan, and for that, you will have your reward, one that many of my followers would give their right hand to perform, which is, it is so funny. He's punning him right now, man.
He really is. I mean, I have to imagine that that Voldemort is like, was anybody listening? Because that was so clever
like,
just now.
Right.
His right hand. One day.
One day you'll get the joke.
Right. Yeah. It's almost too bad that like there's not like a reason for, because I guess Voldemort as like the baby form or whatever is thrown in the cauldron by the time Peter has to cut his hand off eventually. But wouldn't it be like really funny if there was like a little bubble that was like hee hee?
That'd be great. He's like
Voldemort's just down there amidst all the bubbles and it's like that moment came.
I know.
He's giving his right hand.
I would love it if he was just like, here, Wormtail, put this note in your pocket. After you put in the bone, just take out the bone and then read the note, okay? Do it that order.
Do it in that order.
Just that, okay, you got it? Okay, cool. I'm so excited. Oh my god.
This is gonna be the best.
And Wormtail opens it and he's like, my right hand. Oh, I get it. Oh no.
Oh man, yeah.
Yeah, that would be hilarious. That's not what happens. Anyway, And then he says, "Really, my lord, what will the reward be?" And Wormtail says, "You don't want me to spoil the surprise." oh, the dramatics.
Oh man.
Oh, Voldemort. He's so theatrical, you know.
And then he says, "You will have the honor of being just as useful as Bertha Jorkins." To which I was like, high praise.
High praise.
Yeah,
high praise.
Because another person, let's see here, because at some point in time, Sirius will refer to her as an idiot.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's like, yay, get to be as important as Bertha Jorkins.
Yeah. So he says, "You're going to kill me too?" But no, he's not, obviously. He says, "I killed Bertha because I had to. She was fit for nothing after my questioning. Quite useless." So this is another interesting thing, is that like, despite just being a little baby form or whatever it is here, he is still able to kill Bertha. Like, he's still powerful enough to like cast Avada Kedavra.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's just sort of another example. Like, you get to see like his evaluation of what counts as like worth being alive, and it's like, if you have something to offer Voldemort, you're allowed to be alive, and if you don't, then
who cares?
Doesn't really matter.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And yes, then he goes on to say that wizards who are supposed to be dead would do well to not run into the Ministry of Magic,
which is at a wayside inn.
Yep. And then Wormtail muttered something that so quietly that even Frank, with his supersonic hearing, could not hear it. But it made the second man laugh, an entirely mirthless laugh, cold as his speech. Something that I like to think was something like ha ha ha.
Yeah.
That's how he laughs in Deathly Hallows, in case somebody didn't get that reference. But then Voldemort says, "We could have modified her memory, but memory charms can be broken by a powerful wizard. As I proved when I questioned her, it would be an insult to her memory to not use the information I extracted from her, Wormtail."
It is interesting too, because he's like he cannot let Wormtail have even a sense that he did anything right at any point ever. Where he's like, "I brought you Bertha Jorkins," and he's like, "Yes, she was very useful, but you really shouldn't have been running into people at all, should you?"
Right.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, but it was really helpful, wasn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
We got a lot out of that.
Yeah.
And the memory charm being broken thing, I think I mentioned this possibly earlier, but that's going to be undoing the memory spells that Barty Crouch Sr. had placed on Bertha Jorkins.
Yes, it is.
And that's the way that you're able to discover everything that's going on, that Barty Crouch Jr. is still alive.
Yeah. Yes. But so now Frank is starting to he's starting to become like a lot more afraid. He's like, "Oh my gosh, the man with the cold voice had killed a woman," which is interesting because he has no idea that it's the same guy, the same teenager he saw like all those years ago.
That's true.
You know, but it is.
Yep. That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point. So he's literally encountered this exact person before.
Yes, he has. And he's seen them murder or not seen them do it, but like suspected them of doing it. So he's starting to catch on that he's pretty dangerous. I love this line. It says, "And he was planning more murders." This boy, Harry Potter, whoever he was, probably not important.
Yeah.
Who was that kid?
Read a book.
Come on, man. There's like 7 of them. You're in one.
Yeah. You're in one.
Yeah. Nah, you're in one. Yeah.
You
best start believing in ghost stories, Miss Swan. You're in one.
We're jumping all over the place today.
Oh man, I think it might be time for a Pirates rewatch, if I'm being honest.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
But yeah, now Frank has finally reached the point where he's like, okay, now I need to go to the police. He would creep out of the house, head straight for the telephone box in the village.
Not one in the house.
Not one in the house.
Yes, there's not one in the house. Although maybe you just don't want to go downstairs and run into the roaming cow.
Right.
Yeah. Moo. Yeah. Exactly. Seems probably pretty deadly. But yeah, so I wonder how it would go if he managed to do this. Like, if the police show up at the house, like, then they're just all dead, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all dead.
Yeah.
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 Not gonna do anything.
So then we get a double down here, though. Voldemort says, "One more murder. My faithful servant at Hogwarts, Harry Potter, is as good as mine."
Again, one more murder. What are you talking about?
I know, yeah. They're really a big setup for something that doesn't happen.
Yeah, it is. But quiet, I think I hear Nagini. He was hissing and spitting without drawing breaths. That's him speaking Parselmouth. Which is also kind of interesting. It's like that you speak Parselmouth out loud. Like, snakes don't have ears, that they can't really hear stuff. It's just like interpreting the vibrations in the air, I guess. Right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. But I guess that's how it works.
It must be.
Or magical snakes can hear them, or through magic they can hear it, I guess. I don't know.
Something of the sort?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I think through magic.
I think it has to be through magic,
That's
because it's not like Harry, because Harry loses the ability. afterwards. It's not like, yeah. So I think it is through magic. But yeah, so now we get a first good description of Nagini, a gigantic snake, at least 12 feet long. Boy, Frank is in a real bad spot right now. He says, stared at its undulating body, cut a wide curving track through the thick dust on the floor. So not how it's depicted as like a waveform crawling like a, I don't know, like a worm or something, like an inchworm.
Yeah. The inchworm idea is kind of like, it's kind of like,
Good. Yeah. Like an accordion on the ground.
Right,
Yeah. So what was he to do? The only means of escape was into the room where the two men were plotting murder. And if he stayed where he was, the snake would surely kill him, which is like, yep, that is exactly the situation you are in, sir.
Yeah, it has become what they refer to as a lose-lose.
Yeah, you are in a bad spot, dude.
Yes.
And so he even catches on. Like, he's like, he's starting to accept some things. Like, he's visited by a strange idea that this man could talk to snakes. So it's like, actually, that's a pretty good guess for someone who doesn't know about magic at all.
Right, yes. Yeah. Piecing the bits together rather quickly.
Yep. And he says, he wanted nothing more than to be back in his bed with his hot water bottle. Which is like, poor guy.
I know. It's like a 77-year-old's version of like a teddy bear going on here. It's like, I just want to be back in my bed.
I know. He's like, oh man, shouldn't have come up to the house.
Darn it. I haven't been here in years, and the one time I return.
I know. The one time I come up here, I die. Yes. So he said, so now Nagini is talking to him, says, according to Nagini, there's an old muggle standing right outside this room listening to every word we say. It's like, Frank must hear him say that, and he is like, uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy. Things are bad. And like immediately Wormtail goes to check on it, and he's like, invite him inside, Wormtail. Where are your manners? So polite, Voldemort,
Always.
The formalities must be observed.
Oh, nailed it. Yeah,
yes,
like in dueling.
Yes, in dueling with Harry. Yeah. So let's see. I love the description of Nagini here, that she is curled up on the rotting hearth rug like some horrible travesty of a pet dog.
What a visual.
What a visual indeed. Like, so creepy. Let's see. The fire is the only source of light in the room, casting the long, spidery shadows on the wall. And so he starts talking to him, says, you heard everything, Muggle. And let's see. For now, that he was inside the room, the time had come for some sort of action. He felt braver. It had always been so in the war. Which, like, good for Frank. He's not just going to, like, cower down and die.
Yeah, I agree with you. This is where I think sort of like the Gryffindor vibes are coming through in Frank a little bit, where he's much more defiant all of a sudden. It's sort of like, and I think that this actually happens in real life. Like, the anticipation of something bad can be the worst part, but sometimes, like, when you're facing it down, it's like, okay, here we go.
We go.
Now is when the bravery finally kicks in.
And he gets he gets kind of clever here. He says, I don't know what you mean by wizard, but he says, I'll tell you this too. My wife knows I'm up here, and if I don't come back, which is like, it's a pretty good little lie.
Yeah,
just come up with on the spot. Like, oh yeah, guess what? Like, so there's someone else you're gonna have to worry about. But now, don't forget here that at this point, Voldemort is still not facing Frank. There is no eye contact happening between the two. And Voldemort is still very easily able to read his mind from, like, behind the chair. Hasn't even looked at the guy yet. He says, you have no wife. Nobody knows you're here. You told nobody you were coming. Do not lie to Lord Voldemort, Muggle, for he knows. He always knows. Except for Snape, of course.
Except for Snape, who does successfully hoodwink him forever and ever.
But this must just be so easy for Voldemort to be reading his mind. Like, he has no defenses, no magical ability to withhold the information. He's just combing through him like an open book.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. And let's see here. Then Frank is, I do sort of like this response. Frank has some nice moments right here at the end.
He's got some spunk, yeah.
Lord, is it? Well, I don't think much of your manners, my lord.
Oh, he's taunting him.
Turn around and face me like a man, why don't you?
Oh, and his response is so good. He says, but I am not a man, Muggle. It's like, oh, that's scary.
It's like, uh-oh.
What do you think he's going to turn around? I am much, much more than a man.
Spoilers, it's another cow.
It's a cow. Oh, no. However, why not? I will face you. Wormtail, come turn my chair around. He's like, oh, boy. Uh-oh. Here we go. Bad news. Yeah, you heard me, Wormtail. He does not seem like he wants to do it, but he does. And then says, and then the chair was facing Frank, and he saw what was sitting in the chair. His walking his walking stick fell to the floor with a clatter. He opened his mouth to let out a scream. He was screaming so loudly that he never heard the words. The thing in his chair spoke as it raised its wand. There was a flash of green light, a rushing sound, and Frank Bryce crumpled.
Yeah, so this is sort of like it's a really interesting way to paint this particular scene because again we've kind of got that like Azkaban guard Dementor situation going on where you need to set it up in such a way that this is not the moment that we are introduced to the words Avada Kedavra.
Right, exactly, because we're going to learn about that later.
We're gonna learn about it later, and we're gonna learn about it in a way that is like more meaningful than it would be like attached to like the death of Frank Bryce.
Yeah.
And so basically, yeah. So he was screaming so loudly that he didn't hear the words, but we will learn what those words.
We will learn what the words are, and we've been told about the flash of green light a bunch of times at this point in like Harry's Dementor memories, or like when he concentrates really hard at night, he can remember the flash of green light. So we know the flash of green light was present at like the attack on Harry.
Right.
And now we get much more of a sense of like what actually happened.
Yes.
That like, oh, he was casting a killing, like something that will kill you. It is a killing curse.
Yeah.
Because it says he was dead before he hit the floor. 200 miles away, the boy called Harry Potter woke with a start, which like, chills, man. It's a very good start.
Boom. I know.
Boom.
Yeah, so there we go. I mean, and it's a fascinating kickoff because I mean we are in I think one of only 4 chapters in the whole story that are not Harry centric.
Yeah, so I think because we have the very first chapter, The Boy Who Lived.
The Boy Who Lived.
That's from Vernon's point of view. We have this one, which is from like Frank/Voldemort's point of view.
Yep. And then we will end up having Spinner's End, and
Then I think this is the start of Deathly Hallows where they're like plotting about the 7 Potters. Right?
Maybe so.
I think so, because it like starts with the 2 Death Eaters entering Malfoy Manor.
Yeah,
Is that it?
yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it.
Yeah.
Yep. So, but anyway, I mean, it's Precious Few. I do think this is a particularly good one. I do think it's going to be very interesting, the way that even like Harry is going to sort of like react to the dream as we get into chapter 2 here, which is of course the Scar, which I'm looking forward to. So we get back to some Harry action.
We sure do. We sure do get back to some Harry action here. He's going to make a really weird decision in the next chapter, which I'm going to scream at him for.
Yeah, it'll be good times.
Yeah, it'll be good times. It's so annoying.
Yeah.
But whatever.
In the meantime, though, Jay, before we close out today's episode, do you have a review for us?
Oh, I sure do have a review. Let me open it up right here. This review is going to come from Ninja Nerd Girl.
Ninja Nerd Girl.
Maybe
how
she's
are
related
we?
to Frank, and all of his silent movings through the house.
Yeah, I bet so.
Yeah, she says, I can apparate now. Hey, brother, today's my 17th birthday. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
So I finally get to read Deathly Hallows. I just got past the Potter watch part, and I love this. Oh, she's just reading Deathly Hallows.
Oh, wow.
Mid-book. Oh, wow.
Man.
There's
okay.
so many plot twists, like the Deathly Hallows symbol, 2 of which I am wearing around my neck currently. I enjoyed this show since book 1, chapter 8. So here's my question. Why didn't the Golden Trio send Lee a letter to read to the Potter Watch listeners? It would make morale skyrocket and update their allies on their task, like Remus. Plus the added bonus of making Mrs. Weasley worry even more than she already is. What are you, anti-Mrs. Weasley?
So the idea here is Lee Jordan is hosting Potter Watch.
Yes.
And why wouldn't the trio send word to Lee just to be like, hey, Lee, we're out here.
We're out here.
We're
yeah.
alive.
We're
fighting.
alive. Yeah. I mean, for one, I don't think they really have a means of communication with almost anyone. Like they don't have Owl.
Hedwig.
Yeah, they don't have Hedwig anymore. Don't forget that Hedwig is dead. And they're not traveling like with an owl or anything like that. So they don't necessarily have a good means of communication anyway. Like maybe not impossible to track down an owl or something. But at the same time, I don't think you want to like nobody knows where they are at all.
Right.
And it's like that includes the Death Eaters.
Yep.
So it's like you don't want if here's the real reason why. If Lee goes on the air and says that he has gotten a letter from Harry Potter, then even though the radio show is protected by password, it's really not that hard to figure out who it is. You know, if anyone hears the show and hears that Lee has had contact with Harry Potter, Lee is dead.
Lee is definitely dead at that point in time.
Or
yeah.
tortured.
Or definitely. Yeah. And then unfortunately, then you have like a little bit of like a Longbottom situation. Well, maybe not even Longbottom situation, but like Lee is not going to know where he is.
Yeah,
so
Lee's also not going to,
He's not even going to be capable of giving up Harry if he's tortured, which would be terrible.
Right.
The other thing that I think is kind of interesting about it, and possibly based on where you're at in the story, could be kind of spoilery, so maybe just a small heads up on that front. One of the things that I really appreciate about what's happening outside in the greater wizarding world is that, granted, to be fair, it kind of seems like the Order of the Phoenix is losing for all intents and purposes. But I do always really like the fact that even without like a constant boost of morale, the defenders of Hogwarts have not lost their spirit. So Neville has done like a really good job, and Ginny, and the former members of the DA, of continuing to kind of like fight the good fight because they have unwavering faith in their cause.
Yeah.
And I think that that's even further demonstrated by like when Harry is brought back and is believed to be dead, with the conquering party after Voldemort, essentially supposedly defeats him in the woods. Neville still steps forward and he's like, so Harry's gone, but like we don't stop fighting because this is like what we stand for.
Right.
So not that it discredits your concept that it would improve morale. It's almost like cool to me that like despite the fact that there wasn't reason to have increased morale, all of these good people were still continuing to do the good thing.
Yeah. And it's honestly kind of like a a no news is good news situation.
True.
Where it's like the members of the order can take solace in the fact that Harry is still alive.
Right.
Because if he was dead, the Death Eaters would be parading around as loud as they could for the exact opposite reason, to just demoralize everybody.
Precisely. Yep. So if anything, it's almost surprising that they weren't even just doing that as like a false tactic.
It is. It is almost surprising.
We got him.
Yeah, we got him. He's
Harry's
out.
gone. Yeah.
Gone.
Yes, you're right. So I think even that is a very good point. Is the no news is good news. It's like it's just until someone starts celebrating,
Yeah.
We're still on.
We're still good. Over. Exactly. The war is still going. So I think that pretty much answers our question.
I believe so.
Day.
Yeah. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Thank you so much for tuning in, and thank you everybody for listening. Make sure you join us next week for Chapter 2, The Scar, here on Through the Griffin Door.
Today's episode was edited by Ethan Edghill. Vaishon Brandon does our art. Catherine Stein is our production manager, and the show is hosted by me and Jonathan Carlin.
Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the riddles inside the Goblet of Fire, Chapter 2, The Scar.
The Scar.
The Scar.
This episode, this chapter is the one that we did on our West Coast tour live from Los Angeles.
It is the one we did there. We rounded off the West Coast with this chapter.
Which was so exciting because it was like, oh my gosh, we're in Goblet, and then chapter 1 of Goblet is not really Harry centric.
Yeah.
But it's super action packed with details. And so then we were like, oh heck yeah, we finally get some Harry Potter action. And it's a bit of a recap chapter.
I mean, it's a recap chapter for sure. It's the last recap chapter.
Yes.
After this, Order of the Phoenix, there's no recap chapter. At that point, it's like, yeah, why'd you buy this book if you don't know what's up?
Right. If we're 5 installments in, you just got to know.
I think you just got to know at this point. We don't need to keep reminding you about things. So yeah, it's our last recap chapter. And I remember, we were going into LA, and I was like, oh my gosh, how this is like maybe the biggest city we've been at. Like it's the finale, and we just have like nothing happens.
I
like
know.
what are we gonna talk about? But then it was totally fine.
It was totally fun. So if there was ever a live show to tune into, if you're not a fan of the live shows, I feel like it's a great one because you can know in the back of your minds that Jay and I backstage before we went on were like, what are we gonna do? And then we did it, and it ended up being a phenomenal episode. So I'm excited for tonight. But speaking of reminders, it's a weak segue, but I'm seizing the moment as the opportunity to remind you guys that we do have that Through the Griffin Door handmade coffee mug available over at Carlin Brothers Mercantile for the holiday season.
Yes,
it's a very limited run. We brought it up last week, and you guys nearly swept the shelf.
Yes, so we do still have some left, but we are almost out. So if you want one, go get it.
Yes, be sure to go check it
but
out.
It's like our first real piece of merch that is Through the Griffin Door that is just available to everyone.
Yes.
Like we've had some merch at the shows and stuff like that, and we've had some like Patreon things, but like this is like our first real offering to the public, and it came out so good. It's just this big, sturdy, black mug.
Yes. And it's got like the Griffin knocker in the middle,
Yes.
and like a word from each of the book titles that go around it. So yeah, just really, really cool.
Yeah, really good. Holds 18 ounces. That's probably more coffee than you need, but you can fit that much in there. We've tested.
We did test it. Yes. I think the website says 14 ounces, but we tested it and it's 18.
It's
so
18, so don't be fooled. If you're like, I only drink 18 ounces of coffee.
You be rest assured,
Yeah.
things will be good. You know, the other really cool thing that we have on there is, and these are also now becoming rather scarce, but we did take some of our choice pages from books 1 and 2, and we put them inside of plaques.
Yeah.
So they are like the official pages from our books that have been like commemorated, you know, and those are also available.
Yeah, we were trying to pick like specific moments from the books, like, you know, the chapter 1, the boy who lived, like the title page.
Yes.
Or like the I am Tom Marvolo Riddle page. You know,
I think we've also got the chapter where we're introduced to Gilderoy Lockhart.
Oh yeah, with the Gilderoy. Or there's like he's on the chapter art for one chapter, and then another one is his. I think it's A Flourish and Blast, where he's the chapter art.
Yes.
It's
I mean,
fantastic.
it was pretty obvious.
Pretty obvious we had to do that one. Yes, indeed. All right, but anyway, let's talk about our chapter for the week. Chapter 2, The Scar. So at the end of the last chapter, Voldemort turns around in the chair, kills Frank Bryce, and it's such a strong emotion that he feels that 200 miles away, Harry's scar burns in bed, and it wakes him up. And it's sort of a weird moment for Harry because like his scar has not burned actually since like book 1, I think.
Has it been that long?
I think it's been that long. Like it happens in Philosopher's Stone, but it doesn't happen in Chamber of Secrets.
I guess if it did happen in Chamber, and it's funny that we didn't bring that up, but it's a good observation because it would make it so obvious that the snake was so directly tied to Voldemort.
Oh, to Voldemort, yeah.
You know, which is like in the end, the fact that Tom Riddle even is Voldemort is a huge reveal. But if his scar had been hurting all year, you would have been like, I think we can guess.
I think we can guess. But like it also, that's like a good consistency thing because if his scar hurt anytime he was near a Horcrux, it would just always hurt.
True.
Because he would be one.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So
yep.
that's a good. It's interesting that Horcrux, being near a Horcrux, doesn't activate his scar, but Voldemort himself does.
Voldemort
so
himself
it's like
does. Yes.
Only the piece of Voldemort Prime is what's connected to Harry, which makes you then wonder: do like does Nagini like burn or anything? Does she have a feeling whenever Voldemort's emotions are high?
Almost certainly.
You know, yeah.
You'd have to imagine. I mean,
Right.
She is formerly human.
Yeah.
For one, I guess there's the question of like when you create a Horcrux in a living creature, does it always create a curse scar, or is that just the particular instance where there's like the backfiring?
I think that the scar is from. I don't think it's the act of making a Horcrux. That's not what he was trying to do.
Yes. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's just sort of like where it happened to enter Harry's body through. But the other kind of interesting thing about the fact that Harry's scar is hurting in this particular instance, it's not just the pain itself, but this is the first time that I think he's actually had like the shared bond.
Yeah, like the vision.
Yes, where he's actually like seeing into, which is even kind of a little bit interesting because I mean Harry's dreams can oftentimes be a little prophetic, but this case it's not through the eyes of Voldemort. It's this like omniscient view of
the scene.
Yeah.
Which I think is kind of interesting.
It is, because he's not seeing. Yeah, you're right. He's not seeing through Voldemort, and he's not even seeing through Nagini. He's just sort of like a fly on the wall or something.
Yeah. So it's like you almost have to wonder a little bit: is there some other kind of prophecy-centered magic at play that is allowing that particular perspective, or like what's going on that is allowing like that view of the room? Because even through that whole chapter, it's kind of like the big reveal is finally like the chair being turned around and Voldemort being revealed to Frank.
And even as we're talking about it, I was like trying to wonder, like, well, is it possible that we, the reader, are being given the third point, like that point of view? Because like we also hear about like Frank coming up from the house and stuff.
That's true.
Like, which Harry certainly wouldn't have seen. I wouldn't think.
You wouldn't. Yeah, you wouldn't.
Yeah, like he'd have no like maybe from Harry's point of view, he did just like overhear the whole conversation and then kill. From the perspective of Voldemort. But I don't think that's true either, because I'm actually just like listening to Order of the Phoenix right now, and if that was the case, like when Harry sees Nagini attack Mr. Weasley, he feels like he's the one who did it.
Correct.
Right. And like I was the snake. I attacked someone. Voldemort's controlling me. He moved me somewhere else. And in this instance, he's not like, I killed a man,
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. I do think that's a good distinction to bring to the surface. So, kind of an interesting piece of magic. But I like your observation there that it's very likely that he's not seeing Frank wake up and go and warm up his hot water bottle.
Yeah, right.
And creep his way up to the house. Maybe he's only witnessing the pieces that Voldemort himself would have been available to be involved with.
Right. Whereas we, the reader, just get the full thing from like Frank's point of view.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. We can take that. I'm okay with that particular explanation.
Right. It's also, so let's see, it mentions too that it says, the old scar on his forehead, which was shaped like a bolt of lightning, which, like, yeah, we know. Come on, who doesn't know that?
It's like at this point in time, yeah. If you picked up any Harry Potter book, you must be aware of the lightning bolt.
You must be. But anyway, there it is. It says, was burning beneath his fingers as though someone had just pressed a white hot wire to his skin, which to me like makes it sound like it's actually hot to the touch.
Right. Like, is it physically hot, or is it like more like a burning sensation?
Yeah, or does it feel to him as if someone did that, in terms of like how it like feels on him? But like, are his fingers like, oh my god, that's hot?
Like hot to the touch.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I think I've always interpreted it more as like a searing pain. Like you and I both had surgery when we were kids. Where we had this like bar in our chest for a little while.
Yes, we did.
And I will sometimes like sneeze and have like a burning sensation like in my scars.
Yeah, if I do push-ups and have my arms at just the wrong angle or something, there's like a weird like, I can feel it. Yeah.
So that's what I've always imagined it more to be like, but I'm not totally sure. Do you have any reason to believe that this could be like magic?
Just that it says, I mean, I don't know. I just think I've always imagined it, like it's just like a feeling in his head, not that it physically like is hotter.
Right.
But it's described as was burning beneath his fingers as though someone had a white hot wire to his skin.
Yeah, you're right. That phrasing,
like it makes it sound like his fingers can feel the heat or something.
Right. The phrasing makes it sound like it's hot.
Yeah, but I guess it could just be he's feeling it and it's beneath his fingers, but his fingers don't feel it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I guess.
But then there's also, of course, that feeling of like waking up in the middle of the night from like a nightmare and you're just like drenched in sweat.
Yeah.
So it could just be like physiologically hot reacting to.
That's true too.
Witnessed.
Yeah. Let's see. But so anyway, he wakes up. Maybe it burns or not. Let us know what you think. Scar's still painful, and he just starts trying to like collect his thoughts. He stares in the mirror. Skinny boy 14 looked back at him. We said last time that it must be after Harry's birthday, so confirmation, it is.
Yep.
And
yeah, so that's another one of those like where it seems like typically his birthday is kind of like a big deal to the opening chapters of these books, because it's sort of like the end of July. It feels like it's almost always where we're picking up the saga.
Yeah.
And that's sort of like, okay, now we got like a brief runway, but we're never spending a whole lot of time like beginning of July.
Yeah.
In this series. So I think it's kind of interesting. That's just like, yep, he's 14 now.
Yep, he's 14. So yeah, we're Harry's birthday, whatever, no big deal.
Right.
Let's see. So from Harry's point of view, this definitely was like he thinks it's a dream. It says he tried to recall what he'd been dreaming, but of course he wasn't really dreaming. He's more like visiting Voldemort's mind. We learn later that it's basically like when Harry is asleep and his mind is most at rest is when he is most likely to visit Voldemort's because he doesn't have his own thoughts like clouding his mind.
Right.
Yeah. So that's part of also why it happens while he's asleep. And it says it seems so real because it was. He
Right.
actually was seeing it. And it said there'd been two people he knew, one he didn't. So the one person he knew, I guess, was Wormtail, and the one he didn't is Frank Bryce.
Yeah, the
Yes.
two people he knew would be Voldemort and Wormtail, and
Yeah.
the one he didn't.
Oh,
would
two
be Frank
people he
Bryce.
knew.
Yes,
Yeah.
And this is sort of like an interesting setup as well, I think, because what is happening is we've just been giving like a huge piece of information all through chapter 1 of this book about like a lot of things that have been going on, a lot of information about Bertha Jorkins and the plan and all those
Yeah.
types of details. And as Harry himself is waking up, all of the information, as is so true with so many dreams in real life, they're sort of like bleeding out of his ears a little bit. You know, it's like it's sort of just like disappearing into the ether. But what's kind of funny about it is that I almost think like the way in which this first chapter is written, it's almost meant to do that to you, the reader, as well.
Oh, yeah, because like so much of it, like you're like drinking from a fire hose and you're like, oh, okay, very cool, interesting. And then you kind of like immediately come back to this chapter, which is back to familiar ground, and you're just being like refilled with like very familiar, like extremely familiar information because it's the recap chapter, and all those brand new details kind of get like filtered out for like all the familiarity of the story.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's almost funny because then, you know, you're going to spend how many pages, 700 plus discussing what happened to Bertha Jorkins. And we were just told that
Yeah.
Bertha Jorkins was killed by Voldemort and Wormtail. And it's almost like, I mean, I can't remember what it was like the first time I read this book, or if I remembered that they had killed Bertha Jorkins, because she's also a brand newly introduced character who
Yes.
you don't really know.
Who you never meet, you only hear talked about.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like kind of like this off-page entity. So you don't have any reason. But then it's like when you go back and reread it, it's like, oh wow, they told us that Bertha Jorkins was killed by these two right away.
Right away, yeah. And it's like every time they bring it up, everyone's sort of like, Bertha, she's not a big deal. And you're like, oh, Bertha, man, they are really overthinking that. And it's like, you know the answer.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like we've already been told by the perpetrators what happened.
Exactly. So,
Yep.
yeah, there's that. Let's see. It's interesting that he says, or that it says, he's trying to remember who it was. It says a small man called Peter, nicknamed Wormtail. So it's like Harry thinks of him like as like Peter still at the moment first.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's even kind of a funny one because as we mentioned in last week's chapter, even Voldemort is going to continue to refer to him as Wormtail. So it's kind of like, is this like a little bit of like a, hey, in case you forgot, Peter and Wormtail, like
Yes,
that's a
it's
thing.
absolutely what it's trying. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the intended thing there. Like, yes, Peter Pettigrew, Wormtail. Don't forget, those are the two people, right?
Right.
So then we do get confirmation that Harry was not seeing from Voldemort's point of view, because it says he was trying to remember what Voldemort had looked like, but it was impossible. All Harry knew was that the moment Voldemort's chair had swung around and Harry, had seen what was sitting in it, he had felt a spasm of horror. So he definitely was not seeing from Voldemort's point of view.
Oh, good point.
Because he could see what Voldemort looked like, which almost seems like he was getting it from Frank's point of view or something, which would be weird too.
I know, yeah. It's a very unusual like circumstance related to this kind of magic,
Yeah.
where normally I think we're normally seeing through Voldemort's eyes. I mean, this is going to be something that we'll need to keep like a careful watch on as we get more instances of Harry seeing through Voldemort's perspective as we go forward. Like,
Yeah.
how is that being told? Or is he seeing like what Voldemort is seeing, or is he seeing the room in which Voldemort is in?
I feel like it does change, like, because like how he locates the the diadem. He doesn't locate the specific. He doesn't know it's the diadem, and he doesn't know where at Hogwarts it is. But like Voldemort is like flashing through the rest of the Horcruxes. He's like the cave, the ring, Hogwarts, or whatever. And like
Right.
Harry can like see his thoughts.
Right.
Then he's not like even seeing through his eyes. He's just seeing through his thoughts. But that's also not what's happening here, because it's not like Voldemort is sitting there imagining the third person point of view on the room or something.
Right,
You
right.
know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
No, exactly. Like, and I wonder if that's something where Voldemort is so hyper transfixed on the locations of the Horcruxes in that moment that it's like what he's visually seeing is almost like cloud. It's almost like when you stare off into space, like while you're eating like your morning breakfast or whatever, and it's like you're just like lost in thought. You're not actually staring at the wall or out the window. You're just sort of staring.
Yeah.
So maybe then it's easier to like, otherwise like Harry would pop into his mind and Voldemort would just be like looking off into the distance.
Right.
You know.
Yeah. All right. So anyway, we'll keep an eye on like where Harry is viewing different events from Voldemort's mind or point of view, or Horcruxes or Nagini or whatever.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, perfect.
Let's see. And then I love the description of how Harry is like having trouble remembering the details of it. It was like trying to keep cupped water in his hands. The details were trickling away as fast as he tried to hold on to them. That is such a like relatable feeling. Like when you wake up and you're like, and you're like trying to remember your dream, and it's just going away, and it's like you were just living it so vividly, and for whatever reason your brain is like, nah, you don't need that, just it's gone, forget it.
The most amazing thing to me about real dreams is like the extent to which you have designed like a set that like made perfect sense when you were inside of the dream.
Yeah.
And then when you're attempting to explain it to somebody, you're like, and then we were in a bowling alley, and I don't know why that's important, but we were.
Yeah.
And it's like you realize when you go to tell somebody else all of the details that you then need to include because they feel relevant.
Oh, I know. Like they never make sense like after you start saying them out loud, but like in the dream you knew exactly what was going on.
Yeah,
Like
definitely.
it was not weird at all that you turned around and it's like, and I was talking to you, but you looked like my childhood best friend, Zach, and you were telling me this thing. And then we started running for some reason, but then we had to steal like a crystal, and it's like, yeah, you're like, wait a minute, none of that made sense. Yeah,
But it was me, but I was Zach, and there was a crystal?
yeah, exactly. Yes. What do we need it for?
It was really important.
I don't know. We kept trying to like run, but we were like running in slow motion, and
I hate that feeling.
I hate the slow motion run dream. Like gravity is like not working properly. It's like taking you forever to hit the ground again. Like if I could go. What's holding me back? And then Harry. So like part of this description says like Voldemort and Wormpale had been talking about someone they had killed though. Harry could not remember the name, and boy, that's a bummer because like you said, for the rest of the book, even though they will address Bertha Jorkins by name 100 more times and wonder about this, Harry has like it won't like remind him. It was like, oh, it was Bertha Jorkins. That it, like he is not going to remember that name at all.
Right, which is kind of interesting because like way later in time, like in Deathly Hallows, there's the whole situation where I feel like they're trying to remember Gregorovich, and Ron is like, do you mean Golgovich plays Seeker for the blah blah blah, and like then finally Harry is at the wedding and he's like talking to Crumb and he's like, Gregorovich, that's why I thought Quidditch.
Yes.
And it's like that, like Harry has the ability to pull these like little sparks of information out of his brain. I did a terrible job recapping that situation. But I think,
that makes sense. We'll find out later in this book that Victor Crumb's wand was made by Gregorovich.
Exactly. Yeah. There we go. We're right on topic. But yeah, you would think that this would tickle his memory faster.
You'd think so, especially because it was Voldemort and it was someone he murdered, and it's something he's going to wonder about. But no, he will not remember, and that is a shame because it would open a lot of locked doors for him.
It definitely would.
If he could remember that Voldemort was already the person who killed Bertha Jorkins. But he does remember they're plotting to kill somebody else. Him!
Oh, man.
Whoops.
I hate it when that's the case.
Oh, no, not me.
Not me.
Yeah, and that must be so, like a terrible feeling when you're like, wait, was it real? Because if it was real, that's kind of a problem. But it was probably just a dream. It's only ever been a dream my whole life.
Right,
But
right.
there was that thing that happened last school year with the rats. So.
Where, and then like the prophecy, the reunite with his master.
Yeah. There was all that stuff.
And it's like that particular person happened to be
in the dream
with the person who killed my parents. So unfortunately, I'm starting to think this is real.
Yeah, exactly. But then it's like, then it seems like Voldemort had a body, and it's like, well, how could he have a body?
How could he have a body? I mean,
He
that would be so unlikely.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like a small little weird scaly body.
Weird scaly body, yeah. They just sort of like cobbled together out of unicorn blood and dreams.
Yeah.
So anyway, lots to consider for Harry here, and he's going to be wondering what to do for the rest of the chapter. So then we start getting just a lovely recap of like some of the items that like Harry owns. I love that it says there was an extraordinary number of unusual things in his rooms, just sort of a very fun. But we see that Hedwig is out because her cage is empty. He'd been reading a book before he went to sleep where it says men in bright orange robes are zooming in and out of sight on broomsticks, throwing a ball to one another, which I think is very fun because this is, Flying with the Cannons. And that is a book that Ron gave him. Like there's a whole, that's like a passage. You hear Harry open that book and now he's reading it later.
And now he's reading it like down the line. Yep. That's amazing.
That does say, he walked over, it says, in the book, it says, he picked it up and watched one of the Wizards score a spectacular goal. And I was like, what? Are you sure about that? The Cannons were scoring a spectacular goal?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I don't think that they've been known to score spectacular goals.
They have not.
That's not really like what they're known for. They're known for their hit song.
They're known for their hit song.
Chudley Cannons,
Chudley Cannons, boom, 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 we are not pirates. Which, fun fact, if you go to the Chudley Cannons Wikipedia page, like the Super Carlin Brothers made up chant for the Chudley Cannons is listed as like a fact about them.
Boom, pound it.
Boom, we did it.
Boom, nailed it.
Boom,
Yeah,
boom,
boom.
We are not pirates.
We have made it.
We have made it. That's it. Yes.
But there is a line here that I think is actually really representative because the next thing it says, he snapped the book shut. Even Quidditch, in Harry's opinion, the best sport in the world, couldn't distract him at the moment. And like I know that's kind of like a small line and it's easy to kind of just like disregard it or whatever, but like I think it's very representative of the life that Voldemort is actively stealing from Harry. Like Harry, who is 14, is not even permitted to daydream about his favorite sport while he's on summer holiday in the middle of the night. And it's like, this is a challenge. This is a burden that almost nobody at this age is being faced with.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it's like, this is Harry's favorite thing. Like when he went to cast his first Patronus, it was the memory of flying a broomstick for the first time. Like this is something he has like a deep love and passion for, and it's just being taken from him because this villain wants him dead.
Yeah, pretty much. Then he starts looking out the window, and I like, it might seem like a very non-important sentence, but I like the description here. It just says, Privet Drive looked exactly as a respectable suburban street would be expected to look in the early hours of Saturday morning. And I like that sentence because when Harry first arrives on Privet Drive, it's kind of the same scene that is described to you, the reader. It's like Dumbledore arrives on the very suburban street of Privet Drive, and it looks exactly as you'd expect it to look.
Right.
It's like very normal. It's almost like the bridge has now been gapped. It's like this is where the story started with Voldemort, and now boom, here we are. We're back to where we started. The story is back. Like he's like everything else has been Harry's entry into the wizarding world. Now we're back. Now we're back to where we started. The story picks up again.
And I mean, even the very next line, it says, all the curtains were closed as far as Harry could see. Through the darkness, there wasn't a living creature in sight, not even a cat.
Not even a cat, which is, almost definitely referencing McGonagall being there.
Yes, absolutely. Because, like, otherwise, what's the point of bringing that particular detail up? Because just exactly like you said, like the story starts in chapter 1, The Boy Who Lived, with McGonagall as a cat looking on this very scene.
Yeah.
So we're right back.
And like that's the night or I guess it's the day after, but it's the day after he got the scar, and now the scar is burning again.
Yes.
And we're sort of like right back on that same little street there. So just like a tiny little, like you probably just read over that a million times, but I think that is very intentional. It's supposed to like be like bridging like, okay, Harry is really through the beginning stages.
Yes.
And like now we're back to Harry versus Voldemort prime.
Right. Yes. Yep. Let's see here, because it's been Chamber of Secrets with Tom Riddle, Diary, and then Prisoner of Azkaban, mostly just Sirius and Peter situation. So now we're back to back to basics.
Back to the real fight begins.
The real fight begins.
Which is mostly what this book is going to be about. Let's see. Then we get some updates on what the different scars Harry has gotten here. He'd lost all the bones in his right arm once. That's from Lockhart. The same art had been pierced by a venomous foot-long fang not long afterwards. That was the basilisk.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, pause right there. Was it ever described as being a foot long prior to now?
I think it was.
I don't think it was.
No?
I don't think. I do not think that it is described. I think it's described as a large fang. I don't think it has ever been described as a foot-long fang.
Foot-long is big.
Foot-long is that's a big fang.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
So anyway, I mean, I had that like little like mark there, and I was just like, wait a second. was it ever? And I think I went back and double checked. I'm like remembering from my notes here because we've now read this like 2 months ago for tour. But any which way, yes, I don't think it was ever described as being a foot long. That's a big fang.
Okay, yeah, it is, no doubt. Huge. Of course, Harry survives that thanks to Fox the Phoenix crying on it. Then he says, like, you get the line, he was used to bizarre accidents and injuries. They were unavoidable if you attended Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and had a knack for attracting a lot of trouble, which, like, the first half of that sentence says, they were unavoidable. And it's like, are they? Are they unavoidable? Because I don't know if everyone's getting these kind of crazy injuries, but had a knack for attracting a lot of trouble.
Yeah, well,
there it is. Yeah,
right, yeah. But then of course, if you're Draco Malfoy and you get one of these unavoidable injuries, I mean, maybe it is less common than we think because his unavoidable injury basically leads to the sentencing to death of a hippogriff. So
yeah, right.
I mean, maybe it's like everybody's like, guys, injuries happen all the time. We're at Hogwarts, like this is no big deal. Harry, remember his armhole situation? He lost all the bones in it.
Yeah.
But it's like,
yeah, no one raised an eyebrow to be like, hey, that teacher disappeared his bones. Maybe he should be fired.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah,
yes. Yeah. Or beheaded.
Or beheaded
by McNair.
Yeah. No, doesn't happen, right?
Yeah.
But Draco gets a little scratch and everyone's up in arms about it. Arms with bones in them. You know what I mean? Let's see. So then we get a description of the last time the Scar hurt him. It had been because Voldemort was close by. So I think the first time it ever happens is when he's in the forest doing detention with Hagrid, and he comes across Quirrell drinking the unicorn blood.
Yep.
And then it happens again, obviously, when he's in the mirror chamber with Voldemort.
Yeah. Who just is there at that point in time.
Yeah. It used to, like previously when it's hurt, it's just because Voldemort had been nearby. But Voldemort, he like is trying to reason it out. Voldemort couldn't be here now. The idea of Voldemort lurking in Privet Drive was absurd, impossible. And what's funny is that it's not like impossible, I suppose, but even if he was there, he could not get to Harry.
Yes, right. I love that line because this is the thing about Harry constantly being sent back to the Dursleys, despite the fact that the Weasleys absolutely would have taken him if it had been presented, or even the idea of him going to live with Sirius at some point in time. But the bond of blood charm that Dumbledore placed upon Harry basically means that as long as he is able to call Privet Drive home, he can't be harmed there.
Yeah.
So it's funny that Harry doesn't know that piece of information,
right?
But he is correct in this assertion. It is impossible to think that he could be there.
Yeah. I also think what's funny is that it says like. He says, the idea Voldemort couldn't be here now. The idea of Voldemort looking in Privet Drive was absurd, impossible. And yet, just last year, like, you might have felt like the idea of Sirius Black being here was absurd, and yet he totally was.
He totally was. He was like right there.
He was like right there down the street. So not entirely impossible, although Sirius wasn't like a bad guy in the end. But either way, yeah, Bond of Blood is protecting Harry, so not a problem.
Yeah. The next thing that we get here, though, is it says, Harry listened closely to the silence around him. Was he half expecting to hear the creak of a stair or the swish of a cloak? And then he jumped slightly as he heard his cousin Dudley give a tremendous grunting snore from the next room.
Yeah.
This is just like an interesting little piece of continuity that has to deal with the paper-thin walls in the Dursleys' household.
Yes.
Because literally next year, Dudley is going to be overhearing Harry's nightmares in the middle of the night about the loss of Cedric.
Yes.
And he will kind of like use that information against him to bully him a little bit. So it's kind of funny because, yes, this ability to hear through the walls is something that like continues.
It does continue, yeah. And it will be like next year, yeah, Dudley will turn it against Harry.
Yes.
Yeah, and be like, who's Cedric, your boyfriend?
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then he's like, and then that, yeah, it's crossing the line for Harry, and he pulls out his wand, and you're like, uh-oh, Harry, calm down, dude. Yeah, not so good. Let's see. Yeah, so we get more descriptions of the Dursleys here. I love it says, asleep was the way Harry liked the Dursleys best. Just like, yep, just unconscious. Don't have to deal with them at all. But obviously we were reminded that they hate and despise magic. He says, welcome in their house as dry rot, and you're reminded that they're continuing to tell everyone that he went to St. Brutus's Secure Center for Incurably Criminal Boys, which, again, how does that make them look good? I don't know.
Yeah, this has never come across as one of those details that it's like the Dursleys haven't thought through their plan. And, I mean, it's the perfect kind of it's very consistent with how they are. This is like even the inner turmoil Vernon is going to have over sending Harry to the Quidditch World Cup, because it would make him happy to send him here, to send him there.
Yeah.
Which he doesn't like to make Harry happy, but then it also means Harry won't be there anymore, and he likes it when Harry's not there.
Right.
And so this is almost like exactly that kind of like divide where it's like it makes them look bad, but it also makes Harry look bad, and maybe that's more important to them than
It does seem like making Harry actively making him miserable like weighs on them pretty heavy. It's
Yeah.
not just like they're like, well, it's not just that we don't want you here. We're pretty sure we also really want to make we want your life to be bad.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, we're going to lengths to do this.
Right.
I mean, to be honest with you, it's a lot of work.
Right. I know.
It's kind of exhausting.
We don't like you. We don't want you here, but we also really just want it. Yeah, we want it to hurt, So in a way, we do want you here, so we can make sure it hurts.
Right. We get to enjoy that part.
Exactly. So and it's weird that that's such a sticking point for them. Although normally they do eventually just relent and let him go on whatever thing they're doing.
Yeah.
But let's see. We have the line here that Harry had never been able to confide in them or tell them anything about his life in the wizarding world, and that is just such a bummer because he has so many bad things happen to him, and this is exactly what Harry is never allowed to have, which is a parental figure in his life at all.
Yeah.
And it's just imagine, even if he'd been able to talk to them about it and they were understanding at all, what a difference it could have made for Harry.
I know.
You
and,
know.
And it's funny too, because so often, and even it's going to be the case in this very chapter, Harry's going to struggle with the idea of communicating with an adult over his issues.
Yeah.
Or going and asking for literally just anybody in charge to help him out with what's going on. And I mean, sometimes it is just the case that at the end of this book where Fudge just won't believe him. He just won't take him seriously, and he's going to be ignored by all authority figures. But it even starts to make sense when Harry explains it in this particular capacity, because Harry has not exactly been given reason to believe that adults are there to help him.
Right.
And so it's almost kind of I almost think that helps further explain why Harry is always so determined to not seek out that type of assistance.
Right.
Is because it's he doesn't even know that that's a move you can use. That most of the time adults do want to help you.
Yeah, and even when he will eventually settle on writing to Sirius, he's still feels almost embarrassed by it. He's just oh, what am I writing to people, telling them that my scar hurt? What, shouldn't I be able to handle it? Okay,
Right.
He doesn't really consider his own problems worth telling anyone else at the same time. Also in this chat, I've noticed I wrote this down. We're reminded that the Dursleys are Harry's only living relatives, in case you're wondering where the rest of them are. The full explanation on Wizarding World, in the Pottermore archives, for what happened to Lily's parents are that they, quote, died normal Muggle deaths. So they're dead. Don't know how or why, but that's the full explanation we're given.
Okay.
And then, so that's Lily's parents, obviously. And then James's parents, Fleamont and Euphemia Potter, both died of dragonpox after James and Lily got married, but before they had Harry. So they never met Harry.
They never met Harry, which is, it's a narrow window.
Narrow window.
This again goes back to a calculation error I've always kind of felt in the back of my mind, where it almost feels like the date range that James, Lily, Sirius, Lupin, all them went to school is almost set a decade in the wrong direction. It almost seems like it would make a lot more sense for them to all be 31 versus 21
right.
at the time of their death, especially because there's even a bizarre gap about that length of time where Voldemort seems to sort of fall off a little bit, where he's not an active threat to the wizarding world, despite the fact that he would already have Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket, and he's made his Horcruxes, and he's ascending to power and gaining followers. And
I think it might even be in this chapter. I think it's on the very next page. It said, Harry had been a year old the night that Voldemort, the most powerful dark wizard for a century, a wizard who had been gaining power steadily for 11 years, arrived at his house. So it's 11, there's apparently Voldemort's reign of terror out in the open lasted 11 years, ending in 1981 when he attacks Harry.
Right.
So that means it starts in 1970. officially.
Which I believe is when, I think it's even before any of them would have started school. I'm pretty sure Lupin was born in 1960. He started Hogwarts in 1971. So would James, Sirius, Peter, and Lupin. So I would almost it would mess with too many timelines to make this modification. I almost think that they were meant to be born in 1950 and start school in 1961, and then
well, but it makes sense because eventually we'll find out when we hear from them during their time at school. Lily is accusing Snape of oh, don't, you all want to go join up with the Death Eaters. You're not even shy about it or whatever.
Right.
So it's and it's just as he was gaining power. So maybe it's not a full-on reign of terror. I'm basically in control. It's just sort of that's when he's things are getting a little bit worse and a little bit worse and a little bit worse. And I'm recruiting and stuff like that.
Right. Yeah. That makes sense. Yep. So anyway, neither here nor there. Just I always do think it's just surprising that James and Lily were just so young when they died. And going back to specifically the fact that James's parents would have been there for the wedding and then not the birth of Harry, because you're literally talking about a span of 3 years.
Yeah.
It's a very narrow window for them to have been alive and then not alive for.
Right.
Because even Sirius, I think, when he was 16, goes to live with the Potters. So presumably at that point in time, they were fit enough to still maintain a household. You probably wouldn't go live with people whose parents are on their deathbed.
Yeah.
So I think.
Yep.
Anyway, not the point. Let's see here. Next page, we've got, it was because of Voldemort that Harry had come to live with the Dursleys in the first place. If it hadn't been for Voldemort, Harry would not have had the lightning scar on his forehead. If it hadn't been for Voldemort, Harry would still have had his parents.
Yes. Yeah. Yep. Very sad. Very sad. That's obviously just recapping how, Harry came to be the chosen one.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. It says Harry had been a year old the night that Voldemort, the most powerful dark wizard in the century, had attacked his parents. And it's exactly 15 months old is the other detail that had never fully contextualized to me until I had a child of my own. But whenever I think of Hagrid bringing baby Harry to the Dursleys' doorstep, I always picture a baby, but he's 15 months old. My daughter was walking at 15 months old.
Oh, right.
So it's when
Harry will eventually learn is riding around on the toy broomstick or whatever.
While he's still living with the Potters.
With the Potters. Yeah.
So it's he's a baby, but he's not a baby.
Right. He's not an infant.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, but he's only just a little, not quite a toddler.
Right.
Maybe, but a 1-year-old.
Yeah.
Oh, isn't there some fun fact about the 9 3/4 thing with the dates here?
Yes, because this is the thing. So that because it is 15 months, that is 1 year and 3 months. 3 months is 1/4 of a year. And Hagrid arrives to pick him up on his 11th birthday, meaning that he lives with the Dursleys from the time that Hagrid drops him off till he picks him back up for exactly to the day 9 3/4 years.
Yes. Okay. That's it. I love that fact.
That is so cool.
It is so, because it is down to the day.
It's down to the day.
Yeah. That's so fun. That's a really cool bit of math there. We should make a TikTok about that.
That would be a good one. That would be a good one. Yeah.
That would be a good one. Also, it says Voldemort, the most powerful dark wizard for a century. So obviously we know that Grindelwald takes place in that century, but this means that obviously he's worse than him. But who else? Who's the other dark wizard from a century ago?
That's a good question.
Yeah. Don't know.
I know, yeah, because you even have the quote, just to go to a different theory, Harry's the first year seeker in a century, and in our theory has always been that the last one would have been Albus Dumbledore himself. Mm-hmm. And so it is interesting whenever we use that century terminology, because it means that whoever that person would have been a century prior would have been relevant to Albus's parents.
Yeah, you'd think so. And then this is one of those where it's I really got to finish Hogwarts Legacy, because that takes place 100 years before the events of Harry Potter.
Right.
And so you're but as far as I could tell, it's mostly this goblin who's the main villain in the story, but it's I don't know. You where I'm at in the story, there's like one of your professors seems like maybe he's not going to be so great either.
Oh dear.
Or like he seems like your best friend, but like I keep thinking like this guy is not trustworthy. Like I don't trust you at all, dude. So maybe it's him. I don't know.
Maybe it's him.
I haven't gotten to the end yet, so that'd be funny to look into further. But then is he like the most powerful? Is he that bad? I don't know. That'd be crazy. Let's see. Arrived at his house, killed his mother and father. This is so in this book we're going to learn about Avada Kedavra and stuff. So there's like a lot of dancing around and building up the killing curse until that point. Like we heard it in the last chapter where it was like he raised his wand and there was like a blinding flash of green light. And like we've heard about the green light before. And now it says Voldemort had turned his wand on Harry and performed the curse that had disposed of many full-grown witches of wizards in his steady rise to power. And it's like, again, it doesn't say he's performed the killing curse, just the curse. The curse. So it's like it's setting you up to wonder, what is this spell?
Yes, you're definitely you're meant to be like very enticed into wanting to know more about what has happened. And I do remember, like, this is another one that's like hard to rewire your brain a little bit, because like it's hard to go back to the existence where you don't know what happens in the other set of books.
Yeah.
You know, in 5, 6, and 7. But this was a huge mystery when you've been reading just the first 4. Like what happened to his parents?
Right.
What's the green flash?
Yeah.
How were they killed?
How
Why
were they killed?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there it is. That's obviously going to be Avada Kedavra, which we will finally learn about in this book, which is good. And then we learn, the regular information. It had not worked. It repounded on Voldemort. Voldemort had been reduced to something barely alive. This is also setting up like Horcrux stuff for down the line.
Yep.
Just that like he's just sort of that vaporous mist, almost extinguished, but not. How did he survive if he got hit by the killing curse?
Right.
I don't know.
Yep. His power's gone. His life almost extinguished. Voldemort had fled. The terror in which the secret community of witches and wizards had lived for so long had lifted. This is a very important singular line for something that we do a lot over on our channel, Super Carlin Brothers, where we make our What If series.
Yeah.
Very frequently, we will have it end up being the case that, like, if Voldemort doesn't fall on this particular night for one reason or another, like let's say Peter doesn't betray the Potters, then he can't break through the Fidelius charm. So usually what we end up having happen, if Voldemort is just still powerful for this decade of time, is create like a false calm,
Right.
basically by going like dormant. And I think that's basically what's happening here, is that like despite the fact that like Voldemort's not completely gone, it basically has lifted the reign of terror that he had left over all of these people.
Yeah.
So it's like, even though the fact that they don't even know that he's gone for good, it still allows them to go back to like life as life as usual.
And I always feel like it's fairly reasonable that, like, people always ask, like, what would have happened if, Sirius just had been the secret keeper, and
Right, yes.
Peter couldn't have told him where the Potters were or whatever. And it's like, I don't think it's unreasonable that would have been his plan, because Voldemort is dead set on killing Harry, because he knows the half of the prophecy that like the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches.
Right, and he doesn't want him to get any more powerful.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So like Voldemort, and like even in the very last chapter, he was like, I've waited however long to come back. Like a few more months won't make any difference if we can get Harry Potter.
Exactly.
It's like Voldemort has like the mind of someone who plans on being immortal, and so he does not mind waiting 10 years for the like pretend he's vanished. Let people think it's safe out there. Let Harry go to school where he'll be a little bit more in the open, and I can finally attack him again.
Yes.
Yeah.
He is patient, if nothing else.
He is patient, yes. So
Yep.
there, you got to give him that, I guess.
Yep.
But let's see. And then obviously Harry had become famous. So this is like, it's kind of funny that this whole paragraph happens. Like on this one page, you learn that Harry was 1 year old when he was attacked by Voldemort. And by the end of it, it's sort of like, yeah, that's sort of just like a recap of like the first 3 books there.
Yeah.
There you go.
We're up to speed.
Yeah, up to speed. You got it. Everyone in the Wizarding world knew his name. He's super famous. But now he's still got 2 nights. It says there's a fortnight to go before he got back to school. So that means it's like mid-August right now, because obviously they'll go back on like September, like the last day of August on the Hogwarts Express.
This means he's been enduring 6 long weeks at
The Dursleys, yes.
Yeah.
They're 8-week summers, which sounds really short.
It does sound really short.
Yeah.
It does sound really short.
Yeah.
I mean, but it's
it's probably because like I have such fond memories of summer when I was a kid, but for Harry, it's like he can't wait to get back to school.
Yeah. I know. It's like such a different thing from like regular kids who are just like, yay, summer.
Yay.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's an interesting one. So we just did a Jay versus Ben episode on Super Carlin Brothers where we did like the most challenging quiz from Prisoner of Azkaban because we just finished reading the book here on Through the Griffin Door. So it's like theoretically we should know the story as well as we've ever known it because we've never read it like this before.
Right.
And one of the questions inside of that episode is, what time is it after Harry's birthday that he realizes that it's become his birthday?
Yeah.
And the answer is 1 a.m.
Yeah.
He had already
1 hour.
He had been 13 years old for 1 hour without realizing it.
Yeah.
So this means that in the future, if we're asked that question, we need to remember that it has been 14 days after his birthday.
That's right.
How long has it been?
14 days.
A fortnight.
A fortnight. Well, no, he says there's a fortnight to go.
Well, a fortnight to go. I mean, as far as months are concerned, it feels like half a month.
Oh, I know, but like that's
you're
like,
right, though.
But that's only 14 days.
It's only 14
and
days.
there's more than 28 days in the month.
So that means it's been now you have to do math. So it's been 16 days.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Remember this.
He has a fortnight to go.
He has a fortnight to go. We're going to remember that. I bet one of us writes fortnight and we're going to be like, oh no, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay. At least we know ourselves well enough. But because it says a fortnight because he looks over at the birthday cards his two best friends had sent him at the end of July. What would they say if Harry wrote to them and told them about his scar hurting? And at once, Hermione's voice first. Might I point out?
Yes.
It's not his best friend Ron that he hears.
Oh
voice.
no,
It's
he's thinking about Hermione. Oh yeah.
I just like to poke that bear every once in a while.
I know, absolutely.
Anyway, but Hermione's voice seemed to fill his head shrill and panicky. Oh my gosh, I didn't even realize this, but I had wrote, oh look, Hermione's voice first. I drew a little winky face.
That's so funny.
I made the same comment 2 months ago when I wrote this.
That's so funny.
That's so funny. Your scar hurt, Harry. That's really serious. Write to Professor Dumbledore, and I'll go check common magical ailments and afflictions. Maybe there's something in there about cursed scars. This was another thing that I thought was really funny is we're going to get a glimpse as to how in Harry's mind he would imagine both Hermione and Ron's reaction. And this is like how into the story I am. But as I'm like, man, Harry, you nailed it. That's exactly what Hermione would say.
Right.
As if it's not the person who also writes Hermione who is writing Harry's interpretation of what Hermione would say. So it's like, it is exactly what Hermione would say.
Right, yes. Yeah. It's funny how if you write it down, that's how it happened.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, I love his interpretation. He's like, he doubted he doubted very much whether a book could help him now, when I was just like, well, ironically, this particular book series would be very helpful to him.
Which particular book series?
This one, the one we're reading.
Oh, the one we're reading. Yeah.
If only he could read these books, he'd be like set.
He'd be so sad.
He'd be so set. Let's see. I wrote this down where it says he got the birthday cards, which I guess it's good to know they got him here. I remember looking this up, maybe as it relates to Sirius, but it's like, how do owls find the person they're looking for?
Oh yeah, yep.
Right, and there is writing about it on Pottermore, and it was like an article that somehow, in my years of doing research, I had never read. But the sentence is, there's always been a connection between names and the people who own them, which is a fantastic sentence, by the way.
It's a really good sentence, and it's very
Name of the Wind.
Name of the Wind, which is our other favorite book series, but we won't get into that.
Yes, but apparently, even though this exists, owls are innately tuned into it.
Okay,
and that is how they're able to find anyone who they're looking for. Out in the wild.
It seems as well like there must be a layer of skill to owls, because people always do seem to commend Hedwig's remarkable abilities.
Yeah.
Like it seems like she's really dialed into whatever this kind of magic is.
Yeah, she's very good at this particular kind of magic. But then if you're wondering why doesn't the Ministry just send owls out and be like, where's Sirius Black? There are spells you can perform on yourself that make it so that only certain owls can find you,
Right.
which is why Hedwig is able to find Sirius, but other owls are not.
Because
presumably.
you what you could have done a year ago is just basically write Sirius Black a letter and then just follow the owl.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's that. In case you're wondering.
In case you're wondering. But let's see here. And the reason, though, that Harry says that he doubts that consulting a book would be very useful is because, as far as he knew, he was the only living person to have ever survived a curse like Voldemort's, and therefore it was highly unlikely that he would find his symptoms listed in common magical ailments and afflictions.
Yeah. But it's also interesting, though. It's like he says, as far as he knows, he was the only living person to have survived a curse like Voldemort's, but like almost certainly it means that someone else did survive something like that in history, because like otherwise how could like Voldemort will say like, this is ancient magic, I should have remembered, which is just like, okay, like there must be like accounts of it happening.
You know
like, like sacrificial protection is a known thing.
It's a known thing. You know what I love about that, though?
What?
Is that it opens the door in our Founder series to use this.
Oh, yeah.
Because then it's sort of like, people would be like, wait, no, Harry's supposed to be the only one. And it's like, no. Only living person.
Only living person.
Consult your book.
Consult your book, right? This was pre-Hogwarts. They weren't really doing much record keeping back then. It just sort of like happened out in the wild and like stories spread about it probably, maybe. I don't know.
Exactly. So now everybody who listens to the show, when we do that in our Founder series, that hopefully will happen. I'm manifesting right now. You guys can be the ones who like push your glasses up the brim of your nose and be like, actually, we can be on that side of it, guys.
Yeah.
Glory.
Yeah, right? Exactly. This is also, I think, because then it says, as for per Hermione's, his imagined suggestion for her, what Hermione will say, says, as for informing the headmaster, Harry had no idea where Dumbledore went during the summer holidays, which is just sort of like, but like Hedwig can find Sirius Black out in the wild, but you don't think you can find Dumbledore, who's like probably just at the school?
Probably there.
Probably there. Yeah.
But he does amuse himself by imagining Dumbledore with his long silver beard and pointed hat stretched out on a beach somewhere, rubbing suntan lotion onto his long, crooked nose.
Which actually does not sound very outside the realm of Dumbledore.
For whatever reason, I'm imagining him in like one of those like red and white striped like bathing, like full body bathing suits.
Yes.
Every time I read this scene.
Yeah, like his like bathing uniform or whatever they're called.
Yes.
Yeah.
The other thing I think is his long crooked nose. This is kind of like one of those funny pieces of lore that like actually is relevant.
Yeah.
And it's fun that like it's brought up so many times that he
Yes.
has this like crooked nose, and eventually you will discover that like it is something that happened with his brother Aberforth over his.
It's like during Ariana's funeral. Right?
Ariana's funeral.
Yeah.
I was trying to remember if it's Ariana's or Kendra's. I think it's Ariana's.
I think it's Ariana's. Yeah. But yeah, it's interesting because like, it's interesting that it's broken by someone punching him in the face, not by like magical or something. And you will like eventually learn that like Muggle things like that can be cured very quickly.
Yeah.
Like by magic, and like Harry's scar, on the other hand, is a scar that they can't get rid of because it is like a cursed scar.
Right.
But Dumbledore's nose remains crooked despite it being a Muggle injury, which then ends up speaking to Dumbledore's character.
Yeah.
Because it means that despite being super powerful and capable of fixing his nose at a moment's notice, he chooses to let it remain crooked because he blames himself for Ariana's death, and this is like his own form of like personal punishment.
Yes, it's like the reminder that lives square in the middle of his own reflection.
He feels he deserves to have been punched in the nose, and it's never laid out like very like in front of you like that. Like it doesn't like the book will never explain that to you, but like that is why. Yeah.
He's not faulting Aberforth either. Which
Right,
I think is I mean, noble is probably the wrong word, but it's like he respects why Aberforth did it.
Yeah. Yeah, so he definitely just blames himself a lot, which he also will say in like King's Cross Station and stuff like that. So, in case you're wondering about Dumbledore's nose being crooked and why doesn't he ever fix it if he could just use magic?
A pisky.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And then Harry, like he's like talking himself at like it's like you think in the back of his mind he sort of already knows what he wants to do, but first like logically has to talk himself out of all of the obvious things he should do.
Right. Yes.
Which is to like write to Dumbledore or Ron or Hermione.
Yes.
But so he's like, what would I even say? Like, dear Professor Dumbledore, sorry to bother you. My scar hurt this morning. Yours sincerely, Harry Potter. He's like, that would sound so stupid. Why would I even say that? And it's maybe describe it in detail. Be like, I saw Wormtail with Voldemort, and it was like the prediction from Professor Trelawney, and he killed someone, and he's plotting to kill me. Like, maybe bring all that up.
Right, yeah. It's like,
bring all that up.
Here, you have way more details here.
Yeah.
It's like you're leaving yourself at like the worst version of this explanation imaginable.
Yeah.
It's like just add more information.
Add more detail.
And also, I don't feel like Dumbledore has really given you any reason at any point in time up until this moment to lead you to believe that he wouldn't care what you have to say.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So
Give him the benefit of the doubt.
I know. To me, it definitely just feels more like Harry is trying to talk himself out of doing that, or just ridiculous. And then he has the imagined Ron's response: "What? Your scar hurt, but you know who can't be near you now, can he? I mean, you know, wouldn't you? He'd be trying to do you in again, wouldn't he? I don't know, Harry. Maybe a cursed scars always twinge a bit. I'll ask Dad." Which
Spot on,
Ronald. It's almost exactly what he says too. Let's see. Mr. Weasley is a fully qualified wizard who works in the misuse of Muggle artifact office at the Ministry of Magic, which is just like this sentence is reminding you. It's setting you up for the Quidditch World Cup, where Ron's dad is going to have to do a bunch of work, and you're going to get like a lot more like ministry information in this book. But like, yep, there you go. Just a reminder for the Quidditch World Cup. That's what Ron's dad does.
Yes.
Yep.
But then it goes on to say that like Harry didn't like the idea of the whole Weasley family knowing that Harry was getting jumpy about a few moments' pain. Mrs. Weasley would fuss worse than Hermione, and Fred and George, Ron's 16-year-old twin brothers, might think he was losing his nerve. The Weasleys were Harry's favorite family in the world. He was hoping that they might invite him to stay there anytime now. It's like Harry thinks that this is someone who has the actual weight of the world on his shoulders, doesn't think that a whole family who loves him with their whole hearts would be like it's almost as if he told them this, that they might like rescind their invitation.
I know. Yeah. And it's like he didn't want his visit punctuated with anxious inquiries about his scar, and is like, don't you tell them anyway? Like,
does he end up telling everybody?
I don't know. Does he? I made notes that doesn't he tell them anyway? I mean, he tells Ron eventually. Anyway,
he does tell Ron eventually.
Right. He does tell Ron eventually. So there's that. And it's also just like maybe just include in your letter, like just don't tell everyone, or like why? Like it's surprising to me that you think Ron would tell everyone
exactly
like that kind of private information.
Right.
Like they have known about your scar hurting before.
Yes, and Harry and Hermione rather Ron and Hermione are phenomenal confidants. So anyway, but then it goes on to just have another really just devastating line.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I was going to say, I mean, you're going to call this frustrating.
I was going to say it's an extremely frustrating line.
Okay, well, I find it to be devastating.
Well, both.
So
Maybe it's both.
I'll give you my perspective first.
Go.
Harry kneaded his forehead with his knuckles. What he really wanted, and it felt almost shameful to admit to himself, was someone like a parent. And it's just like, to me, it's like, again, I think this is such a small ask. It's like why there is not an entire legion of people who have been like, Harry, we need you to know, at any point in time, if something is going on, you are more than welcome to communicate with us. And I think I know what you're going to say.
Well, okay, so you're right. There's a colon after what you just said. So pre-colon, very sad. Post-colon, infuriating.
Okay, go post-colon.
Okay. So, someone like a parent. Colon, an adult wizard whose advice he could ask without feeling stupid. Someone who cared about him. Someone who had experience with dark magic. Well, golly, Harry, if I could think of just one person you'd done literally all of those things with last year, I don't know. Just, what's his name? What's his name, Ben? Remus John Lupin, Harry?
Yeah.
Why he does not reach out to Lupin in this situation is beyond me. He spent like what? 2, maybe 3 minutes with Sirius last year. Like, Lupin had private lessons with him, had talks about souls, taught him the Patronus charm, like, gave him the benefit of the doubt. saved him from so many tricky situations.
He
was his defense against the dark arts teacher someone who had experience with dark magic? Dude, are you kidding me? So, Lupin is just so much more of a dad to Harry at this point than
You're
Sirius
right.
is.
Okay,
know?
I bow to your argument.
Yeah.
I understand your frustration.
It's so annoying. Lupin's not even in this book.
I know it's true. It's true, and that's something that I've always been a total Sirius fan because I feel like I feel like you've always seemed more like the Remus and I've always seemed more like the Sirius.
Sure. Yeah.
And I think that was something that Prisoner completely unwound for me, especially spending so much more intimate time with Lupin in terms of the way in which we were reading the saga.
Yeah.
It's he Lupin really is a phenomenal human being.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Lupin, good man. Harry forgot about him.
And yet, the solution came to him. It was so simple and so obvious. He couldn't believe it had taken him so long. Serious.
Yeah, sure, Harry. Whatever. Yeah,
Whatever.
Sure.
So,
Yeah.
Harry
somewhere
left for the bed.
lying in his bed, Remus Lupin just felt his own stab of pain.
Yeah. So Harry leaps from his bed, hurried across the room, and sat down at his desk. He pulled a piece of parchment toward him, loaded his eagle feather quill with ink, wrote "Dear Sirius," then paused, wondering how to best phrase his problem, still marveling at the fact that he hadn't thought of Sirius straight away.
Oh, you know what? As I think about it, Remus Lupin also has a cursed scar.
Because he's a werewolf.
Because he's a werewolf.
Yeah, so he got bit by. You're right.
This is a problem about cursed scars. This is
Lupin would have been the
couldn't
person.
believe I didn't think of it sooner. Harry. Anyway, whatever.
Anyway, there was a simple reason for Sirius's complete absence from Harry's life until then. Sirius had been in Azkaban, the terrifying wizard jail guarded by creatures called Dementors, sightless, soul-sucking fiends who had come to search for Sirius at Hogwarts when he had escaped. Yet Sirius had been innocent. The murders for which he had been convicted had been committed by Wormtail, Voldemort's supporter, whom nearly everyone now believed dead. Harry, Ron, and Hermione knew otherwise, however. They had come face-to-face with Wormtail only the previous year, though only Professor Dumbledore had believed their story. And you might be thinking to yourself, Ben, that was a lot of the book to just read point blank inside of this. I do so because we've basically just in one paragraph completely summarized all of Prisoner of Azkaban.
Oh my gosh, I know. I circled that exact paragraph and said it took 4 chapters to tell this the first time.
Yes, and there we are. Boom, bam.
Yeah.
And you said he only knew him for 2 to 3 minutes. For one glorious hour, Harry had believed that he was leaving the Dursleys at last.
Well, he only spent for an hour. He believed that.
Oh yeah.
Time spent with Sirius was the walk from the Shrieking Shack to the Whomping Willow.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I didn't say lawyered because I was going to, and
Oh.
you totally would have got me back. That would have been a bummer.
So he has that walk there. I mean, there's the conversation in the Shrieking Shack where they're explaining everything, but at that point, Harry doesn't know anything yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is there's that, and then they free him, and he's like, "Go!" And that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Good point. Good point.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Also, I love where it says that there was a simple reason. There was a simple reason. There was a whole book's worth of information about it, but simple. Yeah.
Yeah. Simple.
Yeah. Good. Let's see. It said Sirius had offered him a home once, and once his name had been cleared, but the chance had been snatched away from him. That's a reminder of Sirius's offer, which I think Sirius's offer is so important to the story because it represents the kind. It is a false hope which never comes to pass in the story. He will go live at Grimmauld Place, but he's not living with Sirius. Sirius is just sort of there while Harry's there, and it's It feels like the sort of thing you're being set up to this is how the story might end. You missed out on it, but eventually it's going to work out. Harry will defeat Voldemort, and him and Sirius will get to live together, and it'll be great. But that will never happen. The offer will be put out there and wiped from the table without it ever coming to pass.
Yeah, I mean it's sort of like the reverse of Chekhov's gun, where the idea is that if you introduce the gun in Act 1, then by Act 3 it needs to have gone off.
Right, yeah.
And this is sort of it's Chekhov's offer. It's it's brought up and you're well, surely that means eventually it will happen. And I guess you're right, in Order of the Phoenix, it's you're right. Like it's sort of there. He lives in the same house as him, but they are not getting to live together the way that I imagine Sirius and Harry
no, it's not what like is promised.
Exactly.
In any capacity. Yeah. No. Let's see. We also get, it just says, Harry helped him escape on the back of a hippogriff called Buckbeak, which I just crossed out and wrote Witherwings. Oh, come on, Harry.
Good save. Save. Yeah.
Close one. Someone almost caught on.
Right.
The home Harry might have had if Wormtail had not escaped and been haunting him all summer. Yeah, that must be even worse, though, to go back to the Dursleys and be like, I was so close.
I was so close.
Well, don't know if he actually would have been allowed to, given the situation.
Right. But there is the one silver lining. It says, nevertheless, though Sirius had been of some help to Harry, even if he couldn't be with them, it was due to Sirius that Harry now had all of his school things in his bedroom with him. The Dursleys had never allowed this before. The general wish of keeping Harry as miserable as possible, something that they take a lot of joy in doing, coupled with their fear of his powers, had led them to lock his school trunk in the cupboard under the stairs after every school prior to this. But their attitude had changed since they had found out that Harry had a dangerous murderer for a godfather, and Harry had conveniently forgotten to tell him that Sirius was innocent.
I know. I highlighted that and I was like, as if they'd care.
As if
I know, right?
Right, yeah.
Like, oh no, don't worry. I do have a godfather who did escape from prison, but don't worry, he's innocent, so really nothing to worry about.
Not a big deal.
Yeah, like I don't think they'd be like, oh, okay, we'll just keep being mean to you then.
Right. Yep.
But there is mention that Harry has received 2 letters from Sirius since he'd been back at Privet Drive, which is fantastic. I'd love to know what they said, but we'll never find out. Both have been delivered not by owls, as was usual with others, but by large, brightly colored tropical birds that Hedwig had not approved of, which is a really interesting sentence because it's like, can all birds deliver mail?
I know. This is a very interesting question, and it's an even more interesting question because of it's like, where is Sirius? Like, in the world.
Yeah.
Because
Majorca?
Maybe. But I was doing some research to try to figure out what type of large tropical birds exist in this region of the planet, because I've always imagined like a macaw, but like those are like only like South American.
Mm-hmm.
And so like then I'm kind of going through the list of like Eurasian birds, and there really just aren't that many super tropically colored ones.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, the one I decided to go with was the Eurasian griffin vulture, because he does say that it could barely fit through the window.
Oh.
And so it needs to be a quite large bird.
Right, yeah.
So this is unfortunately not a terribly colorful bird, but it has the word griffin in it, which is why
I do like that.
I picked it for that reason.
I've always imagined like a heron or a crane or like a flamingo or something.
A flamingo,
right?
That's pretty good.
That'd be pretty funny.
A flamingo would be hilarious.
Right?
Just like chilling in
Harry's room. Hey, what's that? It's a flamingo. Why?
What of it?
Yeah. Problem?
I was going to go let it graze in the yard.
Yeah. The neighbors will just be like, oh, they got a real flamingo. Very fancy.
Very.
Yeah.
They are so worldly.
They are so worldly. Yes, but I guess other birds can deliver mail. It just seems like owls must be the best at it, because obviously Harry does get mail from them. So
exactly. Yep.
Yeah. Then it says, somehow Harry found it hard to imagine Dementors surviving long in the bright sunlight. Perhaps that's why Sirius had gone south. So we know he's south somewhere, I guess. How far south?
How far south is the question.
Yeah.
Majorca?
Yeah, maybe. But that is an interesting note that like, could Dementors survive like at the beach or something? And it's like, probably not really. Like they sort of like feed on like despair and gloominess and stuff like that, and like which they also spread. So like sort of like by being there, maybe it's like almost like a phoenix in an egg. It's like if you get enough Dementor somewhere, it'll probably just make it gloomier. But like they almost wouldn't be places where it's not already gloomy.
Right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, so I think if there was like a reason for them to be like a whole bunch of them down there, then it would probably just make for like a misty, overcast, more coolish kind of weather for that environment, but it would take a lot of them to succeed in that mission.
Yeah, and like typically at the beach, people are pretty happy, so I don't think they'd have much to feed on.
I like to think that they would get sunburnt.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah.
I think they just kind of like dissipate.
maybe so, but not before. Even if they put on like SPF like 1000, I like to think it just doesn't work.
It just doesn't work. Yeah. Like you think like the robes get just like burnt.
Yeah.
Like they behave like skin.
I have no empathy for Dementors.
No, me neither. Yeah.
So.
Not at all. Maybe that's why they're wearing the robes, because they're like, if we get exposed to sun at all, like bad news. Like we burn like, man. Yeah.
Like mayonnaise.
Like mayonnaise. They burn like mayonnaise.
That's a thing.
Does mayonnaise burn?
I don't actually know. Does it work as sunscreen? I doubt it.
I doubt it.
I wouldn't
doubt
try it.
But I feel like, I mean, you put like mayonnaise on like the backside of some toast and like put it on the skillet, make some grilled cheese. You know, it's pretty tasty.
Pretty tasty.
Pretty tasty.
Do you think Dementors like grilled cheese?
I doubt it. That's way too happy. That's like comfort food, and they are like the opposite of that.
Good point. Good
Yeah.
point. It would just destroy them from within.
Yeah.
So that's the real trick. You
Feed them a grilled cheese.
Patronus or grilled cheese.
Yeah. Don't feed them souls, feed them soul food.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Nailed it.
Got it. All right. Well, we've tangented on Dementor food long enough, I think. Let's see. We get mention that Sirius's letter were now hidden beneath the highly useful loose floorboard, which I got to say, it is highly useful. And like how, like I'm even just looking here at the floor here where we have floorboards, and like these look like bigger planks than many a place, and like they're still pretty skinny.
They're still
Like,
pretty skinny.
Harry is fitting a ton of stuff
Yeah.
under the floor.
I know. And it also just seems so unlikely for Privet Drive, which I can only imagine is like a recent build,
Yeah.
to be old enough to have loose floorboards.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So I mean, it's a little surprising,
It
but
is.
I have always my whole life wanted my own loose floorboard.
Maybe you should install one.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe if we ever have like a fun new office, we could like dig a hole and like put like a little like thing over it, and then just like
yeah.
hide candies and snacks.
Oh
in
my
there.
gosh, yeah, we could like build secret passages into it on purpose.
I like this.
Be like, oh wow, this is like, how'd you guys get down here? And be like, don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. I don't have a secret stairwell somewhere that leads to a private bathroom. It's
Uh-uh.
fine. Why do you ask?
The throne room, as we like to
The
call
throne room. Yeah, exactly.
it. We are so off our hinges today.
We are a little bit. That's okay. But so Harry does start writing to Sirius. Says, "Dear, let's see, dear Sirius, thanks for your last letter. That bird was enormous." Yeah. So we already sort of talked about the bird. It could hardly get through my window. There's a fun thing in the letter where he says. He gives him an update on Dudley, which is kind of funny. He says they told him they'd have to cut his pocket money if he keeps doing it, so he got really angry and chucked his PlayStation out the window, which is just like the tiniest little anachronism here, because the date, as we know, in the book is what, August
16th.
August 16th, 1994. And PlayStations didn't come out in Japan until December of 1994, and then in like the Europe and America until like later the next year into 1995. So Dudley either has some really, really, really high connections with Sony, which I doubt. Or else there's no way for him to have a PlayStation yet.
Yep. And I also think it's funny because it says that's a sort of computer thing you can play games on. Bit stupid, really. Now he hasn't even got Mega Mutilation Part 3 to take his mind off things.
Yeah.
One, Mega Mutilation 3, just trivia.
Fake game.
Two,
also.
it's a fake game. It's like
Fake
why
game.
bring up PlayStation and not just use like a real game like Tony Hawk Pro Skater?
I know, right? The obvious game he would probably be playing.
Probably.
Also not for nothing, but I love that Harry says it's a sort of computer thing you can play games on. Bit stupid, really. And talking about PlayStation when Hogwarts Legacy was like the highest selling game on PlayStation ever last year.
Oh, how the turntables have turned.
Oh, how the tables have turned, Harry. How stupid are they now, huh? Not that you're seeing any of that, I suppose. But let's see. So he says, how does he, like, so this is his letter to Sirius. Says, a weird thing happened to me this morning. My scar hurt again. Last time that happened, it was because Voldemort was at Hogwarts, but I don't reckon he can be anywhere near me now, can he? Do you know if cursed scars sometimes hurt years afterwards? Like, okay, why couldn't you write that to Dumbledore? You know, you were like, oh, what would I even say to Dumbledore? Like that, at least that.
Yeah. Completely reasonable.
Yeah, just copy it out there anyway, which also, for what it's worth, it does not matter because Sirius just tells Dumbledore that everything that Harry tells him.
Right.
Yeah, so he's like going to be completely aware of this, and I think he will even say like, you know,
you're not the only one in correspondence with Sirius.
Yeah, well, because he's going to bring up Harry's scar hurting here later in the book.
Yeah.
And he's going to be like, how did you know that? And he's like, I'm not the only one. Which is like really funny because what Harry's looking for here is someone he can confide in, and the one person he tells someone else.
Tell someone else.
Yeah, he's like worried Ron is going to do this, and Sirius does it immediately.
So, yes, it just happens to be to somebody else that is trustworthy enough to have that information.
Exactly, yeah. So it's not like a huge deal or anything, and it's good that he has that information. It's just funny that like what Harry is looking for And like what he's afraid of happening happens anyway.
Yes, yeah. But then it goes on to say, "Yes," thought Harry, "that looked all right. There was no point putting in the dream. He didn't want to look as though he was being too, or as though he was too worried."
Oh my gosh. I highlighted there was no point putting in the dream. I was just like, yes, there is.
Yes, I know.
Like,
it's like,
just-
come on, Harry.
I know. Didn't want it to look as though he was too worried. He was like, oh yeah, that's what's important here. Prophecy, Harry, prophecy. Come on. Not that he knows about it, but whatever. Anyway, so Harry doing a very bad job on informing people about what happened, but a nice recap of where all the characters are as we start the book. Let's see. And then after that, just says, without glancing at his reflection, he started to get dressed before going down to breakfast. And that is the end of chapter 2.
Boom, bam. Look at that. I mean, and this is exactly what happened last time. We ended up going well over an hour on a chapter that basically just tells us mostly information that we already knew.
Well, there's lots to talk about, Ben.
I know. We always have a lot to talk about when it comes to Harry Potter.
We sure do. We sure do.
Yeah. What an enjoyable recap chapter. Probably
Yeah.
one of my favorites.
Boy, you know what, though? I feel like we've been doing these scathing reviews of, like, we did Oliver Wood, we did Hagrid here recently.
Yeah.
I feel like if we ever get to the point about Harry, I'm going to spend, like, a whole page being about, like, you didn't write to Lupin right here.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, there's my scathing review of Harry Potter.
Chapter 2, Goblet of Fire. Let's go.
Let's go.
That's all the source material we need.
All I need, Harry doesn't do a whole lot of things wrong, but the disrespect
To
in
Lupin.
this chapter
Ugh.
in particular.
Just drive you crazy.
Crazy.
So do we have a review for today?
We sure do, Ben. Allow me. All right, Ben, our review today is by Magic Mistake. They say, hey, brother, fan from New Zealand. Thank you for this podcast. No one in my life reads Harry Potter. It's nice to have, for the first time, someone to read alongside with. Dude, heard. I got you, man. We see you.
We see you.
We
yeah,
see
that's
you.
why we're here doing this together.
Dude, I play a game on my phone, Marvel Snap.
Yeah.
It is like extremely popular. Like apparently like 80 million people have downloaded the app according to the stats. I know not a single one of those people.
How is that even possible?
I don't know. It's whatever. It's annoying. It's fine. Someone I know will eventually play it and we can chat about it and it'll be great.
It'll be great.
But in the meantime, back to Magic Mistake. I have a theory about why Peeves is afraid of the Bloody Baron. If poltergeists are the manifestation of a particular attending quality, e.g. rule breaking, then perhaps the students at that time, as well as relentless rule breaking, harbored an extreme fear of the Bloody Baron. And this quality manifested in parallel with rule breaker into Peeves the poltergeist. But we can go even further. Perhaps the Bloody Baron was a live man brought into the school as a last resort to bring the rule breaking under control. This would explain why the rule breaking and fear of the Bloody Baron coincided.
Oh,
Thoughts?
dang. Interesting. I like the idea that, like, Peeves himself's manifestation is, like, simultaneously ingrained with this other, like, known fear.
Yes, absolutely. I absolutely love that idea that, like, the Bloody Baron is a scary ghost.
Yeah.
And the students are afraid of him. And they're like rule breakers and stuff. And like, yeah, because he's the manifestation of all the rule breaking, but like they're all also afraid of the Bloody Baron, and so is Peeves.
And so is Peeves,
Like
yeah.
that tracks so well to me.
Because when it really boils down to it, like, almost nothing that Peeves is like his own.
Right.
Like, because Peeves is like the reflection of all of, like, the students' sensations in a way, and I mean, focus specifically on that rule breaking aspect. It's like, yeah, like everything he does is really just things that students have thought to do.
Yeah, and I mean, like, even I want to say, like, in the first, like, one of the 3 books, like at one of the feasts, like, Harry looks over and, like, the Bloody Baron is sitting next to Draco or something, and he's looking, like, very uncomfortable about it. So, like, even the Slytherins are a little spooked by their own house ghost.
Right,
So,
right.
that tracks a lot to me. The second half of this, about perhaps the Bloody Baron was a live man brought into the school as a last resort to bring the rule breaking under control. We know a little bit about the Bloody Baron, and that is not the case. The Bloody Baron was a real person, and he was taught by Salazar Slytherin himself during the time the founders were alive, like
Yep.
pre-Chamber of Secrets break from the school, sort of stuff like that.
Right.
And he was in love with Helena Ravenclaw.
Yeah, Rowena's daughter.
Yeah, Rowena's daughter. And so when Helena stole the diadem and fled the school, the Bloody Baron was, or just the Baron at that point, was sent to try and find her. And then what happens when he finds her? Like, he stabs himself?
Yeah. So basically, I think she like spurs his advance, and he stabs her.
Oh.
And that's how she dies.
Oh, okay. Yeah. He stabs her. That's how she dies. And then he feels so bad he stabs himself.
Correct.
Right. And he wears
The
the chains as like penance.
Penance, yep.
Yeah. Okay,
Exactly.
There we
So-
go. That's the full story. So that's the story of the Bloody Baron. But I love the idea that Peeves is afraid of him because the students are afraid of him.
No, I know. I think that's
Yeah.
I think that's really thoughtful. That's very good. I think it fits. Totally works with the character. It is curious though, like to go over, because like I think that we've got a whole video about how like Rowena and the Ravenclaw family could have been like the forerunners to, I think, the Blacks is what we ultimately ended up coming up with. Because and there's like this like layer of like royalty that almost seems like must be the case, because what I think is really interesting about that time period in particular is that the Bloody Baron, if he's being taught by Salazar Slytherin, is a pureblood. And if he's a Baron, it means that he is inside of the royal hierarchy.
Right.
Which would also mean that both of his parents would be royals of some kind.
Of some kind for like the England of the day.
England of the day.
Because
Because
otherwise where's he getting the title from?
Right, because we don't have, I'm pretty sure even like when Harry asks about like the Half-Blood Prince, like Lupin says like there are no wizarding princes. Like
Right.
that's not like there is no royalty for wizards.
Well, not that there's no royalty, they're just that there's maybe no prince.
okay, there's no prince.
Right. Like, but you're right. But like, it even continues to track that like Slytherin House might be associated with the royal line itself, because Merlin was in Slytherin, and we know that
true.
he worked for like King Arthur.
Yep.
Like, and so in that case, like he like a member, like the royalty is aware of the magic.
You're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. And then I mean on top of that, this is also where you have to wonder like if what level Rowena is integral to sort of like everything happening, because even like her artifact happens to be a crown.
A crown.
You know, which feels like, you know,
Who wears crowns?
who wears crowns,
Right.
if not royalty.
And it's like you could say like, you know, and like if you're a baron, then the person you're like trying to marry is probably of at least equal status.
of equal status,
Which
yeah.
is not like a hard and fast rule or anything, but if you're in Slytherin house and Slytherin's alive and you care about that sort of it feels like he's the kind of guy who would care about titles.
I would agree with
Yeah.
you. Yeah. Like it doesn't feel like that would be a reach based
Right.
on everything else that we know about all the other corresponding parties.
Yeah.
So anyway, I just always think that that's very interesting to delve into, because I also have this headcanon a little bit that Hogwarts of that time isn't necessarily for like 11 to 17-year-olds, because it would be like it seems conceivable to me that like the Baron wouldn't have to be a teenager
Yeah.
necessarily to be there.
Yeah, I agree. He seems like I don't know. You never get the idea that he's like a young-looking ghost or something, which you know.
I mean,
Right.
same thing. This goes back to the James and Lily points I was making earlier. Like,
Yeah.
you never really get the idea that they were supposed to be like 20,
Right.
21.
Right.
And
What's interesting too about that whole story is that like it obviously means Rowena was married, or I guess not necessarily married, but obviously she has a child.
yes, so
Right.
where does that heritage?
So where does the heritage come from? Was she a Ravenclaw to begin with, or did she like marry into the name? You know?
I mean, it's the way in which she wears it feels like it's her name,
Right.
and it's alliterative, which I mean isn't. I mean, there's a 1 in 26 chance there, you know, in terms of the
Yeah, right.
marrying somebody who happened to become alliterative.
Right.
But that's like, I don't know. Their names, each of their names feels so distinctly theirs.
They absolutely do. I mean, I know. That's the thing. That's
Right.
the thing.
Yeah.
But it's like, then, like, was she married? What, did she just get pregnant and have a kid?
Right. I mean, but that's another one too, where it's like if she's born of like a known British royal family of sorts, and she is of House Ravenclaw,
and, were to meet somebody of like the noble house of Black, then you could even see a world where like maybe she is a half-blood, Rowena.
Okay, yeah.
We don't know that she would be a pure blood.
We don't know.
So like if she is like a half-blood from like this royal family, and then she would, and then be courted by somebody from the noble house of Black, like they would be of similar stature by way of like, wizarding hierarchy versus British hierarchy.
Right.
But maybe then Ravenclaw keeps her name because she is of this otherwise importance. At this point in time, I think we're literally just like in the writing room spitballing.
I know. I'm just like, it's so hard to know. Like, I can see a scenario where she was like in love and she got pregnant, and then her fiance dies. So, she ends up keeping her name, and then Helena has her name as well.
Right.
Instead of being named after the father. Or
I think loss is going to be a big theme.
Loss is going to be a big theme.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's going to be a big theme. I love the idea we always talk about like Slytherin himself has got to be like the like his story feels like it's the central story.
Yeah,
in a way,
his will be the one that. His is the one that you will be fighting the whole time trying to figure out how his legacy is his legacy based on who he is as a person.
Right. Like, yeah, because you'll know the future, but like obviously they won't.
Yes.
So like, it's always made it seem like, oh, he cares about purebloods because he's just like racist or whatever.
Right.
But it's like, if you have a time period where anyone who has like a trace of magical blood in them is being like hunted and killed by gullible townsfolk, then maybe you don't want like maybe he has like better reasons for not wanting people who are like half-bloods to come to the school, because their parents will tell people and then they will come get killed.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like which is still not like a great opinion, but
no, but I think
it's like more reasonable or something.
At bare minimum, if at that point in time where we would know that the perspectives of people of the world would be drastically different, and especially if they're seeing Hogwarts as like a safe haven for this type of thing, it's like, he's going in there and it's like we made this place to be safe,
right?
You could see where that protective instinct is not coming from a dislike for non-magical people, but rather just like a fear.
Yeah, you also have to feel like he almost like something happens to his wife.
Yes,
almost certainly, which has also got to be a huge that is because he has heirs.
He has heirs.
He has heirs.
It's like the thing nobody talks about nearly enough.
No one talks about it enough.
How else can Tom Riddle be the heir of Slytherin
unless he had heirs? Like the Gaunts are direct descendants of Slytherin,
right?
So like, where is this coming from? Who was his wife? He has a locket, for God's sakes. That's his item.
I know.
Is a locket.
A locket.
A locket is a thing between people in love,
Right. What do you put in a locket? You put the photograph of the person you love.
I'm pretty sure it's a heart-shaped locket, right?
I don't know.
I think we've talked about this before. I think we have. I don't know.
I don't know. I have started to picture it as the prop.
I know. Yeah. I will double check it. I think it might. Anyway, we're getting way off the rails here. I have other reasons why I think Slytherin could be like pure blood minded, but I won't give everything away. Should anything be manifested,
Yes. If you want the full story, please get a selection of our books.
Yes, indeed.
just being a little Lockhart for you there.
There you go. Right. Yeah. Yes, I'll publish semi-published wax there, but that is going to do it for this episode of Through the Griffin Door. Make sure you join us next week for Goblet of Fire Chapter 3, The Invitation, here on Through the Griffin Door.
Today's episode was edited by Isabel Chrisley. Vaishon Brandon does our art. Catherine Stein is our production manager, and the show is hosted by me and Jonathan Carlin.
Welcome Dear listeners, I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the riddles inside Goblet of Fire, Chapter 3, The Invitation.
Oh boy, the invitation.
Mm-hmm. I love the chapter art for this chapter.
I know. I feel like we got to kick off with it right away because I think we missed it in last week's episode.
Oh.
For the what was it?
For the scar?
Yeah, I know. Just
I know.
too bad.
You get like a canonical look at the scar.
You
know?
do. Yep, I know. So anyway, but I love this one because it is like Mrs. Weasley. And I think last year we had the Felly tone. Is that when that happened, or was that 2 years ago?
Yeah, where Ron calls and is like yelling.
Yes, yeah. So once again, you've got the Weasleys just doing their absolute darndest to adopt Muggle culture, and they have blanketed this letter with stamps.
Is it not like a little surprising they're not like a little better at it? You know, like because Arthur works in the misuse of Muggle artifacts department, and you'd think he would have like, you know, an outstanding in Muggle studies. It feels like a class in Muggle studies should be like, write a letter to a Muggle.
Yeah, right.
Know?
Yes, yeah.
Right,
We're going to use regular post.
Regular mail. Things that are different but that we can accomplish. Address an envelope.
It's funny because I think there's also going to be a scene later on in this very book where Arthur has to ask Harry for help with like Muggle money because he just can't figure out like which one is which. And he's like, oh, that's right. I see it there. There's a 5 on that one. And it's like, you know your numbers,
right? You know your numbers, though,
yeah,
right?
Like, I mean, it feels pretty fundamental.
Like if you don't know how to use Muggle artifacts, how are you supposed to identify when they're being misused?
That's a good point,
right?
Yeah. Not to mention, I'm pretty sure we have seen in past chapter arts, and I mean, I know that we're obviously splitting hairs here, and this is not like necessarily canonical, but we have seen. I think it's the letter from Sirius at the end of Prisoner of Azkaban. There is a stamp.
Oh, there's a stamp on it.
Yeah.
Which like you don't need. They don't need stamps
No.
to mail owls, especially when the owl is a wild owl. It's not like you went to the post office and they're like, can I borrow this?
Right,
Or
yes.
can I rent the owl?
Where you might need to be like paying the associated fee for whatever care and upkeep is required for the owl. But either way, I think it's adorable. I also love the fact that they are very different stamps, which I appreciate because I am... I can't go so far as to say I'm like a deep lover of stamps, but like whenever I go to the post office, I'll always go up to the counter and be like, what do y'all got today?
Yeah.
Like you got any good ones I can maybe pick up? So I do have a bizarre collection of, I mean, I'm not a collector, but I have a bizarre collection of stamps.
Yes. Very good. Very good. I do love as well that the very nature of it being covered in stamps means that Mrs. Weasley had to go to a Muggle post office to purchase all of the stamps.
Yes.
You know, at which point, like, she obviously chose several different varieties, had to go through the entire process of the, like, wizard Muggle currency exchange rate.
Right.
But, like, at no point did it occur to her to ask, like, what is the purpose of stamps? It's like, from their point of view, it's like, when Muggles send mail, they put stickers on it. You know?
Right. Well, we should make sure we put enough so it gets there safely.
I hope I put enough stamps on. Like, the point of it isn't to like represent that you paid to mail the letter. It's just that like when you mail letters, you put stamps on it.
This is part of culture.
Part of culture, exactly.
Yes. Yeah. No, it's really funny. I think it reminds me of a scene in Ted Lasso where he goes to like an American bar in England.
Yeah.
And it's like hilarious. And I'm sure that this is the case with so many things where somebody outside of a culture is attempting to represent a culture, but they've leaned way too far into the stereotypes.
Yes.
And it's like, you're not quite getting it. Which, you know, I think maybe that's a degree of what's happening here as well.
Yeah,
she's
yes.
trying. She's trying.
She's
her
trying
best.
so
Yeah.
hard. I know she has so many like faux pas in this letter, which I'm sure we will get to here in a second. But for the moment, that's the chapter art. Let's just dive on into the chapter.
Let's do it, yeah, because we're now kind of getting our first glimpse into life at the Dursleys,
Yes.
which I think is it's very important, and I've brought it up so many times throughout the series, but it goes to demonstrate just how bad Harry's life is there.
Yes.
Like it's like a weird kind of like stakes that are like established as to like why it is so important that Harry is able to go reside at wizard school.
Yes, it is. So this is going to be a big like Dursley update chapter, and just as a reminder, we're coming out of chapter 2, The Scar, where Harry has been dealing with the fallout of having witnessed the first chapter, the Riddle House, where he was watching Voldemort murder Frank Bryce, and then he wakes up from the terrible sweat, has to decide what he's going to do about it, and now this is just the very next morning. So like you're kind of going from like, wow, Harry's having a real like traumatic nightmare situation right into a living nightmare situation.
Yes, yeah. And I think that like the line that's like so hard to read from the last chapter, and just to kind of give you that additional context of like what might be going through Harry's mind here, because it says Harry kneaded his forehead with his knuckles. What he really wanted, and it felt almost shameful to admit to himself, was someone like a parent.
Yes.
And, so you have to imagine that this is a 14-year-old who has woken up from a nightmare that very well could be real in the middle of the night. And then he goes downstairs to the adults that reside in the house with him. And this is the opening line for the Dursleys. By the time Harry arrived in the kitchen, the 3 Dursleys were already seated around the table. None of them looked up as he entered or sat down.
Right.
And it's like, it's ridiculous that this child is longing for anyone who can step in and be like the strong person in the room on his behalf.
Right.
A completely reasonable expectation of someone at this age, and yet this is what he's met with, which is why it's so like
right.
He doesn't even know how to expect that to be there. That's why it feels shameful for him to admit it, like, because it's like he doesn't have it.
Well, but it's like this. Yeah, I think that's like the point of this chapter, is to remind you just like how isolated Harry is. It's like he can't really talk about the wizarding world, and maybe you could understand the Dursleys like being kind of like at odds with it. But like now you're at a situation where like Harry has effectively witnessed murder through the eyes of the devil. You know?
Yeah.
And it's like even now he cannot like even confide this like worst of scenarios to his caretakers.
Right.
Like such is the distance between them. And it's like that has got to feel so isolating when it's like something as bad as this is happening to you and you still can't speak up about it at all.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, everybody talks about, in Order of the Phoenix, how Harry goes on to sort of be like your classic 15-year-old who's sort of like misunderstood. And it's like, yeah, because he is misunderstood. Like, like who is going through that and not getting the proper attention, even if you were an adult, when you came downstairs, other adults would be like, whoa, okay.
Yeah.
Let's stop what we're doing. Let's stop reading the Daily Mail and quartering this grapefruit.
Yeah, right. Absolutely.
Which is what they're doing.
Which is what they are doing. So also, this is one of those things that I never would have noticed. And if you're not reading it, it says Uncle Vernon's large red face was hidden behind the morning's Daily Mail. But Daily Mail is in italics and capitalized. And I've always just listened to it and assumed he's just like already reading the mail.
Oh,
which
but
actually doesn't make sense because the mail's about to come. But like you don't know that as you're reading this, so it just sounds like he's like reading the Daily Mail.
Oh,
but,
that's a good point. Yeah,
but the Daily Mail is the name of the newspaper.
Right.
Yes.
It is the Muggle version of the Daily Prophet.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yep.
Let's see here. And so basically what we know is that the Dursleys have also adopted what has been known to be a rather like kind of fad diet, I think, through various decades throughout the years, the grapefruit diet.
The grapefruit diet.
Something I largely know about because of the Weird Al Yankovic song by the same name.
Grapefruit diet.
Diet.
Yeah, what do you know about the grapefruit diet?
What I read about the grapefruit diet is that you were, I believe, supposed to incorporate grapefruit into each meal, and it like unscientifically is supposed to help you lose an amount of weight, I think like up to 10 pounds in 10 days or something like that. But there is no verification that it works, and I think it's generally frowned upon as a practice.
Oh, okay.
So what do you know about a grapefruit diet?
I wouldn't have known anything. I never assumed. You know what? As you're mentioning the Weird Al song, it's occurring to me that it might be more of a widespread thing. I was just sort of like, yep, they're just eating very little food.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a sparse amount of food.
Right.
But no, this was a popular thing. I think I was reading the Wikipedia page for it, so forgive me if I'm wrong here, but I think it was very popular in like either the 20s or 30s, and then it like sprang back up, I think somewhere around like the 80s, and sort of had like its little stint of popularity.
Okay.
So it could be the case that what's happening here is that like the Dursleys are like kind of like, because this is 1994 in their years, so it's almost like they're picking up a diet that's almost like kind of 10-ish, 15 years.
Oh, all right. Well, here's my theory on it then. The reason the grapefruit diet, quote unquote, may or may not unscientifically work is that if you eat half a grapefruit with no like sugar or anything on it, it will just curb your appetite because it doesn't taste good. And you'll have suffered through it
and
to
you're
that
like,
point.
yeah.
And you're like, I'm pretty much just done eating. You know what? I'm done.
That's enough.
That's enough.
This is because you're not a fan of grapefruit.
I'm not a fan of. Well, I mean, like grapefruit has its place. Fresca is where grapefruits belong, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you like a carbonated beverage with like a hint of grapefruit nearby.
Yeah. Well, like I wouldn't even say like Pamplemousse LaCroix.
Yeah.
No good.
Oh no, I like that one.
Nope.
Yep.
Don't like
No.
that one. But Fresca, that's where it's at.
Okay.
I didn't even know it was grapefruit for a long time when I finally read the can. It was like grapefruit, and then I had to like really focus in. I was like, it is. This is the best application of grapefruit in the world.
Okay.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
I like grapefruit scented things.
Grapefruit scent. That's a good use for it as well.
Yep. But
Yeah.
I agree with you. I'm not somebody. My wife Alice will eat a grapefruit for breakfast, but I won't. So, anyway, let's see here.
We're gonna be reminded over and over and over in this chapter about the size of Dudley.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
like the weird kind of like I think. I mean, he's a large kid, but it is much more representative of like a certain kind of neglect on the side of his parents.
I think that's exactly what's going on, because we're even going to have a line here, I think that like talks about how like Petunia even goes out of her way to make sure that the piece of grapefruit quarter, it says, yeah, okay. She now passed the grapefruit quarter to Harry. He noticed that it was a lot smaller than Dudley's. And I think that like we're going to see it even again later on when it comes to the invitation itself. But it's like, I think so often the Dursleys are so determined to create disparity between how Dudley is treated and how Harry is treated, that you're exactly right. And Dumbledore will even bring it up, I think, in Half-Blood Prince, like where he's like the only thing I can be grateful for is that Harry hasn't suffered the neglect as the boy sitting between you two right now. And I think it's like anything that's going on with Dudley right now is a failing of Petunia and Vernon.
Right, because like, yeah, you're right. Like in their effort to mistreat Harry, they like overcorrect on both boys.
Exactly.
Right, where
Yeah.
they just like overcorrect Dudley into like this other weird kind of abuse, which is like the spoiling of him and the overeating and the like, oh, we need to treat you so extra more than Harry, that like they're unaware of like the negative impacts it's having on Dudley.
Exactly.
Whereas that at the same time they're like and like they want to treat Dudley in their minds extra good to like represent to Harry how much they don't like him. And then at the same time they want to treat Harry poorly to show Dudley how much they do like him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is that like, I think Dudley so existed in this world his whole life that like, I think again, when you go back to that scene in Half-Blood Prince, like all three of the Dursleys are confused. Like, when was Dudley ever mistreated?
Right.
I think, and it's like, they don't understand it at all.
At all.
But any onlooker is like, oh, yes.
Yeah.
I see what's happened here. Yeah.
Right. So that's what we're gonna have here. But yeah, Dudley, there's like a whole description here about like it sounds like all of their attitudes toward Dudley is not rubbing off very well at school, where he's gotten like a bad report where there are reports of bullying. He has bad grades, and they no longer make clothes big enough for him.
Yes, yeah. So what I thought was kind of funny is we just recently made a video breaking down the Slytherin paradox.
Yeah.
And inside of that video, we were talking about in the early days of like the sorting quiz on Pottermore, when you were allocated into your specific house, you would have a prefect from each house sort of like send you a letter that sort of like gave you like a sense or feel of like how you were to be like welcomed into that house. And there is a particular term that is used when describing like Slytherin's own perspective in their superiority. This is back, I think, in the 90s or early 2000s.
Yeah, it was like right when Pottermore came out, like the letter you'd get from the Slytherin prefect welcoming you to the house.
Yes, but did they not use the term SWAT?
Yeah.
SWOT
Yes.
to refer to
the Ravenclaws.
To the Ravenclaws, and the idea there is that they're like overly bookish, and why would you want to be that type of thing? And I guess this is a term in England.
Yeah, that basically just means like it's like a derogatory term for someone who like takes their studies too seriously.
Yes, but I thought it was funny because I had never really paid attention to that term before. And when it's talking about Dudley's poor grades, it says Aunt Petunia Aunt Petunia always insisted that Dudley was a very gifted boy whose teachers didn't understand him, while Uncle Vernon maintained that he didn't want some swatty little Nancy boy for a son anyway.
I know. I highlighted that as well. I was like, but like you like want him to be smart still, right? Like
surely even you can value intelligence.
Right. Like you have a job where you have to make deals. I've seen you organize dinners. You know, like you had a well thought out strategy that was likely to work if not for the intervention of one Daubert the house elf.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. It's like, surely you consider yourself smart,
right,
Vernon.
Right. Like,
right.
You'd think. I mean, by all accounts, he seems good at his job.
Yeah. Exactly. Yep. But anyway, yeah. So again, it's just sort of like it's kind of not paying attention to any of the other things.
Even the line, it's like he's a boisterous little boy, but he wouldn't learn to fly. Like I underline that. It's like that line is like such ignorance.
Yes.
Like, determined not to see the writing on the wall.
Right. Especially because what we're going to know will happen with Dudley over the next year is that he will take up boxing as a like physical outlet or whatever. And it's like he is engaging in at least what is otherwise known as a rather violent centered sport.
The noble sport.
The noble sport of boxing. As Vernon will refer to it as. Anyway.
You know when Jake Paul was entering the arena the other night to fight Mike Tyson, I couldn't help. I was just like, such nobility. So I have no other words for this slow motion entrance except nobility.
Yeah, I think to me
and
it
he's
was,
in the ring. Okay.
Yeah, I think it was whatever Axe body spray that Logan Paul was spritzing all over him for the entire entry. That that's what really sent it over the top.
That's what it really did. You know. Yeah. Solid.
Look at us being topical.
Hey, we watched a thing on the Netflix at dial-up internet speeds. It was great.
People years from now are going to be like, what?
What on earth happened? You guys no, Ben, it was a moment in history, right? Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Totally.
The definite high point of that night.
It wasn't.
It was not.
Anyway, back to our book here. Let's see here. We've got, I think that, Harry sort of having a much more objective perspective on things is kind of observing the fact that that while Aunt Petunia's eyes were so sharp when it came to spotting fingerprints on her gleaming wall, and in observance of the comings and goings of the neighbors, simply refused to see that like Dudley has basically picked up all of these sort of attributes along the way.
Yeah.
Anyway, so then as we scoot forward, we get like a little bit more. We get a diet sheet that has been sent by Smeltings.
Yes, I highlighted that as well because I was like, you know what? I always think of like because the Dursleys are like pro Smeltings that it's probably very snobby and like kind of up their alley. But like clearly it's not. It's just like it Smeltings, even though there must be some uppityness to it, like does care about their students.
Right. Yes, they are like rejecting what the Dursleys are presenting in the form of Dudley.
Right. They're like diet sheet. Yes.
Yes.
Here you go. From the school.
So maybe I can't completely fault Vernon and Petunia, though, for the selection of the grapefruit diet.
Right.
If the diet sheet has been sent by Smeltings.
That's true. Maybe they're the ones who prescribed to the grapefruit diet.
Maybe they did indeed.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's see here.
It's interesting too, the description of their fridge, where it says like it had been emptied, involved Dudley's favorite things: fizzy drinks, cakes, chocolate bars, and burgers, and filled instead with fruits, vegetables, and the sorts of things Uncle Vernon called rabbit food. And I'm like, okay, so like I understand that Dudley has like not been eating well, but like you just didn't even own fruits and vegetables like at all. Like you're stocking cake. You have cakes all the time.
The one that got me was the burgers.
The burgers.
Yeah, it's like I mean, this feels like the type of thing like in a cartoon you could like open the fridge and just see like a row of burgers, maybe.
Yeah.
But like at no point in time do I ever just have burgers like ready
in the fridge.
Like just in case I want to pop one out and have a burger.
Because like whilst Vernon and Dudley both seem to be like bigger gentlemen, like Petunia is always described as like stick figure.
Right.
You know, so it's like is this what's she eating most of the time? If this is what's normally in their fridge.
This is a good question.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't know.
Rabbit
Don't know.
food.
Rabbit food.
Yeah.
Yes. So I don't know. It's interesting that like at large for the last 13 years at least, that they have just sort of not had a good diet at all for the whole family.
The real question to me is always just like, what would Dudley have been like if Harry wasn't there to create this contrast?
Oh, I know, yeah.
Because I mean, even going off my smaller grapefruit quarter I mentioned earlier, but the next line actually reads, Aunt Petunia seemed to feel that the best way to keep up Dudley's morale was to make sure that he did at least get more to eat than Harry.
Right.
And it's like, how far back does this go, and what does Dudley's life look like if it's not for, Harry's being there?
Right.
In that case, it's like presumably you have two parents who just love their child, and I mean, they do seem to, poor tactics aside, they do seem to very much love Dudley.
Right. Yeah. That I don't think is in question. And you're like, they don't seem to want anything to do with like Lily or James or anything, but at least it's not like in the house, I guess.
Right.
And it's like now that Harry is there, they like feel like they need to do something about it. But
yes.
I feel like it would be a little better off. Maybe still not a great kid. But
right.
Yeah.
Let's see here. So then the kind of fun thing though is that Harry has like a little bit more empowerment when it comes to his relationship with the Dursleys.
Yes.
Compared to what he's been able to do in the past, where I think at the beginning of Chamber of Secrets, it's kind of like a key point that like the Dursleys don't know that he's not allowed to do magic outside of school, and then the whole incident happens with Dobby, which then sort of like reveals to them that this is in fact a problem. And then last year, all of his stuff has been like locked away, but then Aunt Marge is just so ridiculously rude to Harry that like the magic kind of explodes,
bursts out of him.
Yep. But it seems like at this point in time, especially in part thanks to the fact that Harry has brought up that Sirius is out there and is his godfather and wants to make sure that he is okay, Harry is like entitled to more of his things, and Hedwig is permitted to go out on trips.
Yes.
And so he has like communication with the outside world. So when it says the moment that Harry caught wind of the fact that he was expected to survive all summer on carrot sticks, Harry had said to Hedwig to his friend with pleas for help, and they had risen to the occasion magnificently.
It says magnificently, but then proceeds to like list the ways in which they have failed him.
The whole next like half a page is a little contradictory in more way than one.
Yeah.
Yes, because they had risen to the occasion magnificently, which is just to say that they tried. Hermione. Hedwig had returned from Hermione's house with a large box stuffed full of sugar-free snacks. Hermione's parents were dentists, which it doesn't explicitly say that these aren't good snacks.
It doesn't say that. You're right. Just that they're sugar-free. So perhaps these are still good. And I'm not sure like what was Harry hoping for. It's just like specifically sugar-free.
Yes.
Like I feel like it says sugar-free on the box.
Right. Yeah. So then we have Hagrid, the Hogwarts gamekeeper. Let me try that again. Hagrid, the Hogwarts gamekeeper, had obliged with a sack full of his own homemade rock cakes.
Yeah.
Harry hadn't touched these. He had too much experience with Hagrid's cooking.
Right. So less magnificent.
Less magnificent basically just means that Hagrid sent what is probably a heavy package back with Hedwig.
Yeah.
That is not being touched, unfortunately. And then it seems like Mrs. Weasley really came through.
Yeah, Mrs. Weasley, the real hero here. Surprise, surprise.
Okay, this lone word means that the rest of the packages were less good. Mrs. Weasley, however,
yes.
which is to say, in contrast to, had sent the family owl Errol with an enormous fruitcake and assorted meat pies.
Yes, real food, sort of. I mean, the fruitcake is still more like maybe a treat, I assume. But like the assorted meat pies, I'm like, you have food, you have protein.
Yes, yeah, there we go, yeah. Because otherwise, Harry is feeding off of what sounds like Dudley's old fridge contents himself. But then it follows up with, and then on Harry's birthday, which the Dursleys had completely ignored, he had received 4 superb birthday cakes, 1 each from Ron, Hermione, Hagrid, and Sirius.
Yeah.
So he's referring to it as a superb cake. However, he had literally just mentioned that Harry hadn't touched the rock cakes because he had too much experience of Hagrid's cooking.
Yeah.
So maybe Hagrid's baking is a completely different category from Hagrid's cooking.
I mean, I guess I would have always thought rock cakes was a form of baking.
I would have
but
agreed.
We also know that Hagrid does make a good cake vis-a-vis his entry into Harry's life.
The chocolate cake with
the chocolate
icing
cake
and green lettering.
Yeah, that one.
It makes me want cake every time I think about it.
It is such a good-looking cake.
It is.
Yes.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually made that one for my wife for her birthday this year.
You did. It was great. So yeah, I guess Hagrid sends a much better cake than he does rock cakes. So Harry goes upstairs and says Harry still had 2 of them left. And so looking forward to a real breakfast when he got back upstairs. He ate his grapefruit without complaint. And I'm like, when I read that, I'm always like, well, but like living off of cake is still not going to be that comfortable for very long.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I mean, and maybe this is like one of those instances where it's like a mind over matter thing. Like Harry's kind of used to being hungry, like because of the Dursleys, and so maybe he's just sort of like, you know what? At least I have some agency over what happens next.
Right. That's true. That's true. That is going to be a big part of this chapter for sure, as Uncle Vernon is going to have several like existential crises to deal with. But we'll get to those. Anyway, Vernon himself is looking down at the grapefruit and says, "Is this it?" He said grumpily, and I highlighted that because like he's a big guy too, and I bet he is very grumpy these days.
I mean, honestly, like I am a rather small lad by I think and like if I have like a lone banana for breakfast myself, then come lunchtime I'm hangering.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's like it's a bad combination for Harry that Dudley has to be on this diet and everyone else has to do it because I feel like it's just making them all very hungry and irritable, which is such a side effect of hunger. Yeah. So not great for Harry, but he is called to the door to get the actual mail where he has a short conversation with the mailman and then comes back and has to talk to Harry, looking livid.
Yes. The thing I like about it is that he comes back from the mailman and he says, "You," he barked at Harry, "in the living room now."
Yeah.
To which I was like, "No, the kitchen is just simply no place for punishments.
No place.
It's like, we can't do this here.
Can't do this here.
This is where grapefruit is consumed."
Exactly.
Yes, this is a living room conversation.
Right, private. I don't want anyone else to know. He doesn't even want like Petunia and Dudley to know that like magic has entered the house in some way.
Well, I mean, and that paranoia is very real. Like, I think while he's going to be talking to Harry, it's going to specifically mention that like his eyes are shifting to the windows as if somebody could be like peering in, listening to this very conversation.
Yeah, they probably are, yeah.
Like, it would be exhausting to live this way.
Oh my gosh, I know, to be like assuming that like at any moment, like, oh my gosh, the neighbors are probably looking in. We need to keep our voices down lest the people next door overhear what we're talking about.
Yes.
Like, like in your regular days when you're like, guess I'll just go put my ear to the window and see if I can overhear the neighbors.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
No, yes, precisely. It's like, I mean, we've all done it, right?
All
and
done
stood
it.
outside our neighbors' houses.
We all carve out time every day to make sure that we nosily know what the neighbors are up to.
Exactly. Worst case scenario is that you look across the street back at your own home and see that they're standing outside your window while you're standing outside their window.
I know. It's just like, yeah, we're all watching each other. We're on the same page. Good. Keep it in check, neighbors.
Neighbors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so obviously, but they are petrified of people figuring this out. And it's like, also, it's such unfounded worry too, because it's like, even if they overheard them talking about magic, like, if you don't know about wizards, that's not going to be your first like thought. It's not going to be like, wait a minute, they were talking about magic. Are wizards real and they have one? You know?
Yeah, that's exactly it. You're right. Yeah. It's like the belief that people will be able to jump to that conclusion just based on overhearing like the single word magic,
right,
or wizard, or wand, or broomstick,
like Hogwarts. You know?
Yeah. It's like probably like we go back to like Frank. It's like when he heard those words, he had to jam his finger rather forcefully into his earwax infested ear,
exactly,
to be like, Quidditch wasn't a word.
Yeah, right. Whatever. It's just like he assumes he misheard more
exactly.
than anything.
Yeah.
Which is a normal response. But either way, Harry is just like sitting at the kitchen table, like, "Oh God, what am I like? What did I do now?"
Right. Yes, I am merely sitting here eating my grapefruit in peace.
Yeah. Let me get to there, and like Uncle Vernon is so flustered. He's just like, so. Harry's like, so what?
It's like, what's the haps here, sir? Yeah. So, but Harry is aware of the fact that Vernon's temperature shouldn't be tested this early in the morning, especially when he's under severe strain from the lack of food. So he therefore settled for looking politely puzzled.
Yeah. So, and it's interesting that Molly doesn't write the letter to Harry; she writes it to Uncle Vernon. So, because it's a letter about you.
That's true. You're right. You're right. Yep. Let's see here.
Also, like, this is another one where Harry's confusion is like all over the place. Who would be writing to the Dursleys about him? I was like, Harry, it's got to be like one of two people. It's like it's either Dumbledore or the Weasleys. Like, who else writes to you?
Right.
You know?
Yes. We do
Nobody.
we do have a limited pool. Dobby, maybe.
Dobby sending letters. Yeah. Who knows? Who
Sirius
knows?
Black.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's just sending him a letter. Just wanted to let you know I'm walking around the house.
Oh man. Then you definitely can like understand the extent to which Molly is just so drastically different from the Dursleys, because it says, "Dear Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, we have never been introduced, but I am sure that you have heard a great deal from Harry about my son Ron."
Oh, I know. Such faith that deep down the Dursleys must be good people enough to have talked to Harry about his friend.
Yes. It's
Right.
like tremendously low bar.
Tremendously low bar.
Yes. And then, as Harry might have told you, the final of the Quidditch World Cup takes place this Monday night, and my husband Arthur has just managed to get prime tickets through his connections at the Department of Magical Games and Sports, which I highlighted that whole thing and underlined the "and my husband Arthur" because I feel like this reminds me so much of when Arthur gets promoted, I think, is it in Order of the Phoenix? And Molly's like bursting at the seams to be like, Arthur's been promoted.
Yeah.
It's like to me, this is like one of those moments where it's like Molly is like bragging on her husband in like the most endearing way.
Yeah.
You know, she's just like, my husband was able to get tickets. You know, it's like it's such a big moment for her.
Yeah. As ever, I'm just gonna vent about the prime ticket situation.
Okay. Lay it on us, Jay.
Okay, here we go. This is, what day of the week is this? Like, I don't know. The Quidditch World Club is taking place on Monday night. This is like what, Saturday? Maybe like a few days beforehand. Do we know?
I think it's a Saturday morning.
It's a Saturday morning.
I feel like that is the case because I feel like. Hold on. If we go back to the beginning of when Harry woke up, I feel like it talks about like the faint misty orange light that was filtering through the street lamp window from outside. No, I thought that it said on a Saturday morning, but maybe it doesn't.
Yeah, I think Ron is going to send him a letter as well and say like we'll be there at 5 o'clock on Sunday anyway, and then he writes back and says something like I'll see you tomorrow or something.
Okay.
See you 5 o'clock tomorrow. Yeah. So today is Saturday. Sunday they're picking him up. Monday is the Quidditch World Cup. But here's the thing, is that Molly is saying in her letter that my husband just got tickets. And like Ron is going to say in his letter too, Dad got tickets.
Yes, yeah.
Like
this is breaking news.
This is breaking news. And like, so as of like, Friday, did they even know they were going to the Quidditch World Cup? Like, don't think so.
Well, I mean, it's hard to say because the letter must have been in transit for some amount of time.
For some amount of time, but like Harry is going to send the letter back to Ron, assuming it'll get to him before Sunday at 5 o'clock.
Well, that's true. But I mean, and to be fair, it's possible that the letter through the post was expedited due to the fact that there was like
I know. They were like, wow.
$15 worth of postage.
I know. They're like, we got to get this fast.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. I mean, somebody needs it.
That's true. But it can't have been for more than like 5 days or so that they have known they're even going to it. And she says, my husband's able to secure prime seats. Underselling it a bit, if you ask me. Like, not just prime seats, like the best seats in the entire stadium,
Yes,
effectively.
in the top box next to the person who is announcing it and the Minister for Magic.
Yes. Unbelievable that like less than a week out, they get 10 tickets to the prime seats, which are still available. By the way,
and nobody picked them
still
up.
available.
Too expensive.
100,000 people coming. The Bulgarian ministers of magic are going to be in that box. Do you think this is like a box you're taking care of a lot?
Yes.
But nope, 10 vacant seats.
10 vacant seats
to be given out to anyone. To just 5 days before the event.
Yeah.
Not accounted for.
Not accounted for, none whatsoever. And all in thanks to the fact that Arthur was able to get Ludo Bagman's brother,
Otto,
off on a lawnmower emergency.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Apparently, just, I don't know. What did Otto Bagman do to the lawnmower?
Well, what could this thing have been doing? How many people's lives were endangered?
I know.
Many, maybe at least 10. One ticket for each person who we saved.
Yeah.
Anyway, yep. So that is what happened. Approximately tens of thousands of dollar repayment.
Yes.
At
apparently.
least in the value of the tickets being handed out here.
Well, because she even goes on to say, like, Harry, I do hope you allow us to take Harry to the match. This is really a once in a lifetime opportunity. Also very true. Britain hasn't hosted the cup for 30 years, and tickets are extremely hard to come by. Which I'm like, are they? Are they hard to come by? Because there's 100,000 people there, and it hardly sounds like there's 100,000 wizards in Europe.
Well, that's
Like,
also true.
How hard is it to get tickets to this thing?
We don't know.
We don't know.
The thing that I thought was kind of interesting about the 30 years is I feel like this could be, because there's two major things that's happening here. If you go back 30 years, you're going back to the year 1964, which would be before Voldemort's rise to power for the first time.
Yeah.
Because this would be like when James was James himself, I think, would have been like 4 or 5 years old.
Okay.
So just a child. And I think it's kind of interesting because it's like, that means that like Britain hosting the World Cup and the return of the Tri-Wizard Tournament, to me, are both major indicators that Fudge has like fully bought on the idea that Voldemort is gone, which I think is probably also part of like what is going to cause such tremendous resistance to the idea that he could be back. Because Fudge, you know, from his perspective, he's like, this year is going to be great. I've brought back the Quidditch World Cup to Britain. I've brought back the Tri-Wizard Tournament to Hogwarts. Like, great things are happening.
Yeah. I mean, would you say it's down to Fudge or more like Crouch?
I mean, the administration,
yeah,
if you will.
Right.
Yes, the current acting powers are doing things that are all things that you would do during peacetime.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. Lots of sports. Lots
of fun, lots of, you know, interest and recreation. Yeah.
Right. Tourism. All those things. So Mrs. Weasley continues that it would be best for Harry to send your answer as quickly as possible in the normal way because the Muggle postman has never delivered to our house, and I'm not even sure he knows where it is. Which I love that. The normal way. Like, come on, Mrs. Weasley. Even for you, maybe a little tactless.
yeah.
But there we go.
Our normal way.
Our normal way. Yes,
Yeah,
yes. Maybe
yeah.
that's the way to say it. Then the postscript. I do hope we put enough stamps on, which I just love that. I love the like even as she's done it, she's like, I don't know, this might not make it.
We're flirting with danger here.
We're flirting with. I should have gotten a bigger envelope.
I know. Yeah, right. I love Harry's response because Vernon is going to hold up the letter, which I can only imagine looks exactly like the chapter art, and it says, every bit of it was covered in stamps except for a square inch on the front onto which Miss Weasley had squeezed the Dursleys' address in minute writing. And then Harry says, she did put enough stamps on then.
Got him.
Said Harry, trying to sound as though Mrs. Weasley's was a mistake anyone can make.
Yes.
His uncle's eyes flashed.
Oh, man. I love his response. The postman noticed. Very interested to know where this letter came from, he was. To which I'm like, that's why he rang the doorbell. Seemed to think it was funny. Which, one, it is funny. But two, what a nosy postman. Like, what business is it of yours?
I know, yeah. But I do think that is quite inappropriate. But I love the phrasing, seemed to think it was funny.
Yeah.
And to which I was like, I love how not funny it is to Vernon.
Yeah.
Like, no part of him is getting a chuckle out of this.
Nope.
Because if this happened to me, I'd be like, this is incredible.
Oh, I know.
Like,
That'd be hilarious.
I would keep it.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, could you imagine, like, what if, I mean, not that she ever would, but if, like, Aunt Marge sent him a letter covered in stamps like this, what would he think?
What would he do?
Would he be like, having a laugh?
Ate another funny whelk.
I know, right?
Classic Marge.
Classic Marge. What a hoot. I said no one ever.
Yeah.
Oh,
literally.
man.
She is the worst.
Yes, but this brings Vernon into his first internal crisis of the chapter, where his fundamental instincts come into conflict, where he is trying to decide whether he should let Harry go to the Quidditch World Cup because that'll make him happy, and obviously he doesn't want to do that, but it will get him out of the house, which would make himself happy, and he does want to do that. And the fact that he is having such a difficult time making this decision like speaks volumes about the Dursleys, because it means that in his brain the act of making Harry's life miserable is just as good to him as Harry not being there.
I know.
It is like
yeah. I mean, but this is exactly what I was talking about, like with Dudley before, where it's like is Dudley being treated the way that he is treated because that is how they would always do it, or is it because it brings them as much joy to spoil Dudley as it is to neglect Harry?
Yeah.
And so it's like they need to do as much as possible, create as much distance between how those two things are represented as humanly possible.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it is properly absurd.
Yes.
But it is kind of funny just to imagine Vernon basically boiling inside because he can't decide between these two things.
I
Because
know.
It's like it's its own kind of suffering. That's like, if you could just be a better person, the obvious answer is right there.
Right. Just like let him go, then you don't have to deal with him, and and he'll have fun. It's like an absolute win-win.
It is.
It is. Except he's like, but I'd really prefer if you could not be here and we're like in prison or something. You
Right,
know,
yes,
That would.
yes.
Is there an option for that?
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, I mean, because it sounds like I don't like the sound of these top box seats. It sounds It sounds a little bit too. What do we call them? Prime tickets. It's
Prime
like,
tickets.
If they were nosebleeds, maybe, but.
Jokes on him. Nosebleed tickets would probably be pretty good at the Quidditch World Cup.
Yeah, because
it's just,
everything
like,
happens
up
so
really high. Yeah.
What
Right.
you really don't want at the Quidditch World Cup is floor seats.
Yeah, you
'cause
don't want floor seats. She's gonna stare up the whole time.
right, yeah. Or look at Husan Mustafar.
Yeah. That'd be so funny if you were like imagine Hermione's parents like trying like in reverse to be like okay, like while she's off at school, they're like, Hermione keeps telling us about that Quidditch World Cup. Should we like try and surprise her and get tickets?
Yeah. We got
Like,
front row tickets.
I know. It's like we got front row, center court.
Yeah, it's like
on the goal line.
they only cost a knut.
I know. I couldn't believe the deal. And they get there, and it's like, oh, I see.
Man.
These are the worst tickets here. Yeah, far away from both goals, 50 feet down. Man. I'm sorry, Hermione. She's like, never mind. Don't worry, Dad. I got tickets in the top box. Have fun down there, losers.
Because that's what Hermione would
That's
say.
how Hermione treats her parents, probably. Yeah.
I mean, there is a certain amount of Hermione does not go home, but for like 8 total weeks.
Oh, I
from-
know.
Yeah.
That's not unlike to Hermione to be like, oh, yeah, Mom and Dad came. I abandoned them at their seats. Yeah.
They're down there.
They're down there as usual.
Oh, Hermione.
Oh, poor Hermione's parents.
Yeah. Anyway, then we through his contemplation, you can just sort of imagine Vernon standing there weighing all of his options, and
Yeah.
what he's able to muster is, "Who is this woman?"
Right.
He said, staring at the signature with distaste. And Harry's like, "You've seen her. She's my friend Ron's mother. She was meeting him off the school train at the end of last year."
Yeah, good save.
He had almost said Hogwarts Express.
Right.
And was sure that would get his uncle's temper up. And nobody ever mentioned the name of Harry's school aloud in the Dursley household.
Lest anyone overhear them and jump to the obvious conclusion that the Hogwarts Express was a magical train to a magical school, and that means that the Dursleys are housing a wizard.
The natural conclusion.
The natural conclusion.
Of
That can mean
course.
nothing else.
Right, right. I hate what Vernon says next, though.
Oh my
which is
gosh.
a dumpy sort of woman.
Oh, I know. I highlighted that and just said, "How dare you?"
That's exactly what I said. Yeah,
Yes.
and then he said, "Loads of children with red hair," to which I added, "and hand-me-down robes." Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I love when he says "load of children." Like both of these things to him are bad things. Like load of children, which to me suggests that like in his mind, having one child is the appropriate number of children anyone should have.
Yes, I myself have one child and do not share this belief.
I know,
Like,
right?
Yeah.
And then he's like, with red hair, like, oh, they have red hair, do they? As if they could do anything about it.
Right, yeah.
But obviously, that's
Or
not
as
the
if
hair
it's even
color.
a bad thing at all.
That's not the hair color a normal person would have, Ben.
Said Vernon Dursley.
Said Vernon Dursley, yeah. So Harry has to bite back a lot of retorts to that, based on the way Vernon treats his own kids, and then Vernon focuses on a new word, Quidditch. Quidditch, what is this rubbish? And Harry has to explain, it's a sport, played on broom, and apparently the word broomstick, a perfectly muggle word itself, is way too much for him.
All right, said Uncle Vernon loudly.
Yes.
Harry saw with some satisfaction that his uncle looked vaguely panicky. Apparently his nerves couldn't stand the sound of the word broomsticks in his living room.
I know, but like even this that like Vernon doesn't know what Quidditch is continues to speak to the like Harry can't even say like his favorite things
Yes.
at Hogwarts. Like he can't even like say it's like no one's asked him like, so what was it like? And he was like, well, there's the sport. I made a team.
Right,
You know?
I'm quite good at.
I'm good at. Yeah, like he can't like none of that. He gets none of it.
Can I show you my broomstick?
Right.
It's really nice.
It's really nice. Yeah. No, use it for sweeping. Yeah. Kind of thing.
Oh my gosh. If Harry comes downstairs and continues using his firebolt to sweep the floor.
Right.
Like, no!
Although, according to the way it looks in the movie, that's kind of what it looks like he'd use it for.
There we go.
Also, Ben, I just want to point out that as we're talking about broomsticks, that we recently saw the movie Wicked.
Yeah.
Yeah. Has a pretty famous broomstick in it.
It does.
Basically, one of the best movies I've ever seen. But I would just like to point out that there's a witch flying on a broomstick. I want to make note that there were no footrests on that broomstick.
Yeah,
You know what? It was perfectly fast.
Honestly, it was perfectly fast.
And by perfectly fast, I mean Elphaba looks like she is flying way faster than Harry ever flew.
I'm not going to lie to you. One of the things I was thinking about in the back of my mind while watching Elphaba on her broomstick, I was like, oh, this is good news for what Quidditch is going to look like.
It is.
The new series.
What I also really liked, sorry, we're going to tangent about Wicked for a second, is the way in which she, quote, rides the broomstick was like, ride isn't even the right word. She's just holding the broomstick.
Very loosely defined.
Very, loosely defined riding it. Like she's holding it beneath her. Her body is not resting on it.
No.
She is just, and I mean, she is flying.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very cool broomstick scene in Wicked.
Yes.
With no footrests. Just, whatever.
You're just going to keep stirring that pot, huh?
There's no big deal.
I
I'm
mean,
just
I
gonna
can
throw it out
already
there.
hear the buzzing coming back. The hornets had
Nope.
died down, Jay.
Nope.
Let it go. Anyway.
Never.
So then Vernon asks, what does she mean the normal way? He spat. Normal for us, said Harry. And before his uncle could stop him, he added, owl post. That's what's normal for wizards. And I was like, wow, he couldn't get through broomstick, but
Yeah.
he just spat all this stuff out. I'm like, Harry,
No.
you are playing
Said
with fire.
wizards. I know. And Uncle Vernon's response to the word wizard is basically the same as like every wizard's response to the word Voldemort.
Yes.
Yeah.
yes.
He's just like, oh, what did you just say? How dare you?
It must not be named.
Yes, yeah. The skill which must not be named.
Yes,
you know what?
This is where it finally says it. Shaking with anger, he shot a nervous look through the window as though expecting to see some of the neighbors with their ears pressed against the glass.
Like neighbors do.
Like neighbors do. We've already been through this.
We've already been through it. This is not a weird concern at all. Do you imagine that like he's caught them doing it before?
I think he's projecting is what's happening, because I think Petunia is the type of person who might be engaging in this behavior, and therefore he assumes everybody else is engaging in this kind of behavior, and I think that's not the case.
I would be surprised if he even knew his neighbor's last name.
Yeah, that's a good point,
right?
too.
But
even that feels so odd. Like, they're living suburban life. Part of suburban life, I think, is getting to know your neighbors and cup of sugar and that type of thing, right? No?
Well, I think even when because you're right, there are times when Harry's Petunia is craning her neck to listen to Mrs. Next Door or something.
Yeah.
But even that phrasing, Mrs. Next Door.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing: is that it's it almost feels like they are in opposition to just anything contrary to their specific way of living inside of Number 4 Privet Drive,
right?
And therefore, it's not like they hate wizards and love muggles. They hate basically anybody who's different from them in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
They are very self-isolating.
They are.
Yeah.
I don't imagine they have many friends.
It doesn't seem that way, especially not the Masons anymore.
Not the Masons.
After the incident.
Yeah.
Even though Dudley wrote that tremendous paper.
I know, about Mr. Mason. His hero.
And all I wrote about you.
Oh, God. What a bar.
Oh, man. Anyway, so let's see here. Then Vernon really tries to kind of back some of his own generosity, really.
Right.
You stand there in the clothes Petunia and I have put on your ungrateful back.
Right. And Harry is not taking it. He's only after Dudley finished with them, which is true. It's just hand-me-downs from Dudley, and they're way too big for Harry.
Yep.
Then
Vernon's I will not be spoken to like that. But this is where it says, but Harry wasn't going to stand for this. Gone were the days when he'd be forced to take every single one of the Dursleys' stupid rules.
Yes.
And I love that for Harry, because on some level, I think there's a degree of standard growing up involved here, but I also just love that Harry has enough resources. He has enough measure of self-worth in the situation to be no. Okay.
Right.
Not
going to stand for this.
Yes, exactly. You don't get to just parade everything over me.
Right. Yes. Yeah, and so he knows exactly what to do. He just says, right, can't go. Guess I'm just going to go. I do have to finish a letter to my godfather, though. And that I love this. It says he had done it. He had said the magic words, because magic words are exactly what they fear. But
yes.
So in a manner of speaking, these were the magic words.
yes, exactly. Yeah. So the perfect selection or usage of the magic words there. And then I like that it says, now he watched the purple recede blotchily from Uncle Vernon's face, making it look like badly mixed black currant ice cream.
Yeah.
Which I highlighted because I was that's trivia for you right there.
That is. I highlighted the word blotchily and just wrote good use of blotchily.
Great. We're not using blotchily nearly enough.
We are not, but start working it into your daily routine, I guess.
Exactly. Yep. Daily vernacular.
Yeah. So then Vernon has to he has his second internal crisis here, where he does the math here, and Harry says, if he doesn't hear from me, he might start thinking something's wrong. And I love this is Vernon's actual thoughts. It's if he tried to stop Harry writing to Sirius would think Harry was being mistreated. If he told Harry he couldn't go to the Quidditch World Cup, Harry would write and tell Sirius, who would know Harry was being mistreated. And that line right there is what should drive you crazy, because it means that Vernon is aware he is mistreating Harry.
Yes, he just doesn't want someone to know.
Right, yes.
So there was only one thing for Uncle Vernon to do. Harry could see the conclusion forming in his uncle's mind, as though the great mustache face were transparent. Harry tried not to smile, to keep his own face as blank as possible. And then, well, all right then. You can go to this ruddy, this stupid, this World Cup thing.
Yeah.
As if you don't know what a World Cup thing is.
I know, right? You're aware of the World Cup.
You live in England.
Yeah, you live in England. It's kind of, you can tell it's a big deal. You write down these Weasleys there to pick you up, mind.
I haven't got time to go dropping you off all over the country.
Even this is kind of surprising. He's upset that an envelope with too many stamps came to the house, and he's saying he wants them to come here. In his effort to regain control of the situation, he almost like overlooks the fact that wizards will be at his house then.
Right, exactly. Yeah. He like again, you go back to the listening into the windows thing. It's like you're worried that somebody's going to hear a word that they don't know what means and then jump to like major conclusions. But in the meantime, you want the Weasleys, who are an all wizard family
With red hair.
with red hair to show up at their front door.
Yeah.
As if.
Yeah.
That's not how they're entering.
Not how they're going to come in.
Nope. Let's see here. So then Harry's like, okay then.
Okay then, great.
He had to fight the urge to jump in the air, and whoop, he was going to the Weasleys. He was going to watch the Quidditch World Cup.
Heck yeah. Super fun, super fun. I love then he's, heads back up to his room to finish writing the letter, runs into Dudley, says, that was an excellent breakfast, wasn't it? I feel really full, don't you? Just like works in a nice taunt on his cousin there.
Not so bad. Who was listening at the door.
You're right.
So, I mean, like, he may have heard the word Quidditch.
Yeah, you're like, what was that?
What does that mean? Am I living with a wizard?
Can I eat it?
All right, let's see. The first thing that Harry sees upon entering his room is that Hedwig is back. She's sitting in her cage with her enormous amber eyes and clicking her beak in a way that meant that she was annoyed about something. We're going to get a lot of personality from Hedwig in the next couple paragraphs here.
We absolutely are. Yeah. The noble bird.
The noble bird of Hedwig. Let's see here.
Yeah, so he gets the letter from Ron and says, Harry, Dad got the tickets, which is near miss. Again, like they almost didn't get them.
I know, yeah.
Yeah.
But he does specify that it's going to be Ireland versus Bulgaria, which at the very least, Ireland is set up in Prisoner of Azkaban. I think that when we're talking about the Firebolt, they say that the Ireland national team just ordered a complete set for them. So it's kind of like, haha, there we go. Like we have known that Ireland was in a strong position to succeed since the last book. So that's kind of fun. And then I do they specify that they don't know how fast Muggle Post is. So he decided to send this particular note with Pig.
Pig, which we don't get an explanation for right now.
Yes. Harry's looking at this like tiny little gray fluffy bird being like, why on earth would you call that particular creature Pig?
I know. And then I love that Ron goes on to explain that the entire fiasco with the overstamped letter is all just a facade, and it doesn't matter what they say. We're coming to get you because you can't miss the World Cup.
Yes, yeah. So I love all of the phrasing that he has in here. We're coming to get you whether the Muggles like it or not. You can't miss the World Cup. Only Mom and Dad reckon it's better it's better if we pretend to ask their permission first.
Which means like even Molly and Arthur are in on it. They're like, yeah, no, we're getting him. Don't you worry, Ron.
Yeah, it's going to be fine. He's coming with us.
Yeah.
If they say yes, send Pig back with your answer pronto and we'll come and get you at 5 o'clock on Sunday. If they say no, send Pig back pronto and we'll come and get you on 5 o'clock on Sunday anyway.
I know. I love that.
That was like one of those lines that I feel like informed my personal sense of humor, where it's never too much to be like exceedingly redundant.
Yes.
When it comes to delivering like a piece of comedy.
Yes.
It's like yes, yeah.
Yes. Over redundancy is a wonderful form of comedy for sure.
It is indeed.
Yeah.
And then we get the notification that Hermione is arriving this afternoon. Percy started work at the Department of International Magical Cooperation, which is just another piece of trivia. But I also highlighted that because last year in Ron's letter and Hermione's letter, we also got an update about Percy, which is that he had been made head boy. And Ron's letter is like, his badge came in the mail last week, and then he gets a letter from Hermione who's like, did you hear Percy got head boy? Ron doesn't seem very happy about it. And I'm like, it's kind of interesting that these letters, like with as many siblings as he has, always like it seemed to include like a little detail about Percy in particular.
Right.
Like, why that?
Why that? No updates about like Fred or George who are like developing, like why isn't there a line? It's like, Percy started work, the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Don't mention anything about abroad while you're here. And it feels like he'd be like, Fred and George have been making really cool candy.
I can't wait for you to see them.
Don't bring it up around Mom.
Yeah, exactly.
Right,
yeah. And so, but I don't know. I think that's kind of funny. Percy, I think, is an interesting one to bring back up again. And I don't know, maybe this is like another one of those things, although Charlie is barely in the story at all. So there's that. But like maybe it's just like to make sure that like this character who's been like established isn't just sort of like written off the page a little bit, because it does seem like it's going to be hard to like maintain his importance as we go forward. But I have frequently held the argument that starting now, Percy could potentially be under the Imperious curse, because we're going to have Percy be like a real pain, even more so than he has been, basically now all the way through the Battle of Hogwarts. So now it's something to look out for.
Now something to look out for. Yeah. When could he not be acting of his own accord?
Exactly.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. He's certainly going to be very pompous, and he will manage to stick around. Like he'll start showing up for like the judging and stuff.
Yes, indeed. Yep. Let's see here. So then Harry has to holler, "Calm down," at the small owl, twittering madly, and Harry could only assume was pride at having delivered the letter to the right person. I think this is almost just like, this owl is almost like the like personification of like Colin Creevy.
Yeah, it kind of feels like it, right?
It's like,
very
yes.
overexcitable.
Yes. So then I do sort of love the little tidbit here, which is just basically the challenge associated with Harry folding up the note very small and attempting to tie it to the tiny owl's leg as it hopped on the spot with the excitement, because soon he will also send information back to Sirius, and Hedwig will stand unusually still, as though determined to show him how a real post owl should behave.
Right, exactly. Hedwig's like, well, I cannot stand for this.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's funny because when it's Hedwig's layers of superiority, it's like I can sort of be like, all right, I'm in.
Okay, yeah, right.
Because I love Hedwig.
Right, yeah, Hedwig is great. I didn't really pick up on this, but he hemmed and hawed all last night about what he was going to write to Sirius, but I guess he didn't actually get to send the letter, because now he adds the postscript that if you want to contact me, I'll be at my friend Ron Weasley's for the rest of the summer. His dad's got a ticket to Quidditch World Cup, which are like, does Sirius always know exactly where Harry is all the time, like to send him the letters? I don't know.
I mean, he must.
Yeah.
Like, I think, maybe.
I don't know.
But I mean, that kind of goes back. You sort of brought it up in the last chapter, how like owl magic works.
Yeah, like they just sort of like they understand the connection between names and the wizards who own them or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it also does seem like Harry is going to specify to Hedwig, like, after you deliver this, I'll be at Ron's.
Right.
It's almost like Harry is informing Hedwig, like, I will be changing locations myself. Go there instead.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's the next line. She'll be at Ron's when you get back. She nipped his finger affectionately. Then with a soft swooshing noise, she spread her enormous wings, which is funny because I don't ever think of Hedwig as being enormous.
Yeah, me neither.
But I looked this up. Snowy owls are the largest owl in North America.
Oh, really?
Yes, by weight, I think, at least. Maybe not by wingspan. But their wingspan is between 4 and 5 feet.
Oh, wow.
So rather large.
Man, that is big.
Yeah, right?
That's a big bird.
It's a big bird.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then Harry watched her fly out of sight, crawled under his bed, wrenched up the loose floorboard, and pulled out a large chunk of birthday cake.
I like to think he doesn't have like a knife. He's just like free-handing the chunks of cake.
1,000%. That's what I'm picturing here.
Yeah.
Yep. And I like this too because I think we even have a chapter like this. I'm trying to think of going back to when it is. Maybe it's Prisoner of Azkaban, but Harry has like a nice moment at the Dursleys. But it says, he sat there on the floor eating it, savoring the happiness that was flooding through him. He had cake and Dudley had nothing but grapefruit. It was a bright summer's day. He would be leaving Privet Drive tomorrow. His scar felt perfectly normal again, and he was going to watch the Quidditch World Cup. It was hard just now to feel worried about anything, even Lord Voldemort.
Yes.
And this is a very nice contrast to where Harry was in the last chapter, where he wakes up from the dream and he is looking at the Flying with the Cannons book. And there's a line that says, even Quidditch, in Harry's opinion, the best sport in the world, couldn't distract him at the moment. And now it's like he's basically saying, like, it was hard just now to feel worried about anything, even Lord Voldemort.
I know. I was making note of that as well because it's like, yeah, like I'm glad we brought that up earlier because, like, yeah, don't forget that Harry is coming out of like that very emotional, like worrisome dream about Voldemort where he's like maybe seen him murder somebody, like maybe he's like gaining power or whatever. And like, you're right. By the end of this chapter, though, like his mood has been saved. Like he's been able to turn it around. And like where in the moment it felt like terrible, now he is at a place just hours later where he is not concerned about Voldemort. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I mean, I think it speaks to the power of love and friendship. Which,
Exactly. Yeah.
Like the key themes of the whole story.
Yeah, right. So it's like I was trying to list out like what brings Harry's mood entirely around. And it's like a couple of things. Like one is like I think courage. Like he is able to summon the courage to stand up to the Dursleys because he actually now knows he has the support of an adult out in the real world who can like he can lean on even just a tiny little bit, and like the ability to put that into action, like I think like bolsters him a lot. And then there's friendship, just sort of like all of the letters he gets from the Weasleys and Ron in the chapter. And then sports as well. Like Quidditch does come back to be like more powerful than like Voldemort here. Because like sports, especially in this book where we have the Triwizard Tournament and the Quidditch World Cup, are going to be like a much wider metaphor for like unity despite having different opinions, and the value of community, and like how the community of wizards that just love Quidditch in general is like greater than the sum of its parts, in which you might have individual support for specific teams.
Right.
And stuff like that.
Yes. And I think even the like with the Triwizard Tournament, like, Hermione reads it best, I think, where she's like, the whole point of this is international cooperation. It's to get to know people from other schools. It's like, sure, there is a central competition that brings this whole thing together, and the idea of competition is adversaries, but at the same rate, it's like this idea of unity is really at the core of it, and that is something that like Hogwarts itself is trying desperately. The Sorting Hat is trying desperately to communicate this message that we are stronger united than we are divided.
Exactly. So like in just the past like in the first 3 chapters here, it's very like off page and intangible, but like in this like light way, like courage and friendship and unity have like defeated Lord Voldemort in Harry's mind.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yep. So I think this is really, really good thematic writing and kind of perfect. Like I think it to me, like especially when I got to that last line, I was like, it's so incredible and we made a big deal about the line in the last chapter about how even Quidditch like wasn't going to be enough to distract him, and it's the frustration that this is like what Voldemort is stealing from Harry is that life that any kid should be entitled to have.
Right.
And it's like, okay, but here we go. It's like you put all the pieces together, even uniting the pieces of the positive forces that Harry, can summon.
Yeah. From otherwise his existence in a fairly dark place.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. It's enough to overcome. So boom, take that, Voldemort. End of chapter.
Yeah.
Do you have a review for us?
I sure do, Ben. I sure do.
Excellent.
Let me pull it up right here for you. Today's review comes from Spikes25.
Hi, Spikes25.
Here we go. They say, "Hey, brother, this podcast is brilliant. Hold on. I scrolled away." Hey, brother, this podcast is brilliant. It's honestly just like sitting and having a conversation. I've read and listened to the books multiple times. It's great to hear not only some of the same insights I've had, but things I haven't thought of. I've been a Carlin Bros fan for years, but stayed away from the podcast. That was a mistake. Now I'm binging the heck out of it. I do have a thought and would like your opinion on it. What if James didn't stop Snape from going down the tunnel when Sirius told him where Lupin went every month?
Oh, okay. No. So the idea here is that it has been established that James saved Snape's life.
Yes.
Which means that if James doesn't interject in this situation, then Lupin would be violently dangerous.
Right.
Snape would likely be killed.
Likely die or become a werewolf himself.
Die or become. I'm going to go with death.
I'm going to go with death.
Because I feel like what's established is that James saved his life. So it feels like the opposite of that would be Snape's death. I think it would be terrible for so many reasons.
So many reasons. It feels like it's probably the end of the Marauders right there.
Hard stop. Because I don't think that Lupin. I think Lupin would separate himself from everyone forever.
Yeah, like he would bear that shame and consider it his fault forever.
Yes.
Even though it will have been Sirius's.
Definitely would have been Sirius's.
I don't think James would have been cool with it either.
No,
obviously we know he's not because he stops him.
Because he stops him, yeah. So,
Yeah.
And I think that the fallout that it would cause in Lupin alone would be enough for James to see Sirius's act as a betrayal.
Yeah.
And so I don't think that James and Sirius's relationship would maintain, which would, be defeating for James and Sirius. I don't know. I mean, I don't think there's a world where Sirius would join the Death Eaters. I don't think that would.
I don't think that would happen either, but let's see. But like Snape won't join the Death Eaters, obviously, because he'll be dead.
Because he'll be dead, yep.
Right.
Peter likely would, because if anything,
Right.
the one thing that was barring him from joining them sooner probably is that the Marauders are the bigger kids on the playground.
Right. And now if they're not friends, then that's probably just sort of it for him.
That's probably it for him. He would have nobody else left to attach to.
Right.
I
mean, do you think does Sirius get I don't know, not his wand is probably snapped for this, right?
Yeah, he'd be expelled almost certainly.
Yeah, I mean, if Hagrid's wand is snapped because it is assumed a monster he was keeping killed Myrtle,
Yep.
then if Sirius led Snape to a monster attack that killed Snape,
Yep.
it feels like their fate is the same.
It definitely feels that way.
Maybe he's too young to be sent to Azkaban, but I think his wand is definitely snapped.
Do you think Dumbledore gets dismissed as headmaster?
Oh, well,
Well, I mean, my argument would be possibly leaning towards yes, because it's Dumbledore. Lupin specifically outlines that it's Dumbledore who makes the decision to permit him to come to school.
Right.
The professors, when he is teaching there, know that he's a werewolf, but no one else does know that information.
Right.
So whether or not the parents of the school have been informed that this has taken place, whether or not they know that their children are attending school with a werewolf, it's the parents' prejudice, but then reinforced by the fact that someone died.
Yeah.
Despite the precautions, which then, whenever precautions fall short, they're always deemed insufficient because that's
right
how it works.
Right.
It's would people come after Dumbledore and say, why did you let this happen in the first place? Because you've endangered all of our children and staff and...
Right, because you're right. Presumably none of the other students or parents or anything are aware that there's a werewolf at the school.
Presumably.
Right.
Yeah.
That's sort of the whole point there. So let's see. I have to imagine, big falling out between James and Sirius.
Almost certainly the other kids don't know because it takes the Marauders themselves who are with him. He's lying to them about where he's going.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Lily even says to Snape, I know your theory about him or whatever.
Yeah. So the other students don't know.
Yeah, they don't know.
Yeah.
I have to imagine that whilst Remus would blame himself indefinitely, that I feel like James would stick by Remus.
I think he would stick by Remus, but we know how Remus can be with this, where he puts a lot of burden on himself.
Mm-hmm.
And now there's the worst possible case outcome has happened.
Right.
So, it's not that I don't think that James would stick by Remus. It's that I think Remus would just exile himself.
I mean, quite possible. It doesn't seem like he'd be allowed to continue going to school.
You know what's weird is that the outcome of this going the other way is really bad. And I always underestimate the importance of this particular plot detail completely.
I know.
It always feels kind of silly. Something almost happened a long time ago. How important is that really? But when you dissect it, it's a lot of bad stuff would have happened.
A lot of bad stuff would have happened. It makes you wonder, do Lily and James even, get together? Is there... Not that, that, for the sake of the story, feels like it would happen anyway. And I'm not sure why... I don't think that is affected because I think this would deflate James quite a bit.
I think it would deflate James quite a bit. It would bring him down to earth in a huge way a lot faster.
Right.
And then in the meantime, it's James wouldn't have had any involvement other than being distraught over the outcome. Lily would be distraught over the outcome because Snape would be dead.
Right. But so if James is no longer friends with Sirius, which feels like it has a certain like Godric Salazar flavor to it.
A little bit.
A little bit, because there's 4 of them and whatever.
Yep.
But I don't know what that would mean. And if he's not friends with him and Remus isn't at school anymore, then is like I imagine he would still be friends with Peter.
I guess that's
You
true.
know.
I mean, it's not like James dislikes Peter.
Right. Like, I mean, he obviously entrusts him to be the secret keeper. So it's probably like Peter becomes his like de facto like best friend for a while, which then also means he probably just still becomes the secret keeper, which means all the other bad stuff happens.
Yep.
Except that, well, I can even see Sirius still trying to track him down.
I mean,
Like in an effort to like make up for what he's done or something.
That's true. That's an interesting way to.
But without Snape, does Voldemort even know about the prophecy?
Without Snape, does Voldemort even know about the prophecy? Oh, man. It's a big question.
Because if he doesn't know the prophecy, he never even attacks them,
Yep.
right?
It's a good point. I mean, it's rather serendipitous that Snape happens to be there to overhear the prophecy in the first place, which draws into some question layers of inevitability, like fate. Like, I mean, if the prophecy happens, is that a force unto itself that means that somebody will overhear it?
I don't know. Well, not all the prophecies in the Hall of Prophecy come true, so I don't think so.
I know, but this one's pretty vitally important.
It is vitally important, but I don't know. You're right. Like, just because it happens, like Dumbledore will have heard it, but like without Snape to suggest to Voldemort to spare Lily, like would he offer to spare Lily? And then if he doesn't spare Lily, does Harry just die? But like, why would he attack them in the first place? Other than that, like they're just like order members, you know?
Yep. Okay, that's true. So I feel like Sirius has to play some type of ongoing role in this equation.
You're right. Yeah.
Because I don't think Sirius would ever stop. I mean, I think Sirius loves James like wholly, completely.
Yeah.
He would regret having done this because it lost James.
Mm-hmm. But you know what? Okay, so it's a little different. I was gonna say it's kind of like I was gonna try and compare it to Hagrid, where like Dumbledore keeps Hagrid on despite the accusation of murder, but in Hagrid's case, Hagrid truly is innocent, and in Sirius's case, he would not be innocent.
He would not be innocent.
So like, would Dumbledore be like, well, let me go ahead and back pocket the Sirius black fellow and like try and help him out of a jam? Or would he be like, yeah, that was a pretty bad call, Sirius?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question because, I mean, I could see it happening.
You know what? I do think it still would, because like, whether or not,
this is what happens with Hagrid and Newt.
right?
You know,
right.
they're both expelled.
They get expelled.
They
and
both
Dumbledore,
become agents of Dumbledore.
Yeah. And you know what? It's like, just because it didn't happen doesn't mean Sirius didn't do it, and Sirius wasn't the one to correct it.
Yeah.
And Dumbledore still trusts him. Right?
Right.
So it's like, James is the one to correct it. Sirius does it either way.
True.
Right.
True.
Yeah.
So, okay.
So Sirius
probably becomes the double agent because Regulus is also on track. Right?
Sirius probably becomes the double agent. You're right. He's very well positioned as a black family member
To do that.
Yes. And in like an effort to, I can even see Dumbledore manipulating the situation, being like, you made a bad decision. Like, and he's like, let me make it up to you or whatever.
Yeah.
And like the way he does it is by like pledging, sir. Okay. Yeah, that's what happens. I think so. Sirius becomes the double agent.
But so then so then the question there is, how much is figure outable? Because for the most part, people don't understand why Harry survived, which means that it's not common knowledge that it's sacrificial protection that saves Harry. So it's like, I'm trying to decide if it would make sense to feed the prophecy to Voldemort on purpose so that those things happen. But that seems crazy.
I know. Like, why would Dumbledore tell Sirius to do that? Could Sirius still overhear it in some way? Like maybe he's just sort of like hanging out in the Hog's Head, because Dumbledore wants him there for whatever reason.
I mean, that would make sense. We know Aberforth is a member of the First Order of the Phoenix. It would be close to Hogwarts.
Right.
We know that people can take up lodging in the Hog's Head.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't hate a scenario, and that's where the obviously the appointment with Trelawney is happening.
Yeah.
Maybe the prophecy itself is different.
Oh, maybe the prophecy is just different.
Yeah.
Under these circumstances.
Right, because it
Yeah.
would change things a little bit, and
maybe he doesn't ask him, or maybe
because the prophecy must know it because it says that the part that Voldemort doesn't hear is that he will mark whoever as his equal, and that means the prophecy knows that the sacrificial protection will happen.
Right. Okay. How about this? Though? Somehow Voldemort still has to learn about the prophecy in order for the rest of the events to happen. But how about the person who was asked to be spared is James instead of Lily because it's Sirius.
Oh, yep.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. That makes more sense.
That's crazy.
That is crazy pants. Yeah.
Whew, very different story.
Very different story.
Man, what a great question. Who asked this?
Yeah, this is a really good sticking point. This was Spike's 25.
Spikes 25.
Yeah.
Fantastic question.
Really good one. Yes, we are really down the rabbit hole now.
I know, yeah. We've gone way under the Whomping Willow with this one.
This is how it happens, though.
I know. That's very fun.
Yeah.
That's a very fun question.
Yeah.
This would be, I mean, I feel like I'm hesitant to dive into another very long What If series, but
This
I feel
feels like it could be like a one-off.
like a single episode
Yeah.
type, like What If, because it feels fun to explore it. I love the thought, because I mean, I even said it without knowing the conclusion you would come to, but I think that Sirius loves James innately,
especially if he has like reason to try and like repay him.
Yes.
Right.
Yep. Definitely. So lots of interesting new dominoes must fall, but that's a really good question. That's a really interesting one. Okay, something to think further on in the future. So keep a lookout for that episode.
I can see. Yeah. Okay. My mind's still going.
I know.
All right, guys, thank you so much for listening to today's episode of Through the Griffin Door. Make sure you join us next week for Back to the Burrow Chapter 4 here on Through the Griffin Door.
Today's episode was edited by Ethan Edghill. Vaishon Brandon does our art. Catherine Stein is our production manager, and the show is hosted by me and Jonathan Carlin.